All right, it is the moment we have been looking forward to all week long. In Rokerthon's past, well, we've gotten to set Guinness records for the longest continuous forecast, 34 hours, being the fastest to give forecast in all 50 states, and for helping college students on 5 different campuses break different Guinness World Records. And now for something completely different and something completely delicious. I am going to spend the next several hours bringing you, our fabulous viewers, Rokerthon, the great American sandwich relay. We are going to bring together more than 65 world-renowned chefs, Lidia Bastianich, Marcus Samuelson, Bobby Flay, just to name a few, introducing you to some astounding lunch ideas that will blow your mind, with the goal of setting a Guinness record for the most people continuously participating in an online sandwich making relay. The results will be mouthwatering and for good cause. We want to raise money for Feeding America and the World Kitchen, World Central Kitchen. And you can help by heading to today.com/allday to watch and donate to these fabulous organizations that are helping to address food insecurity. Now we're going to start right here, right now, and continue all morning long on our new streaming channel, Today All Day. So if you want to follow along, get out your phone, your iPad, your tablet, grab a picture of this QR code, a QR code that we're talking about right now. It's right there. All you have to do, it's somewhere, you'll see it. It'll take you right to us, or you can head to the Peacock app from our parent company, NBC Universal, and watch us there. We'll get that QR code up in a moment. What are the rules? So we've got Michael Emperich from Guinness World Records to walk us through the details. Michael, good morning.
Hey, Al, it's great to be with you today. So here's what I'm looking for. This is the Guinness World Records attempt for most people in an online sandwich making relay. Guinness World Records defines a sandwich as 2 ingredients between 2 pieces of bread, so at least 2 ingredients. I need everyone to be continuously making sandwiches when they're on camera with you, so constant sandwich making, and then a 60-second handoff between the chefs. Any more than that, and the relay is broken.
Oh, all right. So we will do that. Michael, thank you very much. As usual, you've been with us for these Rokerthons. We are so thrilled to have Guinness helping us break this record. We appreciate it. All right, help us get started. We are pleased to have chef and humanitarian Jose Andres, the founder of the World Central Kitchen, distributing 25 million fresh meals across the United States since the pandemic began. He is in Spain, where he is spending time with his family during this pandemic. He has been kind enough to join us to help launch the relays. Chef, good morning. How are you?
Oh, thank you very much for doing this. I always love you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, sir. I can hear you. We can hear you. All right, excellent. So tell us, Chef, what's the sandwich you've got to help us get started?
You are going to love this sandwich. But first, thank you very much for doing this on behalf of World Central Kitchen, men and women. We love you, and we love you all. Thank you, and all the chefs participating. So the sandwich. I am right now in the south of Spain, Cadiz. So I need to do a dish that has to do everything with this part of the world. So take a look what I have here. Baby shrimp, I just cut them myself. They are alive. Take a look. They're jumping out.
Those are little shrimp?
Yeah.
Wow, that's fantastic. All right. Hey, by the way, Chef, you get started. I'm going to say goodbye to all my Today Show friends. Don't forget, pop over to today.com for Today All Day, and also Today All Day also on Peacock, okay? So long, NBC Today Show. Everybody come on over to our streaming site on Peacock or today.com all day, okay? Come on over. Now, Chef, keep going.
I keep going. So we have this bread over here, which is amazing. It's very traditional in the south of Spain, in Cadiz, very light, very white. And here what I have is what we call pork. We cook on pork fat for 5-6 hours.
Ooh.
And that becomes very tender. And we keep it on the pork fat. Then, take a look what I do. I get some of the same pork fat and I put it on the bottom of the bread. Very light so far. Don't worry for your calories. Then, something like has nothing to do with the Spain. I put some mustard with herbs. I love it because for people that don't like mustard, they will always love this mustard. And I love it because it gives like, boom, a punch back. Then I'm going to do this. I'm going to put this pork thinly sliced on top of the pork fat. Why not? Pork and pork fat, they go together.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. They've been together all their life. Then you put always fried egg. Then I have the shrimp fry with flour in hot oil, and I put them right on top, right here, right there. And then I have a little bit of pimenton, Spanish paprika. Why? Because I like it. And people of America, people of the world, this is an amazing sandwich of pork and egg and baby shrimp that will change your life forever.
That is amazing. Just as World Kitchen has changed our lives and the lives of so many other folks, Chef Jose Andres, we are going to be constantly getting people to try to donate to your fantastic organization. Thank you so much, my friend. Stay safe.
Thank you.
All right. Chef, and love to your family. Everybody there. Stay safe. Let's go now to Mr. Marcus Samuelson. He's got the restaurant Red Rooster Overtown in Miami and the Rise Cookbook. And good morning, Marcus. How are you, my friend?
Good morning, Al. You know what? I'm impressed. When you're setting world records, you flexing. You're calling all your chef friends. You know, like, how about
all my pals?
Alex, Bobby, everybody. I'm very impressed. But I'm excited to be part of the Rokerthon and making this
all right.
bird dog sandwich.
And what are you making? What are you making right now, Chef Marcus?
So right now we're having fun in the kitchen here in Harlem. So I'm frying chicken, right? Some chicken strips. And I want to make a combination kind of between a dog and the sandwich, right? So I put a little bit of this beautiful green goddess dressing right here. I have my fried chicken strips, lots of them right there, right? And then the best part is that crunch, right? So I'm just going to actually just squeeze a little bit of lime juice on top, just so it's nice and acid. And then I'm going to put this crunch, this salad on top, which is fresh fennel, fresh herbs.
Which of your restaurants do you serve this at?
I serve it both in Harlem and in Miami in Overtown. So this is a bird dog sandwich. It's super popular, super delicious. And the hardest part about it is like, you have to push this down really, really hard and then go in and eat it like this.
Right.
And you're going to get this beautiful sort of chicken and fennel salad on top. And it's delicious. Absolutely delicious. I'm going to make one more. It looks
fantastic and you look great. Oh, you're going to make one more?
I'm just going to keep on. I mean, you have a lot of chefs on today.
And you're going to, that's right. What are you making now? Same thing?
Same thing, because I heard you got like Bobby Flay in the back, Alex Cornicelli, Andrew Zimmern. You brought the all-stars. I'm bringing sandwiches for everybody.
We did. All right. Marcus Samuelson, Red Rooster Overtown in Miami, and of course in Harlem, and the Rise Cookbook. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it. All right.
Thank you so
next,
much,
we are going. Okay, we appreciate that, sir. Let's head now to our next chef, who is going to be Molly Ye, one of my pals, Molly, from the midsection of America. We love it. How are you?
Hey, Al, I'm good. How are you? It's a great day for a sandwich marathon. Happy Rokerthon.
It is. Thank you. Because I always like to say, if you say yay, you got to say Molly Ye. And you are making a fabulous pickle dip fried bologna sandwich.
Yes, it is so good. I'm starting by making the pickle dip, which is this magical Midwestern party food. I have cream cheese and ranch dressing in my bowl here, and then I'm going to add some cheese. I like using shredded Havarti because it goes so well with the pickles. I'm going to just dump this in my bowl. And then, of course, I also have my chopped dill pickles. And I'm also adding a tablespoon or two of the brine because that just adds more flavor. And there's salt in that brine. So it's going to season every little element of the dip. And then, of course, some chopped fresh dill is going to add some pops of greenery, and it'll amp up that dill flavor. And lastly, some sriracha is going to bring it all together.
Sriracha. You got sriracha for a little boom.
For a little boom. And it also makes this dip a beautiful salmon color. And this is the type of thing that you should just put out at a party. It's like, it's kind of a pregnant lady's dream. I'm not pregnant, but all of my pregnancy cravings
in fact,
are in this sandwich.
Didn't you make this for your sister? Didn't you make this for your sister-in-law's baby shower?
I did. I said, Anna, what do you want for your shower? And the first word out of her mouth was bologna. I was like, that's the most pregnant thing you've said today.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Now, how do you prep the bologna?
Okay, the bologna, you fry it. So first you fry the bread. So I have the bread that I'm using. This is just standard grocery store bakery white bread or French bread. And I fried it in some butter. And then once I'm done, and fry both sides, because then you get more textural excitement. That way you get the crispiness on the outside and then it's still soft on the inside. And then you fry the bologna in the same pan that you fried the bread. Yeah. So I'm going to spread both sides of the bread with my pickle dip spread here. And if you wanted to make a grilled cheese at this point and just be done, you could do that. It would be delicious. Wow. But this is the Rokerthon. We've got to add bologna. First, I'm going to add some shredded lettuce, though, for some crunch and vegetables. Makes you feel less
so you can actually say there's
things.
Something healthy in the sandwich.
Exactly. Basically, salad on this sandwich. And now I have my fried bologna, and you've got to fry it. You get those crispy edges. It's so salty. It brings you right back to childhood. And then, I mean, this would be a delicious sandwich on its own, but YOLO, I'm going to add some potato chips. So you've got like more crunch. You've got the crunchy potato chips, that creamy, briny, tangy pickle dip. And you've got to give it a smash too, to bring it all together.
Lovely.
And here it is.
Oh, that looks fantastic. Molly, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I do too. Thank you, Molly, for helping us. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Let's bring on our next chef, coming to us from the great state of maybe Minnesota. Andrew Zimmern, my friend. How are you?
I'm great, Al. How are you?
Okay, start touching your food because we got to keep everything going.
We're making a muffaletta sandwich made famous on Decatur Street at Central Grocery in New Orleans. And the first thing to do is to make your olive relish. This is something that originated in Sicily for hundreds of years, often eaten on All Saints' Day. I have olives, tomatoes, celery, jalapeno, onions, garlic, oregano, pickled onions. I have hot and sweet peppers. I have olive oil and vinegar. I have basil and parsley. And you give that a nice big stir. If you have time, let this sit for a little while. You can salt it later. You can add some cracked black pepper if you like, but you have that famous olive relish there that defines a muffaletta. Big muffaletta.
Hey, Andrew, could you
bread.
could you make that relish ahead of time and let it kind of sit and marinate?
You should, and ideally you want to let big spoonfuls of this rest on the bread of the sandwich and let that soak in to the bread, and then start layering your cold cuts. We have some Italian ham. We have some sopressata. We have some provolone. We have some mortadella. For me, it just doesn't exist without a mortadella. I like to put a little lettuce down, but not before I put another scoop of this incredible olive relish, stick that last piece of bread on top, and press down. And thanks to the miracle of television, I made one right before we came on so I could sit down with you and show you. This sandwich is meant to feed an army, or if you're here in Minnesota, because we're hardworking folks, I'm cutting this into quarters so you can see how beautiful this classic sandwich with a story really is. This defines the city of New Orleans. Right there.
That is great. And speaking of stories, your show, What's Eating America on MSNBC, is terrific. And thank you, my friend. I appreciate you helping us in the Great American Sandwich Relay. Andrew Zimmern, ladies and gentlemen, thank you, my friend. Okay, we're going to head now to our pal, Chloe Coscarelli. She's a frequent Today Show guest who won the Cupcake Wars, and she's got a vegan cookbook, Chloe Flavor. Good to see you, kiddo.
Hi, Al. Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. And you are making a quote, air quotes, bacon BLT, but this is a vegan version.
A maple bacon BLT, no meat, no bacon. We're actually using tempeh. Have you had tempeh, Al?
I have.
All right. Tempeh is an amazing meat substitute, and we're going to slice it really thin so it gets nice and crispy. And first, we're going to start by making our marinade, and it's going to sit in our marinade. We've got some tamari. We've got some coconut oil. I like to use unrefined coconut oil. It gives it a nice like coconut flavor for a coconut flavored bacon. Some pure maple syrup for a little bit of sweetness. Dried basil, dried thyme, some cumin, lots of spices. You know, it's all about the flavor, Al. We're adding some smoked paprika. That's going to give it our smoky bacon flavor. Garlic powder, onion powder, cayenne, all about the spices and some salt. And what we're going to do is we're going to whisk this marinade together. And then I just use like a regular plastic bag that you have. I put the tempeh slices in the plastic bag. And then I pour the marinade right in like that. And then just let it sit. You can let it sit overnight. If you don't have time, you can let it sit for like 10 minutes and just pour extra marinade on top. So no stress if you're short on time.
Right.
Give it a nice little shake. Get it all nice and coated. See how nice and saucy this looks?
Oh, look at that.
Then what you do is it's so easy. You're just going to pour it into a pan and simmer it on the stove until it gets really crispy. So this is one of my favorite sandwiches. Especially for bacon lovers. I know you love bacon, Al. But if you could smell this, it's so crispy and smoky and nice and savory.
I can smell it all the way here. That smells fantastic.
So we're going to layer up our sandwich now. It's all about those layers. Start with a nice toasted multigrain. A little bit of vegan aioli. I like to add roasted garlic. You can add sriracha for a little bit of a spicy kick. Green leaf lettuce is my favorite. So fresh looking. Tomato. These are the classic ingredients, so you're really not going to miss the meat here. Red onion. I also like to add some avocado. My favorite food ever. It just gives it that nice creamy extra bite. And then we're going to layer on our bacon. And if you want to dress it up, you could even go for a double decker and build again. So that's actually what I'm going to do right now. Yeah.
Oh, you're going another layer.
We're
very impressive.
No hungry vegans on my watch, Al. All right.
Wow, I can't wait to see this. This is almost architectural, Chloe.
All right.
Okay. And now a little extra. There's the tempeh bacon.
There we go. And if you can get like a big toothpick or something, stick it in. That'll hold it all together. Whoop, we don't want it to lean. There we go.
The leaning tower of tempeh.
I like to cut it on the diagonal. Makes it kind of fancy. You can see all the layers. So good. I'm going to go for another one. All right.
Well, she's going again. Well, Chloe, thank you so much. That is fantastic. And again, folks can go to today.com/food to find out about, she's going in for the bite. Yes. All right, Chloe Cascarelli, thank you so much. All right, we're moving on from you. Thank you, Chloe. Let's bring in Priya Krishna, our food writer, Indianish and YouTuber and magazine contributor.
Hello.
Always good to see you, Priya. How are you today?
So good to see you. I'm doing well. I'm toasting some homemade sourdough bread.
Okay, excellent. And the sandwich you're making is a herby avocado sandwich?
Yes. This was born out of my mom's genius. She was getting ready to leave for a flight. She wanted to make a really, really quick sandwich. We had some herbs that were getting kind of wilty, kind of, not so great in the fridge. And so she said, I'm going to make a really simple avocado tomato sandwich, toss the herbs in. And we kind of ended up making this like really beautiful, fresh, tastes like it's straight from the garden sandwich. And it's become a family staple. It's super simple, but like so fresh and bright. And for summery days like this, it's absolutely perfect. So I'm toasting my bread right now.
So you're cutting a little avocado, and you're cutting an avocado into squares?
I'm cutting an avocado. I do the classic method of the crosshatch and then just, loosening it with a spoon. So I've got that all ready to smush. Now I'm going to chop my tomato. Right. I've got a nice Roma tomato, which I love because they cut into such nice slices. You can use beefsteak tomatoes if you like something a little heftier, but we like these little cute, tiny pieces here. So I'm just going to cut them into slices, and these will layer on. And then after this, I will do my herbs. So just last thing. And then now we've got mint and we've got cilantro. I actually have mint and cilantro in my herb garden, but they're looking a little wilty, so I bought these today. So you're going to pick out some of the mint leaves and some of the cilantro leaves, just like so. And this is just like such a great way to salvage those herbs that are, that you used for dinner the other night that you want to keep using them, but like, they aren't necessarily pretty enough to be like a garnish on top of a stew. But, here they kind of just get hidden in the sandwich. So even if they're not so beautiful, you're still getting that like punch of really delicious flavor. But just like putting herbs in your sandwich is brilliant. My mom was inspired by this.
And Priya, you could use any herbs you've got laying around in the fridge that you're ready to.
Any herbs you have.
Don't want to toss
I've got cilantro and mint, parsley. You could use basil. You could use the whole garden if you want to. This is like a garden in a sandwich, essentially. All right, so I'm just picking some leaves here, and then I'm going to give them a fine chop. Ooh, it smells so nice and aromatic in this kitchen. I'm going to get a knife for chopping these, and I'm just going to give these a fine chop. The reason you want to fine chop your herbs is because I don't really like that sort of pleasant, big leafy taste in my mouth. You kind of want bits of herb in every bite, but you don't want it to be too overwhelming. All right. So I've got these chopped right here. And now we're going to move on to assembly. So I've got my toast here, nice and toasty, my bread. So the first thing I'm going to do is drizzle this with a little olive oil. We want a little fat on both sides of the bread, just like that. And now we're going to take our avocado. We've cross-hatched it. We're just going to smoosh it onto one side of the bread and then get that all smashed onto with a fork, just like that. It can be messy. This is a you do you kind of sandwich. Now we're going to layer our tomatoes. So we've got tomatoes here, and then a little salt right here, a little pepper. We are almost done. I like going really crazy with the pepper. I think pepper and salt in sandwiches is a must. All right, now we are going to throw our herbs on top and, just go crazy. Make sure that they're evenly distributed. And then we're going to put our second layer on top. We're going to cut that in half. And then we've got our sandwich right here. I'm going to keep making more sandwiches, and then we'll eat them right at the end. So Here we go.
Well,
number 2.
In the early
that looks
stages
fantastic. Priya, thank you very much. Priya Krishna doing the Herbie avocado sandwich. Let's go to Jordan Andino right now, who's owns Flip Siggy, a Filipino taqueria. Thank you so much, Priya. We're going to head over to Jordan now. Jordan, good to see you.
What's up, Al? How you doing?
And Jordan, by the way, you're on with the 9 o'clock with Craig and Dylan. And guys,
Nice.
We're in the midst of Jordan's got to keep going. Jordan, what are you making for us?
All right, guys, I'm making a short rib. What we're going to call it a sinigang torta. So it's a tamarind braised short rib sandwich with avocado, cheese, and pickled onions, and a roasted tomato jalapeno salsa. It's delicious, and it's a secret menu item at my restaurant in the West Village in New York.
Not so much of a secret anymore.
All right, so how do we get started?
Yeah.
And while he's doing that, guys, so far we've had 4 chefs. And we're just going to keep going. We're rolling. You go to today.com/food. You can watch us there. Donate, hopefully, to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen, Jose Andres' great group. And we're going to be doing this all morning long, right into the afternoon. So you can tune in. You'll get some great sandwich ideas.
All right, Al.
Hey, wait, Al, I have a question for you. When they're making the sandwiches, can they stop at all, or is this like a continually
No, they have
running
to keep making. They're
thing
you
all
notice,
day?
like Jordan is constantly touching the food, making the food, moving. Remember your mom said, "Don't play with your food." That's out the window here. They've got to keep touching. It's going. Jordan's going, baby.
Right.
So
Al,
there you have it.
We'll let you
The
get
Great
back to
American
it.
Sandwich Relay.
Jordan, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Roker,
Thank
good
you.
luck. The Great American Sandwich
luck.
Relay happening all day
Thanks,
long.
guys.
You can catch it on, as Al mentioned, today, all day. It's available on Peacock, also at today.com/.
So what are you working on now? What are you slicing there, Jordan?
So, Al, what I have going right now is I have my bread toasting in here, and then I also have my cheese and short rib melting. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'll tilt the camera down a little bit more. And I have my cheese melting here. And then I have my avocado, which I'm going to present all nice on top. So unlike the kind of smashed avocado of Priya, this one is going to kind of be cut down into slices. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of build it and top it off. And then obviously going to have to keep making more. I got a bunch of bread lined up here and then more kind of off camera. But basically it's super simple, super easy. It's kind of Filipino based recipe in that it's tamarind braised, so it has a sweet and sour element to it, but then it's braised for about 4.5 hours, so it's super tender and delicious. And then I took my inspiration there from like whenever you see like a nice torta or semita in Mexican cuisine, you always have awesome avocado and great kind of cheesy texture elements to it. So I just try to replicate that at my restaurant, and I'm doing that for you today. So here's one topping of the avocado. I'm going to take another quarter right here. And then, as you can see, everything's looking good. So now I'm going to take my bread, buttered and delicious, ready to go. I'm going to take one layer of avocado, put it on the bottom so that that green is nice and vibrant and really comes out. Next up, I'm going to take, look at this, Al. Look how awesome that looks. Nice and cheesy and delicious. Yeah, looking really good there. Then I'm going to put that right on top of my avocado. Then from there, I'm going to take, these are pickled onions. So it's just sugar, red onions, and vinegar. Looks like that, everyone, for at home. Then I'm just going to take it, strain that off a little bit. Put that right on top of that melted cheese. So it's looking delicious. Then I'm going to throw in my roasted tomato, jalapeno, nice and chunky salsa that I have at my restaurant.
Lovely.
Putting it right on top of that pickled onion with the other sliced avocado on top of the top bun. Take it, press it. Oh, it spilled a little bit. It's okay. It's okay. It happens.
Oh. Yeah. Avocado down. Avocado down.
Avocado down. Sorry, Al. All right. And there you have it, guys. It looks like this when it's all done and plated up. You can kind of see it has nice layers to it, cheesy melted, ready to go. Thanks, Al.
Beautiful. Jordan Andino, thank you. Flip Siggy Restaurant. All right, next we are heading to our next chef who is going to be already touching. Pardon? We have Kwame Onwuachi. Kwame, how are you, sir?
I'm great. I'm great. How are you?
Kith and Kin. Great. Terrific book. Notes from a Young Black Chef. Fantastic. What are you making for us today, Kwame?
So I am making sliders with jerk bacon and like a jerk barbecue sauce as well. So it's a patty melt. It's a patty melt slider. I've got my jerk bacon I'm making right now, thick hickory smoked, some fresh jerk paste that I'm putting on there, some brown sugar and some Creole spice, and I'm gonna pop this in the oven.
Mm-hmm. So this is kind of a cross between like a Caribbean and an American classic.
Absolutely. I mean, a patty melt, everyone loves a patty melt, right? So I tried to put in some Caribbean influence in there as well. And you can see the jerk bacon when it comes out. It is beautiful. You know, that brown caramelized.
That's gorgeous.
You know, jerk paste has like 13 different ingredients in it. So, you know, it really comes together when you put the brown sugar on it.
Now, you also caramelize your onions. You caramelize your onions with a special ingredient. What's that?
Yeah, with Guinness. So
Guinness Stout.
Guinness Stout with my caramelized onions. We put some thyme in there, a little bit of brown sugar, and that really, really helps bring out that depth of flavor. And afterwards, they are like coated in like, it looks like molasses almost from that Guinness reduced down. Super, super delicious. Very, very good. Complex. Yeah. So I always like to bring in some Creole aspects to my food as well. So I made this like Creole spice blend with garlic, paprika, onion, Worcestershire powder. Can you say Worcestershire? Worcestershire? That's like the hardest word.
Worcestershire. I know. Yes. Worcestershire.
So yeah, put that in there, and that brings a lot of flavor into the burger as well. And then I'm just going to sear that right in the pan.
And unlike usually people tell us don't press down on the burger, but
you gotta press down.
For this sandwich, you say do that.
Yeah, because you're making a patty melt. You want those crispy edges, right? The thing with patty melt is duality of textures throughout that bite. You don't want it to just be soft all the way through. So that's really, really important. So yeah, so we got our jerk bacon. We got some fixings here, some bib lettuce, some tomato. I've also made a jerk barbecue sauce we can dip the sandwich in, and then like a little Creole mayo as well. So we're gonna put this on like a grid of brioche sliders, and then press it in between. And then all you have to do is pull them apart. Just pull them apart, and that's it.
Oh, nice. So it's an easy way to do it. Easy serving.
Exactly. So I'm going to press down.
Kwame, thank you so much. Okay. Press down on them.
Yeah, press down on them, flip them, and then just start building your sandwich.
All right, Kwame, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We'll see you when all of this is over. Can't wait. Let's head now to my good buddy, Mr. Bobby Flay, Bar American, Mesa Grill. Beat Bobby Flay on the Food Network. Bobby, how are you, sir?
So good. I'm doing really well, Al. Thanks so much for having me as part of this history-making Rokerthon. Today we're making a classic. This is a real classic. I mean, I'm not going to be able to beat Kwame today, that's for sure, because that sandwich or burger looked amazing. I'm going really, really classic. I'm making a turkey sandwich from the 2nd Avenue Deli, which is really my comfort food. It's really, a classic New York situation, right? So we have roasted turkey, we have coleslaw, some Russian dressing, rye bread.
You got to keep putting stuff on the food for us to say you're still a part of the relay, Bobby.
All right, here we go. So we have some Russian dressing here, and I don't want to mess that up. That'd be bad. So we have some Russian dressing here, and the Russian dressing has a little bit of ketchup, some mayonnaise. We have some capers, a little bit of paprika, and some horseradish. And then the coleslaw.
Right.
And the coleslaw, Al, we have cabbage and some carrots, some cider vinegar, a little bit of sugar, some celery seed, and then of course we have the rye bread to kind of soak all this deliciousness up, and then some very thinly sliced, good quality roast turkey. We're just gonna what I do is I set up an assembly
once you
line.
make
I'm ready. I'm ready for the Rokerthon. You know, I set up an assembly line so I can.
You are. Look
first,
at you.
And then you want to pack these sandwiches full of turkey.
And then this way you can feed a crowd very quickly. When you make your dressing and your coleslaw, how long do you need to refrigerate it for?
Well, I mean, the coleslaw that's a great question. The coleslaw and the Russian dressing can definitely be made the day before. And actually, it's actually going to be better if you make it the day before, because all the flavors are really going to melt together. And the coleslaw, the cabbage and the coleslaw and the carrots will, they'll start to soften a little bit. And that's really the best case scenario. I always find that coleslaw that day is really fantastic.
Those sandwiches look so good. And then all you have to do is top them up with a little more dressing, I'm guessing, and you're ready to go.
Some coleslaw. There we go. Coleslaw.
Oh, that's right. You got to have the coleslaw.
Got to have the I can't stop moving. I don't want to blow this.
I'm telling you. No.
Too many good chefs.
Look at that. You're moving faster. We've got a who's who, and we're so thankful for you to do this. Okay, and boom, that is fantastic.
And then check this out, Al.
Bobby
then
Flay,
you take
always. Yeah, okay.
A pickle with and that sort of completes the sandwich right there. There you go. And I'm going to keep going.
That's the Second Avenue Deli touch. All right,
exactly.
Bobby Flay, thank you so much, my friend. We really appreciate it. Let's now go to host of the Food Network, Iron Chef, Supermarket Stakeout, Executive Chef at Butter. Our pal Alex Guarnaschelli is joining us.
Hello.
Good morning, Alex. How you doing?
Good morning, Al. I can't talk right now because I can't stop making sandwiches because this is such a serious relay for me. I am also making a turkey sandwich near and dear to my heart. So in my turkey sandwich,
this is a souped up turkey club.
It really, I like the way you put that. I've got some oven roasted turkey that I roasted in the oven. Get a whole turkey breast or boneless turkey thighs. Roast them in the oven, and then make kind of an old school vinaigrette with apple cider vinegar, white wine vinegar, and heavy cream with some poppy seeds in there for texture.
Ooh.
And then classic to me, iceberg lettuce, so good in a sandwich, juicy. And Al, since we're hydrating with iceberg, I thought, let's counter with some bacon and some avocado.
Good idea. Excellent
do you
idea.
agree? Yeah. And so we're just layering.
I concur.
So we're layering the juicy iceberg with the bacon, and then this creamy kind of poppy seed and super vinegary vinaigrette on top of the turkey. You got to really build a sandwich like you want to eat it, Al. Marathon or not, we want to feel like people want to make this when they're done.
And I love the fact that, like, Bobby, you're doing like assembly line. You've got like 4 sandwiches going at once. That's very impressive.
Al, we do not want to disappoint the Rokerthon. We're going for a record here, and I'm scared to look up at you. I'm going to do it politely, like look, no hands, but I'm actually scared. And then the sandwich press, so important for a good sandwich. Put that bread down and give it a little press.
The press.
Look at that. Yeah, you got to get that little sandwich press. And my little takeaway tip for cooking bacon this summer is if you're cooking, put a little bit of water in the pan and cook that water out. And then crisp your bacon. And actually giving the bacon that little water bath will really help make your bacon actually crispier and a little less greasy. I thought, it is Rokerthon, but
fantastic tip.
Well, we're always cooking bacon.
Well, Alex, we appreciate it. As you continue, we're going to let people know that they can donate to the world's the World Central Kitchen and Feeding America. Go to today.com/food and they will find out how to do it. Alex Guarnaschelli, thank you so much. We appreciate it. You are a machine.
Come back in an hour. I'll be here. Still doing it.
All right, we'll check you out. All right. Now let's go to one of our faves from the Today Show, Lidia Bastianich. Her latest cookbook is For Lidia, Recipes from My Flagship Restaurant. Lidia, how are you, my dear?
Hi, Al. How you doing? Buongiorno.
Buongiorno. So let's get started. You got to start touching the food immediately. You're making a ham and cheese Italian style, a grilled prosciutto, provola, and tomato sandwich.
Prosciutto cotto, which is ham. I just chopped some basil, some fresh basil. I have some butter, room temperature, and I'm going to just butter one side of the whole wheat bread or 12-grain bread, good wholesome bread. And once I buttered the one side, I am just going to flip them over and I'm going to begin to stuff them. Now, prosciutto cotto is ham. And, us Italians love a prosciutto, but the prosciutto cotto, the ham, we love that as well, especially up in north. So I sprinkled the bread a little bit with the grana, the grated grana, a little bit of us Italians love our cheese. Then slices of prosciutto cotto, just pile them up. Okay, just like that. And here I have some tomatoes, nice sliced tomatoes, not too thick, Al, because we're going to grill them. And we're going to grill this sandwich in a cast iron pan. So this is a sandwich that you can make at home, make it easy, a little bit of basil, shredded basil. So it's American, the ham, but it's also very Italian. Shredded basil, and now we put the provola on top, and it's very simple. And you can do an assembly line of these and just have a cast iron pan on and keep on cranking them out. So here is, let's see, this is one, and I'm going to put it right in the cast iron pan with the buttered side down, of course. And here is the other. And again, it goes into the hot cast iron pan. And it's a simple, when you travel to Italy and the Autostrada grilled sandwiches, this is kind of getting close to that. Now it's best when you
Lidia,
sort of grill it in a cast iron pan.
Show us
to put some weight on. I have another smaller cast iron pan. I put it on, or if you have the weight, the grilling weight. And here is always clean up after yourself. And here is my sandwich. This is grilled with a little salad. And Al, this is all, the tomatoes, the basil, this is from my garden. So I'm going to take a bite. Do you want to hear the crunch on it?
All right. I want to hear it. Let's hear it. Crunch. That's a crunchy sandwich. Lidia Bastianich, you are the best. Thank you for helping us in Rokerthon, the Great Sandwich Relay. We appreciate that. Let's now head to a man already making his sandwich, Kevin Curry, creator of the blog and app Fit Men Cook. There you go. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Al. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. You're making us a Mediterranean melt?
Yes, I have got some sourdough bread here. Then I've got some freshly made pesto. Pesto's going to really bring this together. My pesto, I try to keep it super simple and actually budget friendly. So I use spinach, basil, walnuts, olive oil. I'm going to spread this pesto on the bread. So instead of using mayo, we're using this delicious pesto. This is going to make your sandwich taste just like a supreme pizza. I guarantee. So we're spreading
what's
this
great
on
about
here.
this is, Kevin, you can use leftover vegetables that you've got from a couple of meals ago.
Yes, I got some roasted vegetables for my meal prep that I'm actually trying to, eat some more veggies in my life. So I'm going to actually add these to the sandwich too. But first, I'm going to add on the mozzarella. So once I spread on the pesto, you got to add your slices of cheese. So I'm going to get some mozzarella slices. You could use Parmesan as well. I just think that mozzarella, it has a nice melt. So I like to use that.
Like you could use a provolone if you wanted?
You could use a provolone if you want to. Just keep it, don't be too heavy-handed on the cheese, but you know what? I'm going to forgive you because this is a bomb sandwich. But the mozzarella works perfectly with this one. All right, so we got the mozzarella on there, all right? Next, chop up some fresh basil. Get your kitchen smelling really great. Add some of this onto the slices of bread. Now, you can go and get yourself some leftover vegetables. So this is a great way to use them up at the end of the week. You know, when you buy them and you say you're going to eat them all week long and you're like, by Friday, sitting there thinking like, what is this? What am I going to do with these vegetables?
They're looking a little shaky. They're looking a little shaky.
Yeah. It's okay. We're gonna make them taste really good though. And I've got just some zucchini, squash, bell pepper, and some red onion here. Then close the sandwich. Boom. Top it off. We're not going to use any butter. We're just going to use a little bit of oil. I'm going to spray my sandwich just really lightly. Fire up a skillet right over here. Get it on super high heat. We want those grill marks. Spray it with some oil. And in goes the sandwich. Boom, boom. And just so you can press it down and get that nice press, add in another skillet right there on top. And then you keep the assembly line going. This is the competition. Super easy, right?
You just keep going. All right, Kevin Curry. We thank you so much.
Sir. Thank you. Here's the finished product.
You keep cooking. We're going to check in later.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
Here's the finished product. Look at that cheese pull. Oh, that's exactly what we want right there.
Now we're talking.
Oh my gosh. Now that's what I'm talking about. Oh, crazy.
Thank you, Kevin Curry. We appreciate you. All right. Let's check out Aisha Najar. Good to see you, Narisha. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, Al. How are you?
You're great. You're the executive chef at Shuka and Shuket in New York City.
I am.
And you're going to make us, this is our first falafel sandwich of the morning of the Rokerthon.
I'm going to take you on a little trip to the Mediterranean today. So we're making falafel in my bowl right here. I think the best thing about the falafel sandwich here at Shuka is that it has so much texture. We have crunchiness from all the vegetables, spiciness from the condiment, but the falafel itself is really delicious. Has parsley, cumin, a little bit of baking powder to make it fluffy. And then we have all these herbs in here, and we soak the chickpeas overnight, put them in a grinder. So I'm just using a regular little scooper here, but feel free if you're at home to use a spoon as well. Any shape works. You don't have to be fancy. I fried mine here at Shuka, but you can throw these on a sheet tray and at 350 degrees to get it nice and crunchy. Okay? My next.
But if you bake it, you've got to. Do you need to? Here's a question for you, Aisha. Do you need to soak the chickpeas overnight when you make your falafel?
You really do. You need to get them as soft as you can. You don't need to overnight. 24 hours does the trick. Anything longer won't give you that nice texture. But soaking the chickpeas overnight really will help you. In this bowl here, we're making the tahini sauce. So I have some tahini. I have salt, cumin, lemon juice, and olive oil. What I'm doing is grating a little bit of fresh garlic right in there. I like that zang that garlic brings to this this little tip here. And listen, if you don't have tahini, no problem. A store-bought hummus or one that you're making will work as well.
Oh, okay. Aisha, your dad is Indonesian, your mom's Italian. Has that influenced your cooking?
Absolutely. I think where other people were born drinking from a bottle and eating cereal, I was eating turmeric in my bottle and spices and tomato sauce. So I think that my exposure to the spices at a young age really influenced my cooking. So 1, 2, 3, we had the tahini sauce, Al, and we're going to start to assemble the sandwich. So I have my fluffy pizza here, and we're not shy. We like a lot of little things in here. I'm going to drizzle a good amount of the tahini right in the bottom of this pita. Now you can omit or add anything that you like. If you like it spicy, put some harissa. Like I said before, if you don't like tahini, add some hummus. We have an array of pickled vegetables here. So I have some turmeric pickled kohlrabi, and then I have some beets that are pickled. We're going to, of course, the star of the show is put in the falafel. And I like to put the ones on the bottom whole. I have some shredded red cabbage. And then I'm going to do another drizzle of the tahini because, I mean, why not, right? I love herbs.
Yes, because you can. Because you can.
And in this sandwich, it really gives brightness. So I have a mixture here of cilantro, parsley, and mint. And what I like to do is the one, the showstopper on the top, is to take my falafel and rip it open so you can see that beautiful bright green color.
Oh,
Stick
wow.
that right on top. And I'm going to drizzle another little condiment that we make here called zouk, which is basically a puree of cilantro, cardamom, and serrano chilies. And just in case you didn't get it from my personality, I like it a little spicy. So I'm going to stick a pickled chili up in there, a little more of the cabbage, and the fresh herbs, Al. And there you go. Aisha's falafel sandwich.
Aisha, that is fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you for taking part in Rokerthon, the Great Sandwich Relay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to our 15th chef now. All right, thank you. Esther Choi, who's the chef and owner of Makbar. It calls it everyday Korean food. And hey, Esther, how are you?
Hi, how are you? How's it going?
All right, let's get started. You got to start touching the food to count.
Okay,
you are
I'm doing it.
You're starting. You're making a spam kimchi grilled cheese.
Yes. I served this at one of my restaurants, and it's like the perfect bar food. It's so good. I love adding kimchi to any sandwich. And when I grew up, I grew up eating grilled cheese at school and eating kimchi and spam at home. So this is kind of like my mashup of that. So I have butter going on sourdough. I'm adding a little bit of garlic powder to the butter. And then next, we got to work on our spam, which fell in my sink. So spam, you can totally replace it with bake. Do you like spam? I
love spam. I haven't had it in a while, but I love it.
Right? Some people can be a little bit weird about spam, but honestly, it's like one of the best things ever. Any Asian will tell you that. So what I'm doing is I'm crisping up the spam. So I want it to get nice and crispy. So I slice it really thin. And then when you saute it, it kind of is like Canadian bacon almost. So that's what I'm doing to the spam. And then now the most important part is the kimchi. So kimchi goes,
right.
I'm going to saute the kimchi because what happens is it caramelizes.
Oh, interesting.
Really nice. Yeah. When you saute kimchi, it like brings it to another level. It's so good. And I do like adding a little bit of sweetness to it. So I'm going to add a little bit of honey. And the honey will really help that get very caramelized.
My goodness.
Yeah. So it's like honeyed, caramelized kimchi. It's like the best thing ever. Kimchi and cheese.
You are a
really
genius.
Well together. I mean, maybe slightly, just a little bit.
I've never tried that.
So you're going to have to do this at home. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So while the kimchi caramelizes, I'm just going to work on starting to build my sandwich. So I have mozzarella. I'm using 3 types of cheese. I'm going to use mozzarella. And I feel like mozzarella, I like the cheese pull effect because, you know, it's all about the Instagram. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's about that shot. It's about that cheese pull. And then I got my spam that's already kind of crispy. And that's going to go on. And then
it's almost translucent.
Yeah, exactly. It's so thin. It's like super crispy. It's like bacon. You know, it's so good. And then I'm using American cheese and cheddar cheese because I feel like, you know, the classic grilled cheese that I grew up with was always like American and cheddar. So that's what I'm using. And so 2 slices each. I'm not skimping out on the cheese. You know what I mean?
No, why would you?
No, never. So the kimchi is nice and like sauteed, caramelized. That goes straight onto the cheese. And that will help it also like kind of start that melting process. So that's going on. It smells so good right now. Like the smell of like caramelized kimchi. It's too bad you can't have any of these sandwiches.
I know. I'd be the size of a house by the time this thing was over. But I'd be happy.
Be happy, right. Okay, so now we are just going to grill our sandwiches. So look at that. That's what it looks like. I mean, it's kind of crazy. So that's going to go straight on my Crazy good, exactly. That's gonna go on the cast
hey,
iron.
Sarah, Esther, here's a question for you.
Okay.
Instead of butter, have you ever used mayonnaise to grill your grilled cheese?
I know. Now I'm kind of regretting not using mayo. I actually love doing that. I love doing that, actually. I love grilled mayo. Like, that's a good one. Maybe I'll try that the next round. But what I like to do
that looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, I love putting a cast iron on top of the cast iron to sort of smash the sandwich. And that's pretty much it. That's going to do like 2 minutes on each side. And while that is going, this is one that I already have made, which I will cut into so you can see the inside. See that like cheese pull goodness.
Oh, there you go.
That's it.
That's what we're talking about.
That's my Spam kimchi
Esther
grilled cheese.
Choi. That is gorgeous. Thank you so much. As the Rokerthon Great Sandwich Relay continues. Thank you, Esther. Appreciate it. We're now going to turn to Valerie Lomas, a lawyer turned baker. She's the winner of the Great American Baking Show. She's got a debut cookbook coming out in 2021. And thank you so much for joining us, Valerie. If you can start your sandwich so that we stay within the rules of Guinness. You are making a fried green tomato biscuit sandwich. Thank you very much.
Yes, that is right. I'm from Louisiana, so I got to keep it real Southern. Right now, I'm stamping out biscuits. The biscuit dough, it's only got butter in it because, butter is delicious. And, once I stamp these out, it's good. Yes, it is. It's good to freeze these so that the butter will be nice and firm when they go into the oven, and you'll get those nice flaky layers on those biscuits. So I've got some biscuits stamped out.
Hey, what's the tip? What's the tip on the dough? If I could ask you, Valerie, what's the secret to making sure that biscuits are light and not like leaden?
Yeah, the thing about dough, you don't want to overwork the dough, because if you overwork it, you're going to get biscuits that are definitely kind of dense. And again, you just want to make sure your ingredients are cold and you're working fast. So what I'm doing right now, I'm actually brushing them with egg wash. So that way, when they go into the oven, they're going to get nice and brown on top, and it's going to make make a really beautiful layered biscuits. Like these layers, they're just all going to pop open in the oven. So I've got my egg wash on, and that will go in the oven, 475 for 10 minutes. But let's get on to these tomatoes. So the thing about green tomatoes, you don't want to buy them too far in advance, because they will actually turn red on your counter. So I'm double dredging these. I've got a cornmeal flour mixture that, of course, I put like a ton of Creole seasoning in, because I need some flavor and I want them to be a little spicy. But I've also got some breadcrumbs. So I'm gonna go ahead and put these in the oil, and you don't want to overcrowd them when you're frying them, because you want to make sure that you can keep that oil nice and hot.
So it's a double dredge, actually.
Yeah, it's a double dredge. So that way you're going to get a crustier fried green tomato. So yeah, let me drop some of these in the oil so that we can get some nice. Oh, you hear that sizzle? Ooh. That sounds good. These are going to be so delicious. Can you hear that? Ooh.
Wow.
Yes. All right. Two is good for now. Let me keep dredging these other ones. And then
once you start frying, go ahead.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. I know I should keep an eye on these. They probably need about a minute each side. And that's the thing about frying. You want to make sure that that your temperature, it's hot enough that it's that they'll cook quickly and they won't just soak up a bunch of grease, but you don't want it to be too hot so that it'll burn before they're cooked through. So let's check on these and give them a flip. Yeah, I've got a total biscuit.
And while you're doing that, I just want to remind our viewers to go to today.com/allday for more information, to donate to World Central Kitchen and Feeding America. Again, today.com/allday to donate to World Central Kitchen and Feeding America, helping folks get through this pandemic. So now, Valerie, so now you've fried your tomatoes. What's the next step?
Yeah, so I'm gonna do like a nice spicy mayo. I've got some spicy brown mustard, and again, like spice and flavor is the name of the game. I want these to be Southern style, and I want all of that good flavor. So, and I've got some crispy bacon that I already fried up that is gonna go just beautifully on these. Look at these, look so good. So, now I've got my layered biscuits that I already baked up. Oh, so good. Just crack that right open. Add some nice crispy bacon. Gonna add some of my spicy mustard and mayo and just kind of slather that on with a nice and just fried green tomato with that cornmeal crust. And that's one. And I'm
Valerie,
just gonna,
that is beautiful.
Keep making these.
And I know you're a lawyer, so I am guilty as charged. I'm crazy about that tomato sandwich. I love that. It's fantastic.
love it.
Valerie Lomas.
Yes.
Thank you for taking part. We really appreciate it. Let's move now to our next chef, Hawa Hassan, a Somali-born cook and author in BB's Kitchen. It's so nice to see you, Hawa. How are you today?
I'm well, Al. How are you? Good to see you. It's good to be here with you.
Good. Well, you've started moving. I think it. Yes. What you're making a Hawash chicken salad. Now, what's a Hawash chicken salad?
So Hawaj is a spice from Somalia and often used across the Indian Ocean. So I like to say that it's our garam masala. It is a cumin, cardamom, cinnamon, turmeric, whole cloves. I'll toast this out on medium heat until fragrant for about 2 to 3 minutes. Can I hear you say Hawaj again?
Hawaj?
There you go.
Was that close? Okay, Hawaj.
That's close. Yes. So we don't say H in our language. We say Hawaj.
Okay.
So that's where that comes from.
Hawaj. All right.
Right.
All right.
So while I'm waiting for this,
how would you say? I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was going to ask, how do you say Prince Harry then in Somali?
I think you would say Harry.
Okay.
We don't have that name in my language, but I would assume it'd be Harry. So I've started my chicken just to get it going. I'm going to do my cutlets on each side for about 3 minutes.
Okay, you have to keep touching food. That's what they tell me.
Yeah.
Or whatever you've got.
So I'm toasting my Hawaj,
and what kind
you could see.
And what kind of chicken are you using? What kind of chicken are you using?
I'm using a chicken breast. I'm using a chicken breast that I've sliced thinly for my baguette. So as you could see, this is coming. It's now toasting and cooking. I'll turn this off because I've already made some. This is what it turns into. So I'm gonna put a few dabs of it on my chicken. I will kick the heat up a little bit. I'm gonna let it toast on each side for 3 minutes. I'll take it off and then I'll start assembling my sandwich. But while that's cooking for me, Al, I already have chicken ready for you. Can you see?
Okay.
I'll put a little mayo.
That looks so beautiful.
Have her put it together.
Thank you.
They said you've got to put it together. I've got my producers telling me what we need to do. And by producers, I mean a guy named Sean Reese who's wearing shorts that you don't want to see.
Sean.
And Debbie Kosofsky. He says, says, hi, Sean.
Hi, Hawa.
I'm assembling now. So
what is that you're putting on now?
Cucumber and jalapenos because I like things a little spicy. I put my butter head in there as well, as you could see. I put this on, and then I'm going to top it off with a little bit of a tamarind date sauce. So here we go.
Tamarind date sauce. That sounds spectacular.
This is also from Somalia, and it's called bes bes, which means chili in my language. Yep. So there we go. I have a symbol.
So
Sean,
good.
do we have enough more time?
Yes, we have time. Sean doesn't need to answer for that.
Okay. So there we go, Al.
That
There's my
is beautiful.
sandwich.
Hawa Hassan, thank you so much. That is a beauty.
Thank you for having me.
An Awash chicken salad sandwich. Thank you. We appreciate it. And I learned something there. Thank you. As the great Rokerthon, this great sandwich relay continues, Justin Justin Smiley, I like it. Smiley is joining us. He's the chef at Il Buco Alimentare de Viniere. And chef, you are making an Il Buco lobster sandwich. Start touching and let's go.
So first we're going to add a little bit of the lobster, which is all knuckle meat, claw meat, and a little bit of tail. And then we are going to add a little bit of our crunchy, crispy shallots. We're going to add a little bit of brown butter breadcrumb, which kind of adds a little bit of nuttiness. We're going to add some thinly sliced red onion. We're going to chop a little bit of celery heart, and we want to have a little bit of the leaf for bitterness, and then a little bit of the back end, so we kind of have a little crunchy, which adds a little dissidence in the lobster roll, right in the bowl.
Hey Justin, if you don't have lobster, could you use crab or shrimp?
You could totally sub out shrimp. You could totally sub out crab. You could make like a little tuna fish salad, also delicious. Smoked bluefish, because we're out in Montauk, it's super great. We just add a little chopped parsley. Now we're going to add a little bit of sea salt, and that's the Il Buco sea salt. A little bit of fresh lime juice to add a little bit of acidity. And then we are going to add a little bit of mayo, which we've seasoned with aji panca, chili, a little bit of white peppercorn, Worcestershire sauce. And then we're going to stir it all up so make sure it's nice and evenly dressed. And then Il Buco Alimentare is known for making all its bread in-house. So here out on the East End, we've been making a house-made focaccia. And we kind of have the butt into the focaccia to add a little crispiness. And then we add the buttery inside. And as you can see, kind of both sides are done. It just gives you a little bit more texture for your lobster roll. I think it's looking a little bit dry. So we're going to add a touch more mayo, a little bit more fresh lime juice with our indispensable little squirt, and a little more dress. Once your lobster roll is evenly dressed, kind of looking like that, we're going to start putting it on the inside of our sandwich. We kind of gave the inside like a little smush just so we can fit a little extra lobster in the sandwich. Not yet. What's that summer? Like lobster roll. You really want to pile kind of on. Move our little bowl aside, okay. And then just give it one
on
more little
a good
nudgy.
Weekend, chef. On a good weekend, pre-pandemic, how many of these would you sell?
I mean, pre-pandemic, like 50 a day. During pandemic, 50 a day. And then we add a little bit more of the brown butter kind of crumb. A little bit more crispy shallot on top for texture. And then we just make sure that we scoop in all the leftovers. In sandwich, they have a little kind of move around bread at the end.
That is beautiful.
That's what you
Chef
have.
Justin Smiley, we appreciate you taking part. Thank you so much, sir. We're moving along now. Nina Compton coming up, popping up here. Nina, how are you? And welcome to our broadcast. We appreciate it. and you are a Top Chef runner-up, and you're in New Orleans. And tell us the name of your restaurant and what you're making today.
My name of my restaurant is Capella Pan by One American Bistro. And today I'm going to be making a hot sausage po' boy. As you know, I live in Louisiana, and New Orleans is known for their po' boys. So I thought it was just a beautiful way to bring you to New Orleans today. And I hope you guys really enjoy watching me make this recipe. So I have my sausage rendering in the pan.
Uh-huh.
And we're just gonna
And Nina, can I tell you something? I want you to know that my producer, Sean Reese, has gone nuts over this because he says you saute the bread in the rendered sausage fat. Is that true?
So what I do is now I'm cooking my sausage, and I'm gonna toast the bread in that sausage fat. I think that fat is too good to throw out, and I think it just adds that extra flavor to the bread. So my sausage is.
I think you're right.
Spread it out nicely. I'm just gonna toast my bread, and then I'm gonna
in the sausage fat. Yes.
And this is I get this from Sammy's Deli in Gentilly, and this is I originally had the first po' boy when I went to Jean's Po' Boys right down the street from my house, and we drove by, and I'm like, what is this pink building? And it's open, it was open 24 hours. And we stopped in, and we just love going there every time, my husband and I, enjoying the sandwich. So the bread is nicely toasted.
Oh.
All that delicious porky goodness. And now we're gonna add some American.
Porky goodness, yes. I went to school with a guy named Porky Goodness. It was fantastic.
He was the character, right?
Yes.
Now we're just gonna throw it in the broiler just to melt that cheese. And then we're gonna start to assemble.
So if you're at home doing that, you would do it in the broiler in your oven.
Yes, exactly. So that's almost ready. And then we're gonna basically dress the sandwich. So we have a beautiful melted cheese.
Just like that.
And we're just gonna add tomatoes, lettuce, a little bit of mayonnaise. We're gonna add, of course, the pickles. You can't forget the pickles. And here we have our hot sausage.
Wow. Oh my goodness. You have blown my mind, Nina.
I'm going to take a bite for you,
That is
Al.
fantastic. Okay, I want to watch this. Go for it. Oh, I wish I was Nina Compton right now. Thank you, Nina. We appreciate it. Thank you so much. As we continue on the Rokerthon, go to today.com/all day to find out how to donate to World Central Kitchen and Feeding America. Let's continue the marathon now. Ching-He Huang, a cookbook author, TV host, Chinese Cooking Made Easy on the Cooking Channel. Ching, how are you? Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Al. How are you?
Good. You're coming to us from London, and you are going to make a double-decker Chinese cottage. Start touching your food. Start touching your food. Start making your sandwich.
I've got my sandwich. So basically, this is a double-decker situation, all right? And I've got here the juiciest, nicest, yummiest fish fingers. Now, these are shop bought. They're frozen. I need to get these in the oven at about 350 degrees. Sort of 350 degrees for about 25 minutes. And then you want to literally fish them out like that.
I get what you did there. Fish them out.
Fish them out. Fish the fish fingers. Go fishing for them. So lovely and golden, okay? They're going to be crispy on the outside and still moist on the inside. So, ouch, yep. I'm going to pop that to one side. And then, Al, I'm going to show you how to make the most yummiest sauce for this sandwich, because it's got to be about the sauce. So I've got here oyster sauce, And this is really umami and savory, and it's going to go really well with, the fish, because it's got extracts of oysters. So it's going to complement that so nicely. I need about 3 tablespoons in there. Then I'm going to go in with 4 tablespoons of creamy. So we want creamy mayo going in there. And that's going to be amazing.
I like the way you say that.
Then the next one, I've got tartiness. We want 2 tablespoons of nice tart ketchup. All right. And that's going to be fabulous in there. And then Asian condiment, my favorite, sriracha, 2 teaspoons.
Right.
Right. And then sweetness. Got golden syrup. Good old British brand.
If
and that's
you
going to
don't
add
have that,
sweetness.
if you don't have that, could you use like maple syrup?
Absolutely. Maple would be perfect. And then all you're going to do is whisk it up. Can you see? It's turned like into this.
It's a beautiful color.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It's like this orange color, like we're matching with the apron and with
That's
the
right,
bread.
your peacock today all day apron.
Exactly. But this is going to be amazing. You want to bottle that sauce, okay? Now, next.
And Ching, this is basically a classic. This is a classic British sandwich, but you've put an Asian inspiration to it.
Absolutely. So, I mean, when I first arrived here, we stayed with this gorgeous landlady, and she fed me this sandwich just with some tartar sauce, some lettuce and tomatoes and cucumbers in there. I know cucumbers was like really strange, but it was so delicious. And honestly, it's just one of my favorite naughty sandwiches to have. Okay.
Naughty, naughty sandwich.
Naughty. It's a naughty sandwich.
I like it.
So
I'm a naughty.
It's naughty. Look at that. It's dirty. Okay, we're going to just drizzle with that sauce. Okay, nice and generous amount. And then we're going to top it with lettuce. And this is just gem lettuce or romaine lettuce. They're the ones that you have on your Caesar. And then we're going to top it with some fresh red onion slices, just for a bit of health and a nice oniony bite. And then we're going to go in with 1 layer of the bread. And of course, this wouldn't be a double-decker, a real whopper without another layer. And then
this is like an homage to those double-decker British buses.
That's exactly it. You get me. You get me. Oh, I love it. So,
I do.
Okay, us mad Brits. Actually, did you know we invented, the Earl of Sandwich invented the sandwich. He was apparently a prolific gambler, you see, and so he never wanted to leave the card table. And so he wanted like finger food. And so he asked for roast beef and 2 pieces of bread, and that was it. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
Okay.
And there you have it.
Yeah.
And do you know who his cousin was? Do you know who his cousin was, Ching?
No.
His cousin was sirloin of beef.
Oh! I love
Sorry.
That's magic. Can I have that one, please? Right, now look at this situation.
Please. I got it from Bugs Bunny. Oh, that's amazing.
Now look, we're not done yet, all right? We're going to put in a cherry tomato just to kind of hold them. Now, I tried to get, some flags online, a British one and an American one, but I couldn't, unfortunately. I'm sorry. All I've got is the Today mug.
That's all right.
All right, so we're going to
pop
that on there, and then you're going to serve it, all right, with the most amazing, salt and vinegar crisps. It's got to be done. It's that and a nice beer.
That's fantastic.
Okay, and this is for you, Al.
Ching, thank you so much. You have been delightful, and your accent helped class up the joint. We appreciate it. Thank you
thank you
very
so
much.
much.
We will see you hopefully not too long away. Let's now go. This is number 20. Is this chef number 20? Brandon Lachey. Brandon, welcome. Digital show host, a cannabis-themed show called Pot Pie. Hi, Brandon. How are you?
Hey, Al. I'm doing great. How are you today?
I'm doing great. You're making a breakfast jamwich?
Yes, I am making my famous breakfast jamwich. It's absolutely delicious, and it's super, super easy to make.
So what do you start off with?
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to take our turkey sausage. We're going to put it into a medium pan with the heat on medium. I like to use a little tiny bit of cooking oil for this sausage, just because since it's a turkey sausage, you're not going to get the same amount of fat as you would naturally with using like a pork sausage or something like that. So we're just going to get our sausage browning. We're going to let them brown for about 2 minutes on each side. And then once they're finished, we're simply just going to take them over. We're going to set them onto a little paper towel just to collect any of the excess oil that we have. And then the next step is moving on to our egg. So I like to use this little egg mold because it actually helps keep your egg in a perfect circular form to fit right onto that biscuit. So we're just going to take a little bit of cooking spray, spray it right on that egg mold. We're going to take our organic eggs, crack that egg right in the center of that mold. We're going to season generously with a little salt and pepper. And if your egg starts to maybe escape a little out of the edges, just press down and make sure that you don't lose any of that egg white. You're going to allow this to set for about 1 minute. Once it's fully set, we are going to remove our mold. Simple, simple. We're going to take some of this amazing white cheddar cheese. Go ahead and place that right on our eggs. And we are going to cover that with a lid and allow it to do its amazing melty thing. While that is
so it does
melting,
its melty thing.
Yes, you know, the good stuff is all the melt. While that cheese is melting, we're just going to take our pre-baked biscuits. I like using country-style biscuits instead of like a flaky biscuit just because it's more like home style, like your grandma's cooking for you. So we're just going to slice that biscuit lengthwise like this. And this is honestly my favorite part. We are going to use some strawberry jam. And I know you might think that's a little bit interesting, but I believe having some sweet with your savory for breakfast is the move. So we're going to put
And you can use any flavored jam you like, I would imagine.
Absolutely. If you are allergic to strawberry or you have a preference of raspberry or apricot or whatever you choose, any jam honestly would be perfectly delicious with this sandwich. I like to use the strawberry though personally because it does create a really delicious umami of flavor with the white cheddar cheese and that turkey sausage. So we're just going to slather it on nice and good. And then we are going to come back to our delicious egg that is melty with that yummy cheese. Super simple. We're just going to pick that right up, put it right onto our biscuit, followed by our delicious turkey sausage. Then we're going to go ahead and just place that other piece right on top. And look at that. Strawberry jam just going out
That is a thing of beauty, Brandon. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for getting up early in LA. Have a great day. And we're moving next as we continue. And please go to today.com/allday to find out how you can donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. Let's check in with the super chef, Darnell Ferguson. He's the chef and restaurateur of Super Chefs, Louisville, Kentucky, and he's making a smoked salmon Reuben. Good morning, Darnell.
Good morning. How you doing this morning, Al?
I am doing well. Now, let me ask you, do you smoke the fish yourself, or is it okay if you take a cheat and buy the smoked salmon already?
Well, it matters if you want to be super or not, Al. I'll prefer that you smoke it yourself on a smoker you can get from the store.
Okay.
Literally, all I did was take a little bit of marinade first, a little bit of soy sauce, some brown sugar, and some Chinese 5-spice to really give it a little note and a little depth of flavor. And then we just marinate our salmon in that for 24 hours. It'll come out really looking nice and brown like this piece of salmon I have right here. It's been marinating. Then I take that and put it on the smoker for just about 2 hours. And it looks like this when it comes out. Has that really nice smoke ring on it. And then I take my tomato and onion and you put it right on top of there. Because it is a Reuben. So I did want to give it some of the things that a Reuben would naturally have. I got some Kobe Jack cheese as well that I put right on top of it. So I take my salmon that's been marinated and smoked. I have my tomato and onion. Then I have my Kobe Jack cheese. And then I toast this in the oven.
Right.
But I still have to make my other things that go with it. Like I have a Cajun mayo as well. That helps add a little spiciness to it. So I take a little bit of mayonnaise.
Joy is next.
Some Cajun seasoning. Sorry you can't see inside the bowl here. Cajun seasoning.
That's all right. We get the idea.
Hot sauce. This is very easy. Something everybody can do this at home. And most people have like a green egg or something like that they grill on. It also smokes as well. So those are really good to smoke on as well. I have my Cajun mayo right here. And then the key to this is what makes it different, is this brown sugar coleslaw. So you take some brown sugar.
Ooh.
You got to dissolve it some. So you need your vinegar still to give it that bite that a coleslaw should have that people love. Take some distilled vinegar. You can use apple cider too if you want to give it another depth of flavor and really just brighten it up some more.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, but most people have distilled at home. So I just use distilled and then you just add mayonnaise to it. Very, very simple, easy, and has a really good combination of flavor. And this is where the Chinese 5-spice just adds a whole depth of flavor. So I have my wet mix right here. This is my wet mix. I have my coleslaw right here, already shredded. I would buy this already shredded. I wouldn't go buy 8 different types of greens and then shred them up with some carrots.
Yeah, they do the work at the grocery. It's okay.
Exactly. That's one of the things. I would smoke it myself because it's nothing better than a hot piece of smoked salmon. And then I have marble rye bread that I have just coming out the toaster right here. Marble rye is like pumpernickel and rye mixed together. Therefore, take down that. First thing you want to do is you want to put sauce on the top and bottom bun. So I have my Cajun mayo going on the top and going on the bottom. So the hard thing about a Reuben sometimes is eating it without everything falling out.
When he broke the Guinness World Record for the longest live TV report. Remember that one?
He was delirious.
Then I go ahead and
34
already.
hours. So picture pulling an all-nighter and then adding more.
Right there. I'm sorry. I actually want to put my coleslaw down first. It's very important you put your slaw down first. That way it's easier to eat your sandwich. You don't want to put the slaw on top. Makes it a lot easier to eat when the slaw's on the bottom of the sandwich compared to being on the top of the sandwich. Then I go ahead and put my salmon on top.
Hey guys, how are you? Darnell, I'm talking to Hoda and Jenna right now. We're on today with Hoda and Jenna. Guys, we are at chef number 21.
Wow.
At this point, it's Darnell Super Chef Ferguson, who's making a smoked salmon Reuben right now as he continues. And we're moving on. We're going to have 60 plus chefs coming up. Joy Bauer is going to be joining us. We've had Marcus Samuelson already and Bobby Flay. We've got a superstar group, not just our super chef, but superstars coming up. And it's all to help raise money for Feeding America and the World Central Kitchen, that great organization that Chef Jose Andres has started. And so anything you can do, go to today.com/allday. We'll help you find a way to donate. You can also watch this streaming on Peacock. Darnell, how's that sandwich coming?
Just now completed. I put a little Cajun mayo around it just to make it look good for your friends. So here you go right here.
We want that food. Yes. We want it.
Yes.
I'll
look
break
at that
record, baby.
Darnell. Okay, Darnell, that is fantastic. Who do we have next coming up, guys?
Joy Bauer.
Okay, let's go to Joy Bauer. Thank you,
Joy.
Darnell.
Wait,
Joy Bauer,
say hi to Joy
hello.
real quick.
Say hello.
Hey, guys.
Say hi to Hoda.
We love you.
Okay. But start cooking. Start touching your food while you're doing it, because you have to do that to keep the relay going.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Oh, sorry.
We're going to be making a creamy green
right.
tarragon chicken salad right over here.
Okay, so they're going
Okay, guys. Thank you. And you're making a tarragon chicken salad, Joy?
That's right. So I'm starting with, this is just shredded skinless chicken. I took the easy way out and I used a rotisserie chicken, but sometimes I use leftover chicken breast from the night before's dinner. And I'm adding it into a bowl. And basically what we're making here is a really creamy, indulgent tarragon chicken salad. So we're upgrading everyday chicken salad with a few simple ingredients. Next, I'm using a jicama. So I think this is a really, really important ingredient because I'm chopping it up. It adds a nice crisp crunch, which is a contrast to the creamy chicken salad. I'm adding it in. And for people that have never worked with jicama before, it's super simple. It's a refreshing root vegetable. And I like to describe the flavor.
But it's almost like biting into an apple.
I usually say it's a cross between a sweet apple and a raw potato. So next, I'm going to add in, this is just some chopped red onion. It gives it a nice pop of color contrast. Of course, our tarragon. That's going to give it our signature flavor. I have some chives. I throw that right in. Now, these are sliced red grapes. They're juicy, they're refreshing, they're super hydrating, and they have antioxidants. So you know this entire mix, I'm going to mix this up. You can see how colorful it is. It's also super healthy. And if you don't have grapes in the house, you can also use a chopped apple. This is a little bit of light mayo. And then I'm going to add, to brighten up the flavor a little bit, some lemon juice. And then just some salt and pepper. And Al, we are ready to mix this thing and build a sandwich. That's my salt. Here's my pepper. And I'm just going to do some mixing here. And this is so perfect for a summer picnic or if you want to have a special brunch. And you could see it was so ridiculously easy to put together, but at the same time, it kind of looks sophisticated and fancy. So there you go. And now we're going to just build some sandwiches. Okay, got my...
What kind of bread are you using, Joy?
What do you think, Al? I got some nice
whole wheat or a multigrain.
That's exactly right. So I lightly toasted it, and I'm just going to up the nutrition ante here. I'm going to layer it with some spinach leaves. You could use any lettuce that you want. I'm going to add a tomato slice on the base. I'm going to give it a nice big scoop. Let me place it down. Let's see. I'm going to make a fat sandwich here. Okay. And I'm going to take my top layer. Let me make sure you can see this. There you go. I'm going to take my top layer. I'm going to press it. I'm going to cut it. And then, Al, I'm going to go in for a big fat bite. Hold on a minute.
All right.
Yeah, hold on. Oh, Al, I wish I could feed you. And
I do too.
Here we go. Ready? Look at that. And
oh, that looks good. Oh, fantastic. Joy Bauer, thank you so much. Superfood Friday tomorrow on the third hour of Today. Check it out. Thank you, my dear. Mwah. Kanchan Koya is up next, a nutritionist, a spice specialist, and author of, I love this title, Spice, Spice, Baby. All right, Kanchan, good to see you. What are you making for us?
Great to see you, Al. I am making a childhood favorite. It's a mint and cilantro chutney sandwich. It's something I grew up eating at birthday parties, at picnics in India. It's super hydrating. It's super refreshing. So in the blender, I have some onion and garlic, to which I've added my cilantro and mint leaves. And to that, I'm going to add salt, sugar, all for a nice little balance. And then a little bit of water to get things going. You don't want to add too much water, otherwise it's going to thin out the chutney. So we're just going to blend this.
It's going to be like soup.
Yeah, exactly. Hard to spread on a sandwich, but really nice to dip like yummy fried potato patties in. So we're going to be a little loud for a second while this gets going. Okay. I'm just going to use my little wand here, my magic wand, to get things going. And then just a dash more water.
Oh, look at that color. That's fantastic. What? What did you say? I can't hear you.
I know it's the price you pay for a smooth chutney. So it's really smooth. It's really fragrant. And what I love about this chutney is that it's packed with anti-inflammatory powers and lots of hydration, antioxidants, all the amazing spices. So now I've got my chutney and I'm going to assemble my sandwich. It's that easy. So I'm going to put a few dollops of chutney on my white bread. Don't judge. Usually I would go for multigrain.
No judge.
But, the traditional chutney sandwich I grew up with was white soft bread. So that's what we're going for. And I'm just spreading this chutney on the bread, moving this over so you can see. And then we're going to layer it with fresh tomatoes and fresh cucumber. You can do any vegetable you like. You can do peppers, but really the traditional sandwich is made with tomato and cucumber. I can smell it. It's so good. Smells so refreshing. Wow. So a couple of slices of tomato on here. And the chutney does have some green chili, which if you're not so inclined, you could skip, but it's really nice, kind of wakes up the palate. And then I'm just going to sprinkle it with a little bit of an unusual ingredient, which is sumac. It's not typical in the Indian kitchen, but I just think it's so wonderful. It's lemony, it's tangy, and that's basically the sandwich. I think we should cut it because you can really see what's going on. And just because I know I'm going to inhale that in
the color is amazing.
Isn't it? It's so
That's great.
And green. I'm just going to
Kanchan Koya, thank you so. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Oh, you're going to keep making. Okay, well, you keep making, and we're going to move on. We appreciate you. Thank you for being part of the Great Sandwich Relay. All right, let's next go to Dina Delisa Gosnar. Okay, she's the creator and writer behind the food blog DishItGirl.com.
Yeah,
I like that.
You got it.
And also a contributor to the Quarantine Collective. It's a virtual community of food and beverage folks. I actually wrote the cookbook forward. So
Yes,
you are going to
did.
make a steak and mutts sandwich.
You got it.
What's mutts?
Okay, mutz is the way us Jersey Italian girls say mozzarella. You got that? You got to say it with me, Al. Mozzarella.
Got it.
All right.
Mozzarella.
Yeah, so
little prosciutto,
perfect.
little mozzarella.
Oh, you're speaking my language, Al. I love it. So I'm going to make a favorite from Hoboken, New Jersey. And we've got the steak and mutz sandwich. And it's coming with a really, really nice au jus, which I know is French and we're talking Italian here, but I digress. So I have in my pot here, we have some... I know. We have some shallots and we have some garlic that I've been sauteing while I've been hanging out waiting here. And then next, I'm going to take some beef broth. You'd use about 4 cups of beef broth along with some sherry. You can use a nice dry sherry for this. And I'm going to sprinkle in simply just some salt. I'm going to put in a little bit of pepper and I'm going to throw in some fresh thyme. You can also use dried thyme. You could use some rosemary. It's going to change your flavor profile a little bit, but no problem there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to simmer this for about 25 minutes, and then I'm going to strain it. And then you have this really tasty au jus to dip your sandwich in later. So then the next piece
Hey, Dina,
of this...
what was the inspiration for this sandwich?
So there is a deli in Hoboken called Fiore's, and their Saturday special is roast beef and mutz with this magical gravy. And we crave it all of the time. So I thought, let me bring this home for us. And so what I did was I tried to copy the au jus the best I can. I mean, my husband loves this sandwich so much, he ate it before he walked down the aisle to marry me. So I knew I had to bring this home. So I also marinate some flank steak, and you can use some skirt steak, no problem, not a big deal. You're going to do about 3 to 5 minutes on each side here until you get some nice grill marks. And then you have a marinade, which consists of some garlic, sherry, thyme, salt, pepper. Again, bringing in those flavors from the au jus. So about 3 to 5 minutes on each side. And then you're going to get this really nice cooked piece of steak. Very simple, very quick. You could do it on the grill if you want. You're going to want to let that rest for about 10 minutes or so because you do not want those good, yummy juices to spill out. So let it rest for 10 minutes, and then you're going to cut it against the grain. I feel like that's a standard pro tip that we have. And I'm just going to slice up this flank steak. And then I have some crusty pieces of Italian bread here. Got to go with that Italian bread. And what I like to do is cut a piece of, you know, it's going to stand up to the au jus really nice. And I'm going to cut a clove of garlic, and I'm just going to rub it, give it a nice little rub onto the toasted side. Gives a little bit extra flavor.
It kind of melts the garlic a little bit.
It does. It gives it a little bit of a boost. So, I mean, if you're eating this sandwich with your friends, you all got to understand you're going to smell like some garlic. So here we go. We're going to layer if you could use flank steak, like I said, skirt steak, no problem. Layer that on top, real nice. And then you have to use fresh mozzarella. Don't use the fake kind. My dad and I make mozzarella all the time, which is really awesome. It's the best.
Wow, you make your own mozzarella?
Yeah, we make our own mozzarella. It is the best treat, Al. You're missing out if you've never had it when it's warm and it's salty and it's chewy and it's just been made. It is phenomenal. So don't be skimpy with that mozzarella. Just layer it on top. And then we've got this beautiful crusty steak sandwich. And then we have our au jus, which has already been strained out. I'm going to pour some of that in here. And then what you do is you're going to want to give it a nice dip. Really good dip and get it nice and soaked there. There you go. And then you take a big bite. You know, gotta get in there. Plus, you can also put some roasted red peppers on top if you'd like. So the sky's the limit with this, Al.
Dina, that is a spectacular sandwich. Nice to see you. Really appreciate it. Take care.
Thanks so much,
All right,
Al.
as we continue on the Rokerthon, thank you. We go from New Jersey. We're going to head to Alejandra Ramos.
Hello.
Alejandra, how
Hey,
are
Al.
you? You look fantastic. Love it.
Thank you. I missed you, Al.
I miss you too. You're getting started. You are making what's the sandwich you're making? Is it a little street food?
So I'm making it's Argentinian street food inspired. It is called choripan. Choripan basically means chorizo on bread. It's a delicious chorizo sandwich. It's got this amazing spicy chimichurri sauce that I'm making right now. So in my food processor, I've got some garlic. I've got some smoked paprika, red chili flakes, a little bit of fresh lime juice, a little bit of red wine vinegar, so much good stuff, salt, pepper, all the usual. Pop that in here with some fresh parsley and fresh cilantro. I like to do half and half. If you're one of those people who can't handle the cilantro, no worries. Just do all parsley. It's going to work. The trick here is to do the pulse button, right? You don't want it to be too creamy, mushy. You want this a little chunky. So pulse button, you just hit that a couple times. All right, there we go. That is looking good. And this is pretty much exactly what you're looking for. You want it to be really kind of chunky in there, really fun and herby. And then to this, we're going to add some olive oil, and you stir until you get this really nice sauce. And it's going to look like this. So the trick is when you make this, make it like at least an hour in advance, but even up to 3 days, like so many things, the more it sits, the more delicious it's going to be. It's going to be fantastic. All
Very
right,
much
so we've
like
got our
myself.
sauce there. Yeah. I mean, that's my motto too, right? All right, so now for the main event, chorizo. Over here, I've got a smoked Spanish style chorizo. So chorizo, you get a bunch of different kinds. There's that dry cured kind. There is the fresh chorizo that's like the Mexican chorizo. So, I mean, you can swap in what you want, but the smoky, spicy Spanish one is the best kind. This is fully cooked. It's basically the same as like
So we're clear. Alejandra, that's already cooked, right? You don't have to cook that.
Exactly. Yeah. So this is fully cooked. What it is, I'm basically just going to pop it on the skillet. Like I have a nice hot skillet just to get a little char, right? I just want to kind of render some of that fat a little bit. Like it's safe to eat right now, but it's so much better once you get a little char on it, a little heat. Little heat always makes things better. So here we go. So I've got that in there. Yeah. I've got that in my skillet. I just want to get a little bit of color on it. Just like that. Looking good. And this can go maybe like 1-2 minutes. You don't need to go too long. But of course, you know I started this early, right?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So over here, I've got the one that I did. So this, again, is what you're looking for. You really want to get a little bit of that char there, just a little bit of crisp, add so much flavor. Plus, the genius thing is that the hot oil kind of pulls all the flavor out of the chorizo sausage. So you're getting smoky paprika flavor. You're getting a little bit of spice. It almost turns like the oil into its own condiment, which again, just adds to the amazing flavor. I mean, it's fantastic. Honestly, if you can't find chorizo, you can swap in something like a fresh Italian sausage, just cook it all the way through. You can also do andouille or any other kind of smoky, spicy sausage. I say if you can handle heat, do the heat. The heat really brings it home. Okay, so now it's go time. It's sandwich assembly time. Are you ready?
It's go time.
Go time. All right. Crusty baguette. I mean, that's key. But you want something that can really hold up to the sort of all the condiments, all the spices, that little heat and the peppers over there. You start off with the delicious chimichurri that we made. So we want to spoon that in. And I like to pile it on both sides. I'm a both sides girl when it comes to my sandwich. I want mayo on both sides. I want everything on both sides.
All right.
So you let that oil kind of
there you go.
Yeah, sink into the bread. There you go. Oh my God. And I wish you could smell this. I say this every single time I'm on the show because it's always so delicious.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sad you can't actually taste it this time, Al.
I know.
All right.
well, next time.
Next time. All right. So we've got the bread here. And now we're going to put those chorizo slices on here. And what I like about, so sometimes when people make this, they just split the chorizo in half. And then they just do it kind of like lengthwise. But I really like doing these little slices because it's almost like every time you take a bite, you get a delicious, perfect piece. You see that? Look at that.
Yep.
It's the chorizo cam.
Beautiful.
So get that
and
on there.
I like the camera work you've got going there, Alejandra.
Oh yeah. You know what? We're just making it work over here. I miss today's show fam.
Zooming out. Very nice.
Making it
chorizo
happen.
cam.
A chorizo cam. Okay, and now here is the finishing touch. Pickled onions. So these are some quick pickled onions. I made these last night, and this is like my lazy pickled onion. What you do is thinly slice red onions, and then you toss it with some fresh lime juice and some salt. And sometimes I do a little pinch of cloves. You don't have to, but I think it adds a little special something. So you do that, put it in a container. It could be in a jar, in like one of those little zip containers, whatever. And then you just shake it, let it hang out for an hour. Delicious, perfect pickled onions. You don't need to turn on the stove or anything like that. So here's our sandwich. Top it off. I mean, take a look at that. How gorgeous is it, right?
That is gorgeous. Oh my goodness.
Amazing.
Alejandro Ramos, thank you so much. That is a fantastic sandwich. We really appreciate it. All right, thanks for taking part in the Great American Sandwich Relay. Go to today.com/allday to find out how you can donate to World Central Kitchen and Feeding America. All right, let's now go to our pal Elena Besser. She's a chef and host, Food Network and Cooking Channel. She's going to be making us. Hey, Elena, nice to see you.
Oh, my pal, it's so great seeing you. Thank you for having me here today. This is awesome.
All right, so you're making a Chicago-style hot dog sandwich, but you are turning a hot dog into a sandwich because if it's in a hot dog bun, it is not a sandwich.
You are correct, Al, but we figured out a way to turn this into a sandwich no matter what. So instead of a traditional hot dog bun, I am making this sandwich with potato bread, which gives that same exact texture and consistency, which is awesome. And we're taking all of the components of a classic Chicago style hot dog and putting them into this sandwich. So what are the components, you ask? We are rocking with a dill pickle.
What are the components, Elena?
The sport peppers. We've got the dill pickle. We've got the bright green relish. We have poppy seeds, mustard, tomato, onion, celery salt, all the things. So I said, let's take some of those ingredients and turn them into a relish. So I just chopped up some dill pickles. I also have some chopped up sport peppers right here. We're going to add that into the dill pickle mixture. We are going to add in the bright green relish as well. So we're taking relish and turning it into a new relish. And then finally, since we don't have those poppy seeds on the bun, since we're using potato bread, we're going to add the poppy seeds right into the relish itself. So just give it a really nice, good mix here. And it looks so cool. The poppy seed really adds a nice pop of contrast. I mean, what's not to love? And as everyone's been saying, the more you let the relish sit, the better it gets. So I made sure that there was a little extra in this recipe so you can save it for later. Put it on absolutely anything. All right, so we have our bread right here. We got to get our hot dogs, which are right behind me. What I did is I took a classic kosher hot dog. I sliced them in half right here and gave them a nice little char. So we have that flat edge to get that char going. Next up, we have our mustard. We want to put the mustard on one side, that bright yellow mustard. No ketchup here, Al. Don't even think about it. Zero ketchup belongs on a Chicago-style hot dog. So we're spreading on that mustard. I'm making 3 at a time. We got a good assembly line going. I learned that from all my time working in kitchens. The next thing we want to do is we want to lay down our relish. Beautiful. Look at this. It looks stunning. And this relish is, I mean, I can't get enough of it. I honestly am obsessed. I wish you could eat this with me. That's the one thing. Are you so hungry? What are you doing to stay full today?
I am starving. I'm just living vicariously. You're, in fact, our 25th chef. 26th?
Oh my goodness.
26th chef, Elena.
26th chef. Wow, there are so many. And
That's
how many more to go?
Oh, at least another 30. 40,
my goodness.
60,
I love
100.
It.
I'm not sure. Not sure. And so you're
So
layering the sliced
dog.
pieces of hot dogs?
Yes, exactly. So 2 hot dogs per sandwich. We layered all of them down. And next up, we add that little.
Uh-oh. Did we lose? I think we lost Elena. Okay, we're going to go to our next. Oh, wait. She's back. She's back. You're back.
Oh, I'm back. I'm here. I'm so sorry, everybody.
You're back.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back.
No worries. No worries.
Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to have after we have our tomatoes, we've got our white onion. I sliced this super thin, but the white onion is a very important part of a Chicago-style hot dog. And then to awaken all those flavors, we're bringing in the celery salt. So the celery salt is just a little celery seed and some salt in there that's going to make everything pop, add a little extra earthiness. And the last thing to do is close these babies up, slice them, or just take them full and give them a taste.
Give it. I'll live vicariously. There you go. That's what I'm talking. Elena Besser, thank you so much. Don't forget, go to today.com/all-day. Thank you. Find out how to donate to World Central Kitchen and Feeding America. Okay, our good buddy Sandra Lee is up next. She has been on the Today Show. She's been in Top Shelf. She's on board. She's on the board of the World Food Program USA. Sandra, it is so good to see you.
It's nice to see you too. Hello, and hello, of course, to Deborah. How are you? How's it going today?
Thank you. We're doing well. We're having a great time, and you're bringing a little flavor of California to us with a French chicken avocado sandwich.
I am. This is the very first sandwich that I ever had when I came to California when I was in my early 20s. So I thought that I would recreate it for you. And what I've done here is just mashed up a half of an avocado. Now this makes a great spread all by itself. A little bit of salt in here goes a long way. And then I'm going to add just about a teaspoon of mayonnaise to this. So instead of a ton of mayonnaise, we just want a little bit of mayonnaise, and you want to combine that all together. So that is going to be the spread on your sandwich. The next thing
It's
we're
a
going to
great
do,
color too.
Isn't that great? The next thing we're going to do is start talking about our assembly. It's going to be a very quick sandwich. So the French part of this, we're using a croissant. Just slice it in half. You can toast it if you want to, if you want a little crunch and you want it to be warm, but I like it nice and soft. And I put all of this just on one side. And I put that on the bottom side. Otherwise it'd be upside down, right? It's croissant. Just spread this around. Now you could put a poached egg on this and call it a breakfast, I guess a breakfast sandwich if you wanted to.
Nice.
Avocado breakfast sandwich. But you see how much creaminess that mayonnaise adds. Now to this, I'm going to add some chicken. This is just beautiful sliced chicken breast. You can get at the grocery store. You can also use rotisserie chicken if you wanted to.
Oh, sure.
Have about 4 big slices. Then butter lettuce, my favorite. 2 pieces of butter lettuce. And then something you're not going to expect. This is something I love to put in all of my sandwiches. And people always go, why is your sandwich so good? Why does that taste so wonderful?
You got to keep touching.
Big, huge leaves of basil.
Ah.
And 4 of those.
I love putting basil in my salad.
Yes, basil in your salad, basil in everything. I love basil. Plus, it's a beautiful plant to grow in your kitchen. If you look behind me, you'll see 2 big basil plants.
Oh, yeah.
So you can see how gorgeous that is right there in the center. Then your croissant top just goes on top, just like that. And I'm going to cut it in half for you so you can see the inside of this once it's done. The beautiful sandwich. I had this for lunch yesterday.
That is gorgeous. I mean, it looks fantastic and refreshing. It looks like California.
Yum.
That's
and
beautiful.
It tastes like a California on the French Riviera.
Oh, thank you, Sandra Lee. We love you. Thank you for helping us out as we continue the Rokerthon. That's a big bite. I like that. Our good buddy Jet Tila, who is the host of Ready, Jet, Cook on the Food Network. And it is so good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Hey, brother, what's going on? Al, Rokerthon, I feel like this is such a big deal, man. How are you? Everything good over there? I'm going to be making a banh mi for you. Oh, good, brother. Hope your family's well. So it's cool that one of the most famous sandwiches in America is actually from Vietnam. Check that out. That's made for you, brother. That's my roast pork. So the secret to my roast pork is brining. Yeah, man. So I like to brine my pork. And what I'll do is I'll let it brine overnight because I think it picks up a lot of moisture. It also picks up a lot of flavor that way. And then I'll roast it for 400 degrees until the internal temperature is like 165. And it's really important to cut it really, really thin. So I've got these super thin slices. It should be thin slices like bacon, in my opinion. So that's what I'm looking for right there. Do you like banh mi, Al? Are you like a banh mi guy?
I love banh mi.
Oh, awesome.
That's what I've missed being. The one thing I miss about New York City is a good banh mi sandwich.
Yeah, no doubt, man. And my secret to my banh mi is mayonnaise and pate in my little mini prep. And I'll make a spread with that
mayo and pate.
Yo, man, like it's like umami bomb, creaminess, everything I want in a sandwich. Wow. I've got a super light, crispy on the outside, fluffy on the inside French bread here. And I'm just going to go at it and just go big on the actual spread. And I get really generous with this. You could also use mayonnaise and if you want to as well. But that's it, big there. And also cucumber ribbons. So it's important to get your everything really thin so you can get a lot of it in there. And what I like to do is take a peeler and then take an English cucumber and just kind of quarter turn it as you go. And you get these beautiful cucumber ribbons. And that's not just for sandwiches. That could be for salads, crudités. It makes a fancy sandwich. You like that? And the size is nice. What
a great pro tip.
Hey, Al, are you spicy or not spicy? That's what I need to know right now.
I'm spicy, baby.
You're spicy. Okay, so jalapenos.
I'm on Team Spice.
Team Spice. I am Team Spice. I want it so spicy that my head sweats. So what I'm going to do with these jalapenos is I'm going to cut them lengthwise instead of kind of into coins, so I can get more sandwich coverage as well. So again, if you're making this, my kids don't love spice, so you can omit that if you want. Okay, and now it's time to start getting that big old slices of pork in. Look at that. I'm going to load this and get crazy. So I've got refreshing, I've got creamy in here. The pork is basically simply brined, like I said. You can get crazy with this. You could do 5 spice. You could do Chinese barbecue pork as well. And if you don't want to go through the trouble of actually, using cooking the pork, just get cold cuts. I mean, I won't tell anyone. I mean, it's not my business what you do in your kitchen. You know what I'm saying?
We don't judge here at Rokerthon.
Exactly. No judgment in this kitchen. So I'm getting this pretty loaded. Now I need some pickle element, right? So I've taken some very simple, just white vinegar and a little bit of sugar, and I've created a simple pickle, and I've submerged my carrots into that quick pickle because there's a lot of savoriness in here. There's a lot of heat in here. Asian food is hot, sour, salty, sweet, and I want to make sure I hit all those flavors. And I got cilantro chilling on water right here, and I take the entire cilantro sprigs and I put them leaves out. So when I close this sandwich, you know what I mean? You want to show off all the good bits out there. And oh man, I love it. You know what? I'm going to go nuts in your honor for this world record. I'm just going to go gobs of pate because that looks phenomenal to me.
Jeez. Oh, come on.
Come on.
You're killing me.
Seriously. Look at that. All right, so I'm going to close
that's fantastic.
This thing now. I'm going to use my knife to help me. Let's cut this up. Let's celebrate you and all these other chefs. And I think we're raising money for a good cause here. I got this. Look at that. That's what I'm talking about, brother. Look at that.
Yes,
Man.
Jet Tila. Thank you, sir. We appreciate you. Thanks for helping us out. Yeah.
Best to
Big
you.
bites. We love it. Don't forget.
Thanks for the
Thank you.
compliment.
Go to today.com. Thank you. That's right. And our peacock hat. Hold on. Today.com/all-day to find out how you can donate to World Central Kitchen and Feeding America. Let's go to Michelle Tam, who's the author of Nom Nom Paleo. Nom Nom Paleo. Hey, Michelle,
That's
how you
right.
doing? And if anybody wants to ask some questions, hashtag Rokerthon on Twitter. I'll try to ask the chefs and see what we can get going, okay? Hashtag Rokerthon. Let's get in with Michelle. What are you making, Michelle?
I'm making a Paleo St. Paul sandwich. So it's a healthier version of what some Chinese people call the original Denver omelet sandwich. So I'm making some quick pickles. I've got some apple juice in here in place of sugar. We got some apple cider vinegar. Add a little bit of salt. Dump in your red onions. Now everybody has to be careful right now because there is a salmonella recall. But I got mine from the farmer's market.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah, I know. So you got to set it aside for about 30 minutes, or you could be like me and have some that you made last night. And so this part is the egg foo young part. I've got some eggs in here instead of flour. I've got some coconut flour. And then basically you do what all good Chinese Americans do. I mean, throw in whatever leftovers you have in your fridge. But in my case, I've got some ham. But really, you can put whatever you want. I mean, I try to put kind of a mix of protein and vegetables. If I have leftover stir fry, I just put in like 2 cups of it and I chop it up really small. But, you know, I kind of think of this dish as me encapsulated. It's Chinese American, it's paleofied, but it's also kind of just making use of leftovers so I can just have a shortcut to deliciousness. So what I've put in here is some ham, some spinach, some scallions, some cilantro, a little fish sauce for umami and flavor. And of course, my earbud pops out of my ear. And so I've got a little bit of apple cider vinegar.
I'm not the only one that happens to. Okay.
I know. I think it's just, that's just how it is. Okay, so all you do now is you just whip everything smooth, the eggs and the coconut flour, and you mix in the rest of the ingredients. And it should look like this, but it's whatever you have, right? And then you heat up a frying pan and you fry it about 2 minutes each side. I've got some ready right here. And then we can start assembling.
And Michelle, could you make those ahead of time? Could you make those ahead of time if you wanted to?
For sure. I mean, for you, I kind of threw it together, but In reality, you just make a double batch of egg foo young, and then you can keep them in the freezer or in the fridge, and then you can make the sandwich in just a few minutes. So what I have here is I have some sriracha mayonnaise, half and half of mayonnaise and sriracha mixed together. And people are like, how can you have bread if you're paleo? Well, these days you can actually, there are lots of recipes online for grain-free paleo bread. You can buy paleo bread mixes. But this right here, I actually bought this from a neighborhood bakery called Misfits Bakehouse, which is a paleo bakery. And so this is grain-free sandwich bread that I just bought. And it's amazing. Okay, so I just slathered on some sriracha mayo. I'm going to pop on 2 egg foo young. I'm going to put on 2 tomatoes, or however many you want. I'm going to put on some quick pickled onions. So a traditional egg foo young sandwich is normally white bread. The egg foo young has been deep fried in a wok, dill pickles, and it's delicious. But this is a healthier, low-carb version that you can have anytime. So I'm just going to cut it in half. And there's my sandwich.
That is beautiful, Michelle Tam. Thank you so much. Nom Nom Paleo. Pick up that cookbook today. We appreciate it. All right, as we continue on, one of our own, Saba Dada, is joining us, former Today Show PA, and she's helping
How's it going?
Yeah, good to see you, Sama. Good. This is so great to have you back.
It's been so long.
Thank
you
you
so much for having me.
I
and making
know.
a sandwich so early in the morning, what could be better, right?
That's right. And this was a sandwich that you loved as a student when you were at Cal Berkeley.
That's right. That's right. So this is my avocado veggie sandwich, which is basically a more glamorous way of me saying that there's hummus and avocado in the sandwich. I'm starting by making my homemade turmeric hummus. And if you haven't made hummus at home, this is the easiest thing to do. It's inexpensive. It's easy. I've got some turmeric, some cumin, some spices in here. Got my tahini and lemon juice, going to blend that up, and it's going to end up looking like this. So this is going to be a main component of our sandwich, and I'm going to go ahead and start spreading that on. I've also got a little homemade spinach pesto here. So I'm going to go ahead and put that on my slices of bread, and then I'm going to follow that up with the hummus. It's super simple, really veggie stacked. We love to add our veggies in ways that are creative and fun, and this is kind of the best way to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and spread this hummus straight on here.
Spread on.
Yep, got my spread on right here. And if you haven't made hummus at home, it's just so easy. It's so simple. You'll kind of question why you've ever trusted store-bought ever in your life, especially because you can make everything in a blender. And I love a good blender recipe.
So, and it basically, so what goes into the hummus that when you make it? It's a veggie hummus.
Yeah, so it's basically just hummus. So it's got a turmeric hummus. We've got some tahini, chickpeas, the usual suspects, garlic, lemon juice in the actual hummus. And then I'm going to stack this with some avocado. So I've got some avocado right on top of the spinach, pesto, and the turmeric hummus. And then I'm going to do a little bit of salt and pepper just to kind of get that flavor nice in there. I like drizzling a little extra virgin olive oil right on top of that. And then we've got some carrots, some cucumbers, some tomato. You can feel free to sub any veggies that you like. I really like marinated peppers here. You can do mushrooms. Kind of just do whatever you feel is something that maybe you even have in the pantry or you have in your fridge that you want to get rid of. That's like a great way to go about it as well. Any order you want. And then I've also got some microgreens. So I've got some sprouts here that I'm going to go ahead and stick on my other slice of bread right here, just so that everything stays together. We don't want any rogue vegetables anywhere. And then everything is going to be nice.
Rogue vegetables.
Rogue vegetables. We don't love them, Al. We want everything staying where it needs to be.
No, we don't.
And then that's my sandwich right there.
Well, Saba Dada, it is so good to see you. Saba Dada. Saba Dada.
No one says my name like that ever again. It's only been you.
Thank you, Sama. Good to see you.
Miss you.
All right, let's head over to Clancy Miller. Miss you too. Clancy Miller, he's a pastry chef and he's author of Cooking Solo. It is nice to see you, Clancy. How are you?
It's nice to see you too. I'm
So what are you making for us today?
Here. I'm doing a grilled cheese, a blue cheese. It's a grilled blue cheese with curried onions. And I'm basically just going to saute the onions first. These I've already sliced. And I add a little bit of salt and pepper to that, and then I add my curry powder. And I'm just gonna let that saute for a bit, and then I'll show you how I like to cut my onions for this. It's just a nice thin sliced onion. I cut it in half, I peel it. You only need one onion for this sandwich if you're serving one person, since this is coming from the cookbook Cooking Solo. And I like to let the onions kind of caramelize for about 3 minutes in a saute pan with extra virgin olive oil and any kind of curry powder mix that you like. Usually for this recipe, I am also grilling the bread, so to speak, in the skillet or in a separate skillet. But since we just got 3 minutes, today I decided to toast the bread. So I'm just gonna kind of stir these onions around in the pan with the curry, depending upon how kind of spicy you like your curries. You can get like a super hot one or a mild one. I'm using a mild curry. And I just want to kind of stir these onions around so that they don't stick in the pan. But I also want them to get nice and brown. So these are cooking nicely. And what I'm going to do is show you an example of what they will look like. I have my cheese already cut up, and I already have some caramelized onions, but these are these are slowly browning. About 2 or 3 more minutes on those, and those will be nice and golden brown like these onions that I already cooked. And so I want to stress that to make it a classic grilled cheese, you would absolutely toast your bread in the skillet, and you might have like butter in the skillet. I use olive oil for all of it, but you know, if you want to get that nice kind of super toasty, crispy, a little like just greasy in the right way grilled cheese, I do suggest toasting your bread in the pan. But again, I'm going to I've already toasted my bread in the toaster, and you just kind of smear on your grilled cheese. And since your bread is fresh out of the toaster, it's going to already kind of melt into the bread a little bit. The good thing about using a cheese like a blue cheese is that it kind of gets nice and melty faster than, say, a cheddar cheese or a Swiss cheese. So that's why I recommend that.
Because it's already soft.
And then I just top it. I'm going to add a little more onion to the second one.
And Clancy, you can make those onions ahead of time, right?
You can definitely make it ahead of time. I recommend making the onions ahead of time. That way, if, you know, you can just have them hanging out. The onions are great also added to salads because caramelized onions are great on everything. And yeah, you can make those the day before. You can kind of prep your onions for the week if you think you're going to want a lot of caramelized onions. And then you end up with a nice, very fast, very simple grilled cheese. Ta-da!
Ta-da! That is beautiful. Clancy Miller, thank you so much. The cookbook is Cooking Solo. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. And thank you. The Rokerthon Great American Sandwich Relay continues. That's right. We're going to go to Ashley Holt. Ashley, how are you?
Hey, Al.
Our senior food stylist at the Today Show. I've missed you. How are you?
I miss you too. I'm doing well. Making the most out of the situation and loving all the time with my daughter, who is right there.
Oh, look at what a cutie.
I know. This is Chloe. She's going to be my sous chef today. And this sandwich
Well,
that
what
I'm
I
making
love
is
is this was a sandwich that you created using the leftovers when people were taking part in the Rokerthon.
Yeah, exactly. We had to reshoot. I had to reshoot about eight recipes, and I was super hungry, and I had just a bunch of random food lying around, and so I put together a sandwich, and this is actually really delicious. And it's great too because Chloe likes to eat it too. She loves pickles. It starts with sourdough, my favorite bread in the world, but really you can use a soft wheat bread, a multigrain, whatever you like, and I like to get the crust nice and golden by spreading it with mayonnaise, which you like mayonnaise on your grilled cheese, don't you? Oops.
I do. I love grilled cheese.
So you just spread the mayonnaise on both sides. You can use mayo, you can use butter, you can use olive oil, and you just want to put that in a pan until it's nice and golden. And get that going while we're going to cut everything else. I'm going to slice up my, Chloe, you having fun down there? The perks of working from home, single mom working from home. So I'm cutting up my mozzarella. I like to use a ball of mozzarella, but you can use shredded cheese also. You can also do a Munster, which is really delicious. And just plop that on the bread to get it nice and melty. Oops, I almost forgot. Zug. Whoop. It's a delicious Mediterranean cilantro like hot sauce, like a hot pesto.
Zug?
I like to Zug, yes. Zhoug. Wow. Are you okay, honey? Sorry, Chloe fell. So we're gonna add the cheese, and the Zug is packed with a ton of flavor. There's a lot going on there, so it makes the sandwich really interesting. Then I'm just gonna slice up the tomato while all that is going and getting nice and melted. I like to put the tomato, just kind of blot it on pieces of paper towel to soak up all that extra moisture. All right, and then we're gonna get our avocado. Safest way to cut an avocado is by having it down on your board like this, and then just plopping the pit out with a spoon or with a knife. You know all this tricks, Al. Okay, then I'm just gonna spoon it out, cut it up into nice slices. I learned them from you,
Ashley.
You did, I know. I love spreading knowledge.
That was Sean Reese. Who ran through. Our producer, Sean, unfortunately had to go to the bathroom, and things happen,
See, so
we're streaming live,
with,
and in fact, Sean will be streaming live shortly also.
That's funny. That's a good one, Al. Okay, so now we have our bread with the melted cheese, a nice, beautiful golden crust. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to layer that with the tomato, load it up with pickles, just regular deli sliced dill pickles. I grew up eating pickle sandwiches. I don't know if it's just a Southern thing or what, but a dill pickle, white bread.
No, we used to have them. My mother used to put mustard on white bread with pickles.
Oh, okay. So you get it. You get my love. Yep. Yeah. So we have everything layered. We have the tomatoes, the pickles, the avocados, and then what we're going to do, because now at this point, this sandwich is done, ready to be cut. And last but not least, got to load it up with the potato chips. There's nice extra crunch factor. Oh yeah. You want a chip? But the most important thing with the chips, wait until you're about to eat the sandwich to put the chips on, or else they get a little soggy. And put that together, cut it in half, and look at that deliciousness. That
looks wonderful. Oh, Ashley, it is so good to see you. We miss you.
I miss you guys too so much.
And I love your little sous chef. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Al, so much.
We'll say bye-bye. Bye-bye, sweetie. Bye-bye. Next, let's head for Kenji Lopez-Alt, who's a chef at Worst Hall in California, author of The Food Lab, Better Home Cooking Through Science. Good, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. So we're making today a vegan sandwich, which Turkish?
Okay.
Yeah, Turkish vegan sandwich. So I run a sausage hall, so we're really meat centric, but we're open in California, so we wanted to make sure that we had plenty of vegan and vegetarian friendly offerings. So what we're starting with here, what I've got is Impossible Meat, which is a vegan ground meat substitute, and I've seasoned it with some sumac, which is a sort of citrusy flavored berry, cumin, and Urfa Biber, which is a dried Turkish chili, which has a kind of nice smoky sweet flavor. If you can't find Urfa Biber, you can use regular chili powder. Ancho chili would be quite similar to it because it has that kind of smoky raisiny flavor. So that all I've done is season the ground meat mixture with that, formed it into a patty. I'm going to fry it, and meanwhile in the back there I've got a bun that's toasting with a little bit of olive oil, and then I'm going to make our other main condiment here, which is a red onion. I'm just going to slice up. So thinly sliced red onion that we're going to toss with a little bit more sumac. Sumac, by the way, you can get it at any kind of spice store or online. And if you can't, and you still want to make something similar to this, lemon juice and the little lemon zest is going to be your closest substitute. So you just mix your onions with that. And what that does is it brings a little acidity to it and tartness, and it kind of cuts that, that kind of more pungent onion flavor. All right, so we got our onion going. Let me grab my bun here.
And Kenji, while you're doing that, is it true this was inspired by something called doner kebab?
Yeah, exactly. So we're sort of German-inspired restaurant, but this is actually a Turkey. Doner kebab is a Turkish dish that is very popular all throughout Germany. So it's probably the most common street snack / late night food in Germany. And so that's why we thought it was appropriate for our setting. The dish is inspired by doner kebab, which is similar to like gyros, where it spins around on a vertical spit. And we were at the very beginning cooking this on a vertical rotisserie, forming this vegan meat into into one of those inverted cones and cooking it on a rotisserie. It proved to be a little bit too difficult to maintain, so now we do it more similar to a Turkish style kubide, which is more like a ground meat mixture cooked in a patty. So what I've spread on this bun now is a vegan mayonnaise. So rather than using egg whites in here, we use aquafaba, which is the liquid that you get after cooking chickpeas. It works just like egg whites in a mayonnaise. So we've got vegan mayonnaise there, a little arugula, which I'm also going to drizzle with a bit of olive oil.
And by the way, if people have questions for our chefs, hashtag Rokerthon on Twitter. I'll try to check them out and ask our chefs. And while Kenji continues to make this, we'll remind you, today.com/allday to find out how you can donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. And it looks like we're coming close to the completion of this sandwich, Kenji.
Yeah, so we've just got some pickles in there, naturally fermented cucumber. We get our pickled red onions with sumac there. And get this guy out of the pan. And it's going right on top. And then finally, we're going to top it off with some of these pickled Fresno chilies for a little bit of heat.
Oh, nice.
And here, let me split it open so I can show you what we got inside. So there we go. So despite being a meat-centric restaurant, this vegan sandwich is actually one of our more popular menu items. So even people who, even omnivores and carnivores will come and order this sandwich because I don't know, the flavors are just so unique and really work, I think.
All right, Kenji, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Now we're going to go to our next chef, Mr. J.J. Johnson. How are you, sir? Owns Field Trip, a great rice bowl shop in Harlem. Hey, good to see you. So you're making a shrimp gullah burger with slaw?
Yes, I'm making a shrimp gullah burger with slaw. I have my Savoy cabbage here. I'm going to throw in the bowl. I'm all about the slaw game for the summertime. Everybody wants to do burgers, but I'm doing a shrimp burger. And when I say burgers, beef burgers, but this is going to be your new favorite. So I have some onions, some slaw, some radishes, some carrots. You could throw your favorite vegetables in here if you don't want to go with my favorite vegetables, but these are my kids' favorite vegetables in the slaw. And it's from my cookbook, Between Harlem and Heaven, also. Some jalapeno for spice. And then I have my mixture, some soy, some rice vinegar, a little bit of sugar, Gonna add in some salt for flavor. And I made my burgers a little ahead of time, Al. I'm gonna try to send you one over to where you are. I have a couple here, but this is our lunch today. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this mix. So
and you could make that slaw ahead of time, right, JJ?
Yeah, you can make this slaw a day ahead, 2 days ahead. It'll gain a little bit more flavor. Look at my burgers. I made these burgers a little bit ahead of time.
Ooh,
super simple. Shrimp,
nice.
some lemon zest, ginger, a little bit of panko, and then, you know, my favorite buns, potato buns. So, look, just put your shrimp burger in here. You know, mix your slaw. Put a little slaw on top. And then I'm not really into lettuce right now. I'm using a lot of fresh herbs as my lettuce. And I have some cilantro here. I'm going to put my cilantro here right on top. And you get this here. We don't serve this at Field Trip in Harlem, but we do have an amazing bao bun there at the restaurant in Harlem between 115th and 116th. How's your year been going, Al?
It's been going good, JJ, and we're having a great time with this. I want to thank you so much because you've been one of those folks who's been so good helping us out. We really appreciate it. Field Trip in Harlem, check it out. JJ Johnson, thank you so much. Go to today.com/allday. Find out how you can donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. Isaac Topes, Tropes Meadery and Topes South in NOLA. It's sophisticated Cajun. Come on in season 13 of Top Chef. How are you, Isaac?
I'm doing good. I am the sophistication. I'll have a great time. And I don't like to do anything easy. I'm making fried chicken. So I got a little flour mixture here. We got a little smoked paprika and a little popcorn salt. So it mixes all well. I got that sedimentary lesson. We got early morning geology. Real quick, I already had some pre-breaded and ready to rock. I got my buttermilk marinade right here. Got a little hot sauce in here. Gonna stir that up real good. Buttermilk makes everything taste better. Gonna start some frying right here. Peanut oil, of course. You gotta cook with peanut oil from down south. Now, right here, we got some fried chicken ready to rock. I got some potato buns. I got some bread butter pickles. I got some brie. I got some hot sauce. We're ready to rock it, Al. How's it going over there?
You're using brie. It's going great.
Oh, yeah. It's hot down in New Orleans, but we eat hot fried chicken any time of the day.
I like it. So you put on your chicken.
Yeah, exactly. I like to put all my seasoning in my buttermilk and in my chicken fried dredge, so you don't have to season it afterwards, because I think that's where the most problem is. So if you season your buttermilk and you season your flour, you'll be completely ready to rock. No issues whatsoever. I like to use peanut oil because it's very sturdy, and everything you fry in it tastes like the fried food and not like peanuts. That'd be weird.
There you go. I know. Who knew?
Little brie action. I've never broken a world record. Al, you got any?
You're helping me. I got it. We got this.
Here we go. Here we go. Sandwich time.
It's all for a good cause.
Got my young daughter in here. She's
sandwich time. Putting on some pickles.
Pickle down. Pickles down, and we got a little hot sauce butter. This is a fancy version of a beurre blanc. It's emulsified. My wife is gonna kill me for the mess I'm making, but I don't care, Al. I don't care. It's fried chicken time.
Hey, Isaac, who was that little voice we just heard?
Watch this. This is Santa's little helper, Poppy. You want a sandwich? Come on in. Look at this. This is my youngster. I didn't work this hard not to have these. Excuse me.
Yummy.
That looks great. Yes, boom. Isaac Topes, thank you so much, my friend. All right, season 13 of Top Chef. Let's now head to Ace Champion. A little more Cajun cooking. He's the host of Cook Like a Champion, 15-time semi-pro football player. Ace, sir. Good to see you, sir. How are you? Oh, I think we're having a little internet problem with Ace. I can hear you. You're not moving, but I can hear you.
Okay.
Now you're going.
Awesome.
Now you're going.
Moving. Can you see me moving now?
right. Awesome. So
I
what
see
we
you
have
moving.
here now is just a little bit of. All right, we got some shrimp. We're gonna throw that in our Cajun batter, which is a little bit of buttermilk, a little bit of Cajun seasoning. We're gonna set that up real nice, and we're just gonna top that fire, and then we're gonna go ahead and start assembling our actual remoulade mix, which is a little bit of cabbage. So we're gonna take some cabbage. We're gonna slice that really, really thin. All right. And then we're just going to add that cabbage right to our mixture. And we're going to slice the other one too as well. And the thinner you slice it, the better it's going to be. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I grew up watching you on the barbecue pit, so I learned a little bit. And then we're going to just add, a little bit of this chopped garlic, just to give it a little bit of flavor right to that mixture. And then on here we have our mayo, and I'm using about a cup of mayo in there. And then we're gonna add in some of this horseradish, which is gonna give it a nice little bite. And then I'm using stone ground mustard, which has really got a little more greenness to it. So that's really gonna give it a nice little bite too as well. We're gonna mix that up real nicely. Awesome. And then I'm gonna hit them out with my own Cajun seasoning. I call this the champion blend. There we go. We're going to season that up real, real nicely. And there is no remoulade sauce without the hot sauce. We're going to add that to that and then mix that up real nicely. So at this point, we're pretty much done. So we're just going to add in just a little bit of, I like trying to be a little bit.
Come on. You can do it. Come on, Internet.
Done. Just like that. And Internet, come on, I'm moving. It's not moving. You move my laptop a little bit. Yeah.
But he's moving. Judges, he's moving. He's moving. There you go.
All right. I'm moving. I'm just going to add a little bit of cheese. A little bit of cheese to this one too. So this one, we're going to add a little bit of this cold right to the mixture. And then we're going to bring over our charcuterie board. All right.
I think our chef is gone. I think we've lost Ace. All righty. We're going to move now to Judy Joo. Oh, and he made a comeback, but I think we have to go. I think we have to move on. Ace Champion, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And we're going to try to get back to you when your internet gets a little bit better. Judy Joo is here. We love Judy. Chef and restaurateur. Her cookbook is Judy Joo's Korean Soul Food. Good to see you, Judy.
Good to see you. How are you? I miss you.
I miss you too. And you're making a beef bulgogi cheesesteak. I love this.
I am. And I am going to put some gochujang, because I know that you like things spicy, right inside.
Yes, I do. Love the gochujang.
Yeah, the gochujang, that's fermented Korean chili paste, as you know. And this is a traditional bulgogi recipe. And so you can make it, as part of, you guys love to do those Make It Ahead Monday things. And so this dish is you can use your leftovers for it. So the bulgogi is very traditional. It has ginger, garlic, soy sauce, sesame oil, some brown sugar and mirin. And then we are going to saute down some mushrooms and some green chilies. I'm making a cheesesteak, right? A bulgogi cheesesteak. So mushrooms and some onions. I know that's not super traditional. Some people are a bit purist about it, but I like to put some veggies in my cheesesteak. I'm going to put the bulgogi.
Hey,
you can
no
see
judgment.
The gochujang. No judgment. Anything goes when you're cooking, right? And I'm going to put my spicy bulgogi. I like some heat in my kitchen. I'm going to put this in my pan. I'm going to saute this down, mix it all together. And this is just to heat it through because it's cooked already, because these are my leftovers, you remember. And you can't make a cheesesteak without cheese, right? So I'm going to make 2 mounds. I'm going to actually maybe break this up into 3 different mounds in my frying pan. And then each mound, I'm going to put some delicious cheese on top. I'm going to use some provolone, but you can use whatever you want to. And I'm just going to put it right on top, some sliced cheese. And then I'm going to cover it. And that cheese is going to melt and become all gooey. Yeah. And then, so that's going to cover just like that. I have some pre-made here that I've been keeping warm. And I just have some, French loaves. You can use ciabatta, whatever you want to. And I've buttered them and I've toasted them. So you get a nice crispy caramelized crust, just like that. So you see this? Oh. And I've just put my bulgogi. I've got my melted cheese on top. And the toppings are going to be some pickled jalapenos. I have some sliced scallions, just like this. And of course, a little bit of spice. I'm going to sprinkle on some gochujang Korean chili flakes and some black and white sesame seeds, just like this. And then you're going to sandwich this all down, just like that. Ooh, look at that. You see this? Look, that's melting down so nicely. Wow. And it smells so good. The aromatics from all of that, the ginger and the garlic and the gochujang and everything. So this is the final sandwich. I'm going to keep doing this. I've got a bunch ready-made here, and fill this, the spices and everything of the bulgogi goes so well.
Judy Joo,
yeah.
That is fantastic. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us from London. We love it.
Thank
and of course,
you so much.
Can please go today.com. Thank you. Today.com/food and find out all about donating to World Central Kitchen and Feeding America. All right, let's go now to our next chef. Just call it out, chef.
Joel Gamarn.
Joel Gamarn. Joel, how are you, sir? What's happening?
Al, what's up,
host
buddy?
of A&E's Scraps. Good, dude.
Right,
what's happening with you?
I miss you, man. Everything is great. I'm sweating some onions. We are making an incredible spot prawn sandwich. We're in Seattle, surrounded by the water. So I've got some caramelized onions, and then you watch your eyebrows for this. These cook for about 45 minutes, and then I'm just going to give a little bit one of these. This is just some brandy.
Whoa, yeah.
Yeah. You know. My eyebrows are a little thick to be doing that this close to it, but it's cool. They stayed. So I've got some caramelized onions, finished with some brandy, and then, hey, Al, have you ever had a spot prawn before?
I don't know that I have.
Yeah, it's kind of like a sweeter shrimp, right? Really tender. They're awesome in the summer here in Seattle. And this sandwich is based off a sandwich that's very famous here from a restaurant called Paseo, where they use shrimp. So I'm using these spot prawns. I'm sauteing them up in a little bit of soy oil, also known as vegetable oil, just a little salt and pepper. And Al, when you cook shrimp, it's like no more than 2 minutes.
If you don't have spot prawns, you could use regular shrimp, right?
Totally. Absolutely. Yep. That's what it's usually made with. But it's the season, so we're leaning into it. So I've got the caramelized onions. I've got the spot prawns. I've got a little French bread. And one of my biggest tricks is I dig out the middle to make more room for the prawns. You know what I mean?
Oh.
That's huge.
Yeah.
Then I've got some garlic aioli, which you got to just go heavy. If this isn't spilling out of the sandwich, you're not doing it right. So I get this on both sides. And then one of the biggest tricks when making a sandwich is to put a piece of lettuce between whatever you're loading it up with and the mayo, so the mayo doesn't make things soggy. So I've got my lettuce. I've got some cooked prawns right here. I've got our caramelized onions that we just did with the brandy. All right, and that's going on top. And you got to load this up. And then some of the pickled chilies. These are a little bit spicy, but they just add a little pop of vinegar, and they're just insane. Al, they're so good. So then you slap on the top. And I don't know if you can see that okay, but that thing is gnarly.
Oh, I can see that. That is beautiful. Joel Gamarn, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And we're moving on as the Rokerthon, the Great American Sandwich Relay, continues. Aishah Alfred owns Duck Goose. I love that. And Balmer, good to see you, sir. How are you?
Good to see you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm waiting to see your classic steak sandwich.
So to get it started, I like to get the hard work out of the way first because I'm a lazy guy. I'm working on a little garlic aioli in this bowl. In this mortar and pestle, I've got some garlic. I've got some mayonnaise. I just want to mash up that garlic really good. I know the last guy gave you garlic aioli, but I'm willing to bet mine's probably better.
So I have no doubt. I have no doubt.
That garlic's about where I want it to be. And obviously you can't have a steak sandwich without the steak. So I've got two couple of pieces of flank steak here. I'm going to season these really well with some salt. Good couple turns of black pepper. I want to start getting these into a pretty hot pan. You want to make sure that pan is nice and hot, yeah? Because if it's not, you're just going to boil the steaks, and nobody wants boiled steaks, right?
No. Yeah.
We'll pop that into an oven. While that's in the oven, I want you to look at these cute little guys right here. That is called a peepadoo pepper. It is salty. It is
peepadoo.
Sweet. It is spicy. It is everything you want a good first date to be is in this little pepper right here. So I'm just going to give that a rough chop. I don't mind the seeds. They bring a little bit of heat to the party, and that's okay with me. So just going to slice through these really quickly. Steak is in the oven working. So that steak's going to sit in the oven at 450 for probably about 4 or 5 minutes. I like my steak pretty rare. I don't really care how you like your steak. Hopefully you like my rare steak.
Hey, it's your steak. You cook it the way you want.
Okay, so I also want to I've got this beautiful ciabatta bread here. I want to get this working. Super simple. We're going to hit that with a little olive oil action. We want to season this with some salt. A couple cracks of fresh cracked pepper. I want to season everything when we're cooking, yeah? Don't want bland food. That's going to go on a wire rack. And it's going to join our lovely steaks in the oven. Now, because I wanted to be prepared for you, I have a couple steaks here that are already done. And I'm going to start slicing these up. And when we cut steak, we want to make sure we cut against the grain. So all that means is the steak's got little lines in it. You want to cut against the lines.
Got it. Good tip.
So I want to slice through this steak. I love flank steak too. It's got a lot of character to it. It cooks really quickly. I'm an impatient guy. When I'm hungry, I'm hungry. I want to eat right away. And a little less expensive. So I've got my steak cut. I've got my beautiful ciabatta here. So now all I got to do is build my sandwich. So now it's the fun part. So I'm going to layer on, and I agree with Joel. If you're going to put aioli on a sandwich, you want the aioli to really be coming off that sucker. So I got my aioli going down. I just lost a headphone to this sandwich, Al.
Uh-oh. No worries.
It might actually be in my aioli, but we're going to be okay. I'm going to lay my steak down on top of my aioli here. On top of there is going to go my lovely peepadoo peppers. And on top of that, I've got some simple arugula right here. And I'm going to make this nice with a little bit of olive oil. Good squeeze of lemon juice on top. And we're going to set this on top. Oh, no, I forgot the cheese. Cheese first. Cheese on top of the meat. A little bit of arugula. That looks really good already. And Al, there you have my take on a classic steak sandwich.
Ashish, thank you so much. Everybody check out Duck Goose when you are in Baltimore. Thank you so much, my friend. Akar Nawab is a chef owner of Alta Khalidid and Alta Khalidid Taqueria in New York, and also a restaurant Au Travez in New Orleans. Akar, thank you for joining us. You're making a bison burger.
I'm making bison. I know, we're really excited to be here for this, so thanks for having us. So first, bison is a high protein, low fat kind of meat. So we like to use that, keep our energy up, but also at the same time, not add a lot of additional fat. So I have the bison here, season it up, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, all mixed together. And then this is a little different. So we have some balsamic onions. So what we do is kind of a take on an agrodolce from Italy. We take these onions and slice them really thin, add them to a pot, like so. A little bit of oil, olive oil. And then we add a little thyme and rosemary. and that goes in, and we add the balsamic vinegar, and we let that cook for a couple of hours. In the meanwhile, we're going to take a couple of gluten-free English muffins that we like a lot. And this recipe is really, really simple. While all that's cooking, we have some cornichons, which are just little baby pickles. And we made a Thousand Island dressing with avocado oil and a little bit of Dijon. Mix all this together.
Uh-huh.
And then we're going to take all of this. Yeah.
With bison, you don't let it cook as long as you would like a regular burger because it's fairly lean, right?
That's correct. Yeah, super lean. So we got a couple that we seared off a little bit here, and then these are getting warmed through. So I agree, a little bit on the pink side is always nice with this. Doesn't take too long to cook, but also doesn't release a lot of fat. So after, I would say, a couple of hours, we have kind of this onion confit, or like this little mixture that's the sweet and sour kind of mixture. Works really well with the bison. So if we start assembling this, take a couple of English muffins like so. And you can use any gluten-free brioche works well, which I think is good too. A little bit of the Thousand Island dressing. And spread that. Be generous. I saw some aioli earlier. This is a little different. It's rich like that, but at the same time, it has a slightly less rich take on it. But the avocado oil helps a lot. Mm-hmm. And then we take some of the bison burgers, as many as you like. But this is a good option for no beef. And then we have a couple of tomatoes. So, and a little bit of lettuce, a little iceberg. And then, like so.
That looks beautiful.
This is a little different.
Lovely.
It's a different take
Akar
on the burger.
Nawab, thank you so much. Thank you for taking part in Rokerthon 4. We appreciate it. Go to today.com/allday to find out how you can donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen, two great organizations trying to help combat hunger. Also, #Rokerthon. I'll try to get some chefs to answer some questions. All right, we're going to go back to Ace Champion. He was having a few internet problems on the interweb. All right, he's back. All right, let's see the finished sandwich there, Chef. Just what do you have to do? What do you have to?
Yes.
Okay.
So we got our shrimp po' boy. We got the grilled shrimp. We got the fried shrimp. And we're going to go ahead and get a little piece of this lettuce right here. And then here's my beautiful fried Cajun shrimp. We're just going to top that. Just add that right into our shrimp hoagie. Then we're going to close that up, Mr. Al. We're going to slice that in half for you, just like so. And there you have it, the shrimp po' boy with your fried shrimp. I'll take a bite for you.
All right.
And like the great Judy Charles, we got to pour a glass of wine. I'll see you, Mr. Al. You take care. Be blessed.
All right, Ace Champion, he hung in there. We thank you.
Sir.
All right, next we're going to thank you. We're going to go to John Cannell. He's the creator of Preppy Kitchen, a food and baking blog. He started in 2015, over 1 million YouTube and Instagram followers. John, how are you today?
Good. Thank you for having me.
All right, let's get started. You got a turkey brie cranberry sandwich.
First off, we're going to start by cutting our bread. I have a nice boulet of sourdough bread from our local bakery. And I want about 1/4-inch slices, maybe up to 1/2 inch. Depends on how bready you like your sandwich. Okay. If you don't have sourdough, you could definitely use like a whole grain and kind of white bread you like as well. This is a really easy and versatile sandwich. It's perfect for summer. Okay, that's good. Now we're going to mix up a really delicious but super simple cranberry sauce with some mayonnaise and cranberry sauce, a little bit of pepper. I know in the summer, a lot of us want some quick sandwiches, but we don't want to turn the stove on or get a ton of ingredients out. It's always sure to please.
Right, sure.
Okay, get that in there. And now we're just going to give it a really quick mix and add a bit of pepper to taste.
It's funny because you don't usually think about cranberries, cranberry sauce in the middle of summer.
This is true, but you really want like a little taste of the holidays because fall is coming. It's around the corner. Okay, that's good. Now for our bread, you can always add a little bit of extra butter. And if you're adventurous and want to turn your stove on, you can make this into a grilled sandwich for a melt. In that case, you can add butter on the outside, but I'm going to add a dash of butter on the inside for a little bit of extra richness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now let's add our cranberry sauce on. A nice generous scoop. Get it over there. And then it's time for our cheese. I'm using a really nice earthy brie from one of our local dairies. And I'm just going to give it a really quick cut. And again, you can be more generous or miserly depending on how you feel for the day. Okay.
I love a good brie.
Yeah, I know. I love the way it pairs with the peppery arugula we're going to add to this. It's a very nice contrast. A lot of sandwiches would want to put on a bit of mustard or something like that, but in this case, the arugula is going to give that to us. Okay, it's time to layer on some delicious roasted turkey. So give a generous portion onto your sandwich. There we go. And now we're going to add a good dollop of fresh arugula or rocket. It's really peppery and adds some nice green.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Love some good arugula.
Oh, it's like one of my favorite bits for the summer. It's time to give it a cut. Look at this.
Excellent. That looks fantastic. John, thank you so much. John Cannell of the Preppy Kitchen. Check out his food and baking blog. All right, up next as we continue on Rokerthon 4, Gabi Dalkin, and her website. Hi, Gabi, your website. What's Gabi Cooking? We appreciate that. And what you're going to be doing a grilled cheese?
We are making a grilled cheese today, and we are just starting with some like basic sourdough bread. This is how my dad used to make it when I was a kid. And like the like fight, I feel like on the internet world is, do you use butter or do you use mayo? And in my world, you should use both. So I am going to actually butter the sides of 2 pieces of toast. And then this is going to get toasted in a skillet back here. I'm just going to throw it back here and put it on to toast. This is actually, here's what it looks like when it comes off. Well, this one got a little burned. That's what happens when you're not actually in the studio.
Oh, no worries. Little extra
this
crunch.
is actually, yeah, right? This is going to be the inside of the grilled cheese. So I'm going to turn this toasted side up, and then we are going to put, let me turn this down a little bit. We are going to load this up with 4 kinds of cheese. So we have some shredded Gruyere, some shredded cheddar. You could use Fontina. I've got Monterey Jack. And I'm shredding it rather than just putting slices in because I feel like that melts evenly and better and faster once you put it over the heat. So we're just going to load that all up. And then, because more is more, and like John just used brie, so I feel like I have to use brie too. I'm going to put a couple slices of brie on this grilled cheese. So as it stands right now, we've got 4 cheeses on here. And then the buttered side piece of the toast is going right on our sandwich. Okay, so here comes the mayo situation. We have a little bit of mayo, a little bit of melted butter, and some Parmesan cheese. So now we're up to 4 cheeses. I'm just gonna combine all of those things into a little bowl, give it a quick stir. And this is going on the outside of the bread. So we'll just slather it on there.
That is brilliant.
It's really aggressive. I mean, it's 8:30 in the morning here in California, so I feel like this is the breakfast of champions. And then this is going to go on the stove. I'll mayo the other side once I put it on. Let me throw this on quickly. And then just slather the other side with some Parmesan mayo. You can see it toasting up. And then get ready for this. Here is what it looks like when it comes off. And I don't know about you, but how do you feel about ketchup?
I've never thought about ketchup and grilled cheese.
Okay, so we used to do this as kids, and my dad would serve grilled cheese with ketchup. Woo, that's hot. So we're gonna slice it on a diagonal. You've got all the cheeses in there, and then grab some ketchup, dip it in, and it's like a sweeter version of grilled cheese and tomato soup. And honestly, it's the breakfast of champions.
That is fantastic. Gabi Dalkin, thank you so much. We appreciate it. 5 kinds of cheese. That's a record as we try to break a Guinness World Record. Fantastic. All right, Tegan Gerard, let's head over there. Half-Baked Harvest. You've been featured on a bunch of cooking shows.
Hi.
So tell me, Tegan, good morning.
Yeah. Good morning. I am
so
here.
You're making it.
Go ahead. Yeah. I'm making a tomato bacon sandwich with a little bit of... It's tomato. Can you hear me? It's tomato bacon.
I can.
All
it's
right.
good. That was my fault. My bad.
No worries. Yeah. No, I'm making a tomato bacon sandwich, but I'm switching it up a little bit. I've got some goat cheese here, and I'm stirring in some fresh herbs. I've got basil, got a little bit of dill and lemon juice, and some salt and pepper, and that's really simple. And what I'm going to do now, so that's my goat cheese mix, but what makes this sandwich, right, is the vinaigrette. This is a bacon vinaigrette, and I've got some olive oil, some red wine vinegar, extra crispy bacon. Of course, you've got to have that. And this just came off the stove. My stove is over here, so I pre-did it for you guys a little bit. But you want to put that bacon down in the dressing, and you stir it up, and it's really simple. So red wine vinegar, salt. I'm going to season it up with salt and pepper, and then some crushed red pepper flakes for a little bit of heat. And that is your dressing, right? And this is going to go over our beautiful heirloom tomatoes that I've got here. So I am going to, it's summer, so you want a summer sandwich that highlights those tomatoes, but I feel like a little bit, let's switch it up a little bit. You can just do, I know everybody's into the simple BLT with a little bit of bacon, lettuce, tomato, but I love kind of adding simple flavors that make it really good. So I'm going to slice this tomato, and then I'll season it simply with a little bit of salt and pepper. But like I said, what really makes this sandwich is the goat cheese, the herb goat cheese. Like I said, we got some basil, some dill in there. You could certainly use burrata cheese, which would be delicious. You could do a little bit of feta. All would be really good in this. And then I'm just going to layer it up. Really simple. No cook, basically, unless you, aside from cooking the bacon. So if you guys are avoiding using your stove right now, this is the perfect sandwich to make. And a little tip for you, if you want to make it a little heartier, a fried egg on top is extra delicious. Yeah, so that's super good.
Wouldn't say no to that.
Put in, right, a little bit of fried egg with that crispy bacon. Okay, so layer your tomatoes. And I like to use heirloom. It's summer, so you got to, use them while they're here. They're beautiful. I'm going to do a little green one too.
Right.
Just for a little bit of a different flavor, because they all have a different sweetness, a different tang to them. Layer that, season that one with a little bit of salt and pepper too. And then comes the dressing, which, like I said, is key. It's a bacon vinaigrette type of situation. There's a little bit of red wine vinegar. You could do a little bit of honey in here to kind of add a extra special touch as well. And then you just drizzle it over the tomatoes. And then just because I feel like we're trying to break world records here, I'm going to, not that this is breaking a world record, but I'm going to crumble a little bit more of this goat cheese over top. And you could certainly turn this into a grilled cheese and do a little bit of cheddar. That would be insanely delicious. But that is my sandwich. Very simple. And I always like to kind of garnish with a little bit of basil because, guys, that's what I do. Thank you.
We love basil.
Right?
Tegan Gerard, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Rokerthon continues,
guys.
The Great American Sandwich Relay. Let's head to David Rose, chef, Food Network personality, bringing everything together, a little Southern, a little French, a little Jamaican. David Crab Cake BLT.
Yes, sir.
Hit us.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Al. I missed you, so here's your understudy, Al meet Al. So you'll be my sous chef today. What we got
Very
going
nice.
on first?
Very nice.
First, we're going to go ahead. We're going to start out a crab cake BLT. It's not your ordinary run-of-the-mill BLT. It's
You got to touch the food.
BLT.
Touch the food, David.
So you got to have right here.
Touch the food.
Jumbo lump crab meat. Jumbo lump crab meat. To that, you want to add some mayonnaise. I like adding QP mayonnaise. Gives it a nice kind of sweetness, a nice umami. Little bit of Dijon mustard for that nice little tang. You got to get a little lemon lemon juice in there as well, because the lemon juice is great with seafood, Old Bay, because Old Bay is a must in any crab cake. Little bit
yeah.
A little bit of garlic powder, a little bit of white pepper. And you cannot forget, I'm Jamaican, I like spice, so I gotta always have spice in my recipes, a little bit of hot sauce. So a couple dashes of that. Now, with the lump crab meat, you don't want to over mix it because you don't want to break up those luscious, delicious jumbo chunks of crab. So just gently, ever so lightly, stir it together, just like that, until it's incorporated. And you want something to bind it together. So me, Al, I grew up on Ritz crackers. They're amazing. They're delicious, add a nice butteriness. So I pulse up some of the Ritz crackers. I put half of that into the crab cake mix. It's gonna give it a really nice pop. And then I reserve half of that to bread them. So you do like so, and then you take it, and just, again, being careful, being gentle, not to break up the lump crab meat. Nice.
You want to caress the you want to caress the crab.
Caress it. Make love, you know? Just take time and just take care of it. And just dip it like that.
Okay, you took that a little far, Dave.
All right. But food is love. Food is love. All right. So what you do next is when I'm pan searing it, pan sauteing it, I like to use a mixture of butter and canola oil because I want to get that nice golden nuttiness of the butter, but also not have it burn. So for the bread selection, I'm using a nice toasted sourdough. I butter them on the plancha and toast it on both sides. It's going to create a nice force field to keep all that juiciness, all that moisture, all that flavor inside of the crab cake. So one piece of bread like that. What I have here is a dill aioli. You got to have a sauce, Al. You got to have a sauce. So in there we got dill. We have mayonesa, a little Worcestershire sauce, a little bit of sriracha, because you got to have that heat, and rice wine vinegar. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and start building our sandwich, Al. Are you ready? Okay.
Ready.
So first things first, you get the nice jumbo lump crab cake. You see that right there, Al? You don't want too much bread coming there.
That's beautiful.
Enough to kind of hold it together.
No.
But all you see is
just
lump
hold
crab
it together.
Hold it together. That's
very much like myself. I'm just holding it together.
See, Al? Bald-head brothers, you think alike. Okay. Next, what we do is we want to have our tomato and we want to have some red lettuce. You want to always make sure to season along every step. You don't want any ingredient to feel neglected, Al. So I have some nice plum or Roma tomatoes right here. Heavy salt and pepper on both sides. That way, every component of the crab cake BLT is going to be amazing. Okay, so flip it over, both sides, like so. All right. I'm going to take my big lettuce, 2 leaves, put it on there. A couple of those rolled tomatoes. And what's a BLT without some nice, crispy, crunchy, sweet, savory bacon? So good. All right.
All right.
So bacon.
Load it up.
Bacon,
Load it up.
3 to 4, like so. Top bread. And if you want to get real fancy, skewer, like so. You see that, Al? You got that.
Very nice. That is gorgeous. David Rose. That's fantastic. Hey, David, next time we see you, I want to say, I hope you've worked out a little more because your arms seem a little flabby.
A little bit. A little bit. I'm trying. It's quarantine now.
That's a gun. That's the gun show. Boom, boom. All right, David Rose, thank you. Boom. Thank you. We're leaving Georgia. We're now heading to Sammy Moniz. He's the chef and the founder of Feeding the Frasers. It's CrossFit athletes. Healthy but not boring is the brand. King of the sweet heat. Sammy, what do you got for us?
Hi, Al. Today we are making a peanut butter, banana, and bacon sandwich. We're getting the sweet heat from
Elvis would love that.
He would, yes. We love it in our house, and he made it famous. So I'm using a little bit of hot honey on the bacon. If hot honey is not your thing, you can use just regular honey, but we like just a little bit of that sweet heat. So I've got a nice thick cut bacon with the honey on it. I'm going to put it in the oven. We've got 350 on the oven, and that's going to go in there for about 20 to 25 minutes, depending on your desired doneness. We like a little movie magic here. some crispy bacon. So I go a little bit farther on the crispy side there. So we've got our finished bacon here. And the nice thing about this sandwich is how simply it comes together. So I've got almond butter. You can use peanut butter, which is the traditional recipe, but I'm going to use almond butter today. This is a cinnamon flavored almond butter, getting even more fancy. We've got our bananas here. Can slice up some more. So we got some nice fresh ones. We love to eat this sandwich throughout the day. My fiance is a professional athlete. And so for us, it's all about getting as many calories as we can in between those workouts to make sure that he is fueled for the next workout that he's got to do.
Yeah, I try to do that. I just don't do the workouts. So that works out.
Right. Yeah. Hey, whatever you got to do to get the calories in, right, Al? So we're going to add some bacon on top of our bananas here. So we did almond butter, then our bananas, and I'm going to take 2 slices of this sweet and sticky bacon and add that to the top. Now, I told my little brother I was making this sandwich, and he requested that I cut the crust off for him, as little brothers do. So I decided we're going to cut the crust off to make the little brother happy. And then there we go. Cut it in half.
All right.
This right here, like I said, it comes together nice and quick once that bacon is done. And it's going to provide you with the fuel you need after your workout, right, Al? And it's delicious, too.
That's
you cannot beat a nice sweet heat bacon with some almond butter and banana.
Sammy Moniz, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Again, we are trying to help people raise money for Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. Go to today.com/allday for more information. One of my faves, Alon Shaya, is joining us. He's a chef and restaurateur. Shaya and Saba in NOLA, Safta in Denver. He is the king of Middle Eastern cuisine. I love this, though. Alon, you're making an oyster schnitzel sandwich.
I am.
Yeah.
I am, yes. Schnitzel is something that I grew up eating. My mom would make schnitzel out of chicken or turkey. But of course, here in Louisiana, we have beautiful oysters. So we got these beautiful plump oysters. And if you can make schnitzel out of chicken, you can make schnitzel out of oysters. So I'm going to take them. And I'm just going to put them in a little bit of flour and just kind of toss them in just a little bit of all-purpose flour here and get them nice and evenly coated. From there, I'm going to kind of like push off any of the excess flour, and I'm going to go into a bowl where I've cracked an egg and whisked in a little bit of milk in there. And that's going to kind of, the flour is going to help the milk and the egg stay attached to the oyster. And then the egg and the milk is going to help the breadcrumbs stick to the oyster. So we're going to go from here into a breadcrumb mixture that I'm going to season with a little bit of salt. These are just breadcrumbs right now. I'm going to add the salt, the sesame seeds, and a little bit of yellow curry powder. But you can use any type of curry or pepper that you want. All those, like, so many delicious combinations that you could do. And then from the egg, they go into the breadcrumbs. And I'm going to get a nice coat all over those oysters with these seasoned breadcrumbs. To me, what really makes a schnitzel is like the sesame mixed with the breadcrumbs and some type of spice. My mom would put black pepper or chili flakes in there. And then I have some hot oil over here. And I'm just going to go straight into the oil with my oysters and get them to cook just till they're golden brown on both sides. Now, you can make schnitzel with any kind of stuff. You could use soft shell crab. You could use shrimp. You could use, like I said, like a chicken breast. It's all delicious. And so as these are going to fry, you can see now the oysters have gotten beautiful and golden brown. Oh, and you see all those sesame seeds on top, which is really delicious. I'm going to toast some bread. So I have some potato rolls here that I'm just going to rub with a little bit of butter. You want a good warm toasted bread for a schnitzel, I think, because it really helps kind of like add a great texture to the whole sandwich. So a little bit of butter. I just used about a half a stick of butter here, which I consider a little bit. You know, you can never have enough butter on your toast.
Yeah, that's right. You're down in Louisiana.
That's right. These are going to go into the broiler, and when they're all ready, they're going to look like this. You see they're golden brown and toasty. On top of that,
beautiful.
I'm going to put some mayonnaise. I love mayonnaise on sandwiches, and I love mayonnaise with anything fried on a sandwich. I'm going to check these buns here really quick and just make sure that they don't burn. And let's check these oysters out. Here, watch this beautiful sizzle happening here. You can see those oysters sizzling in the oil. I'm just going to flip them over. And look how perfect and golden brown those are. And now, I hope I'm making you hungry, Al. You're probably, like 70 sandwiches
you are,
today so
absolutely.
Far? All right, so I'm going to put
I don't know. I think,
pickles on top of the mayonnaise. Some arugula, but you can use any kind of lettuce, like iceberg or romaine lettuce. I'm going to remove the oysters from the heat and just let them drain on some paper towels. And I'm going to season them with a little bit of salt. You don't need too much because oysters are already a little salty. And a little bit of squeezed lemon juice over the top. Make it taste really good. And now I can build the sandwich. I'm going to put these oysters here on top of the arugula, the mayonnaise, and the pickles. I'm going to put the top on. And here I have a beautiful oyster schnitzel sandwich with mayonnaise, pickles, and arugula.
That is fantastic. Alon, thank you so much, my friend. Nice big bite. I love that. All right. Don't forget, go to today.com/allday to find out how you can help donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. All right. Lucinda Scala Quinn is up next. TV host, author. She also used to be the editorial director at Martha Stewart Living. Good to see you, Lucinda. And you've got a great New York-style deli sandwich for us.
I do. Hello, El Roker, everybody in Sandwich Rokerthon. I am starting with an everything bagel. This is a New York City, straight up from the Upper West Side, 101st and Broadway, a bacon, egg, and cheese. Better known as a BEC, B-E-C. Now, I spent years giving my kids really healthy breakfasts, Al. When they got out on their own, you know what they did? They just went straight to the corner deli to get a BEC. So I figured I would figure out with them how to make it so that they would eat it at home with me. I've buttered my everything bagel, and I am putting it straight down onto a cast iron skillet and then putting something on to just hold it down. If you don't have that and you want to just do a toast, toast your bagel, that's fine. I am going to crack 2 eggs into this skillet right here. And this is where the magic happens. It's a little bit of architecture, okay? So in goes 2 eggs, 2 large eggs. And you want to hear that sizzle. I hope you can hear it. You get it going. Give that just about a minute until the white starts to set up. Because where the magic happens is you have to just take your spatula and hit the yolk so that it breaks, but you still, in the end, you want to have a little bit of runniness, right? So right here, I have a couple that have already been done. I hit that yolk and then put on top a piece of cheese, just on one side, Al. Keep the cheese, and then on top of the cheese goes the bacon, all right? This is, as I said, this is a system that was worked out.
Cheese, bacon.
Okay, now I'm coming over here. I'm going to show you. I've got the egg, and then here's where it becomes the sandwich of your dreams. You take this egg, and you first make an egg-on-egg sandwich. So before I do anything, I have an egg-on-egg sandwich right here, and I'm pressing it down. I have a lot of people I got to feed today, so you can see right here. Here's another little setup. I like to get it going. Now, I'm going to keep the assembly line going on those 2 eggs. I'm going to bring over my 2 griddled bagels right here. And right now, slide onto there that egg-on-egg sandwich with the cheese and the bacon in the middle. And then this is where, for me, it's hot sauce, Al. It's hot sauce all the way. For my sons, it's hot sauce and ketchup. So it's a double whammy. And if you go into that deli and you pick it up for them and you haven't asked for that, you're in trouble. All right? I don't want to be in trouble with my boys. All right.
Nope.
Then
No, you
close
don't.
this baby up and take your knife, and hopefully, if you've done it right, you've got still some yolk that's a little bit runny and still some that's firm enough so it doesn't slide all over the place. And when the kids were running out the door and I was trying to compete with the deli on the corner, I would wrap it up in parchment paper so that they could just take it and eat it. So here we go, right here. Look at
So
that.
it looked like it come from the
Look
deli.
at that. It's just coming straight
That is beautiful,
in.
Linda.
Isn't that beautiful?
Thank you so much. That is,
You
you are
betcha.
making me so hungry. Well, you keep making them for your boys, and we'll see you later. All right, as Rokerthon, the Great Sandwich Relay continues, donate at today.com/allday. World Central Kitchen and Feeding America. Up next, she used to be, she is a chef and a bakery owner, Maya Camille Broussard. I've met Maya before, and she's a great baker, but she owns a place called Justice of the Pies. But you are making a fig and manchego tuna melt. And let me say something, your pecan pie is a thing of beauty.
Thank you. I'm so glad that you enjoyed it and that you shared it with your family. I love salty sweet. So that's what we're going with this fig and manchego tuna melt. So I'm going to start with 2 6-ounce cans of white albacore tuna, and then I am going to add 2 tablespoons of sun-dried tomatoes, a little bit of sweetness, and then 1 chopped celery stalk, 2 tablespoons of black olives for that sort of briny, salty that we want. And then I have 1 teaspoon of white pepper. And then I'm also going to add some fresh lemon juice. So we just want to take 1 lemon, 1 whole lemon, and we're just going to squeeze it directly into our tuna salad. And then I chopped up some sweet onions. You can use red onions as well. So we're going to do 2 tablespoons of sweet onion. And then lastly, for the tuna salad, we are going to add mayo, 1/4 cup of mayonnaise. I like to use the mayonnaise that's made with olive oil. There's also like avocado mayonnaise that's really good for a healthier alternative. Now here's the trick. When I'm mixing my tuna salad, I'm not using this because this would decimate my tuna salad and make it mushy. I'm using a fork so that the tuna chunks can remain and thick. So I'm going to use this fork to mix the mayonnaise and all of the ingredients together to make sure that everything is well incorporated. So once we do that, once we make the tuna salad, then we can make the sandwich. You know what I love about tuna melts? It's so buttery, like buttery and cheesy. If you can't have butter, like, you know, you have my all butter crust, right? So you know I love butter. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take 2 slices of sourdough bread. And then I am going to add a generous amount of butter. Now, some people will make their tuna melt on a skillet on top of the stove. I like to bake it because it helps to make all of the cheese melt and everything can kind of meld together with the tuna salad. So I'm going to take the sourdough bread and I'm going to put it face down on my baking sheet. And then I'm going to grab some more butter and put that on the other slice of sourdough bread. Plenty of butter because that's going to give us that nice golden crust that we want. So now I got the butter face down on my baking sheet. Next up, big jam, a little bit of sweetness. Go with the saltiness because remember the tuna salad has black olives in it, so it has that briny, salty flavor. So the big jam gives us just a tad bit of sweetness, and then I also this is why I love manchego because it has that nuttiness. So I'm going to add about 4 ounces. Do that again now.
I love manchego.
Yeah, it's so great with fig jam, but also with wine. Wine and manchego cheese and fig jam, all of it's delicious. So I used about 4 ounces of the manchego. Now for the start of the show, our tuna salad. So I'm just going to put a healthy amount of that on here, on top of the sandwich. Now I preheated my oven to 350 degrees. That's a nice temperature. It's a nice cool ground. And I am going to bake this for about 3 minutes on each side. And then I'll open up the oven and I'll flip this over. So the buttered piece of bread that I put down before, I'm now going to put that with the butter side face up. So we have one butter side that's face down and one butter side that is face up. So I am just going to throw this in my oven. And then I'm going to pull out what I've already made. It's ready to cut. It's so cheesy and delicious. Oh, look at this brown, golden brown crust. Buttery. Yeah.
That is beautiful. Oh my gosh. And I know you say you can swap out chicken for tuna if you wanted. And Maya Camille Broussard, that sandwich is a thing of beauty. Thank you so much for helping us out. And we're going to have a story about Maya coming up, Maya Camille, on the 3rd hour of today in a couple of weeks. So we look forward to seeing that. Nice to see you, Camille. Maya Camille, I should say. Hey, you can't make sandwiches without the queen of bread. Ladies and gentlemen, Nancy Silverton, Pizzeria Mozza, Osteria Mozza, founder of the La Brea Bakery, and also an active fundraiser for No Kid Hungry. God bless. So what are you making for us today, Nance?
Well, today I'm making for you one of my favorite sandwiches, a pan bagnat. So that is a tuna sandwich that's bathed in olive oil. I'm going to start out using a round of the pizza dough that I made with a slice of red onion and thyme on top. Now, this sandwich is so delicious and so oily that it's very important that you use a soft roll. Otherwise, beware that you will bite into the sandwich and you will be covered with olive oil. Now, all the
so this will absorb it.
Oh, yeah. Yes, this will absorb it. But all the beautiful holes in the bread are going to be perfect crevices for this oily sandwich. Drizzle it with a little extra virgin olive oil. I'm going to smear on some black olive tapenade. Now, in my black olive tapenade, and by the way, the olives that I use are black Niçoise olives. I've got some parsley and capers and anchovy, a little sliced parsley. Kind of smear that on the bottom. What's great is that so many of these elements that go into the sandwich just come from a jar, which is terrific and easy. And once you have them all, it's really just assembling them and making sure that you season every layer with olive oil, a little flaky salt, little fresh herb. I've got some thyme in there. I love to use a little cucumber, which I don't know how traditional that is. Layering that in, it gives a lot of crunch, a little freshness.
Yeah, he's Chef 50.
Now I'm going to pile on some oil-packed tuna right on top. Whoops. Let me get that. Yeah, I'm, assembling this sandwich in my home kitchen in Los Angeles, but I got to tell you, I'd give anything right now to be in the south of France, of course, with you, standing on a street corner, bending over so we don't cover ourselves in olive oil. Digging into one of these. Some fresh lemon juice.
Oh, That looks beautiful.
I'm going to spoon on some caperberry relish. These are the whole berries, a little bit of the buds, some red onion, a little parsley. Look at that. Oh, so good. Some pitted Niçoise olives. My favorite part, some Spanish anchovy.
Oh, I love that.
Don't you love it? Oh. Some nice, perfectly cooked sliced egg. Notice how my egg, or I hope you can see that my egg is wet but set. Nice yellow, no green, awful ring around it. Some more flaky sea salt. Grinding of cracked black pepper. A little bit more oil, just in case. Boy, almost a crime to cover this. It's so beautiful. Sandwich on top. Wow.
Beautiful. It's a portable Niçoise salad on a bun. Fantastic.
Bathed
Nancy
in olive
Silverton.
oil.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you for helping us out. Again, Rokerthon, the Great American Sandwich Relay. Go to today.com/allday. Check out how you can help Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. Let's head to chef number 50. Dan Kluger. He's the chef owner of Loring Place in New York City, the author of Chasing Flavor that comes out in the fall. Dan, thank you for being here. You got a crispy chicken sandwich for us.
I do. Thank you. And I'm honored to be following Nancy Silverton. So this is a very simple chicken sandwich. We take boneless thighs. We basically bone them out.
You got to touch the food.
This was a leftover from doing a whole chicken, and we basically dredge it. We dredge it in cornstarch, and then from there we throw in the fryer 375 for 8 minutes. And once we do that, we take them out, and we're gonna basically put this on the sandwich. We've taken celery, and we basically just cut up celery, pickled jalapenos, and we're going to chop those up. Some pickled red onions, chop those up as well. Some pickled cucumbers, all this stuff we make in-house, really simple. And then some pickled cherry peppers. And these we get from the farmer's market. And again, the idea is basically just chop everything up. And once we do, we mix it into this bowl with more mayo, and we make a relish. And the relish is our aioli, our mayonnaise component of this sandwich, and just mix it all together. And from there we have ciabatta. We're using ciabatta. You could use sourdough, really anything of that sort. And we just lightly toasted it with a little bit of olive oil. We're going to put the relish on it. And this relish is sweet, sour, crunchy, salty. And then we put our chicken thighs on. And this is all about texture and balance. And then the added balance to this is barbecue sauce. We make this barbecue sauce. You could use something like a store-bought barbecue sauce. And it's basically just to put a little bit more of that sweet, sour, and spicy. This has a fair amount of spice. And then arugula for some bitterness. And that is basically the sandwich. And we cut ours in half. And we have a whole bunch here to make for our friends today. And that.
Wow, Dan, that is fantastic. You can hear the crunch.
Thank you.
Yep.
I hope you can come and get one day, Al.
And it looks terrific. I plan to put me down. Dan Kluger, chef and owner of Loring Place. Thank you so much. All righty. One of our pals, too. She's a judge on Iron Chef on the Food Network. Donatella Arpaia. Good to see you, Donatella.
Good to see you, too, Al. It's so exciting to be here today. Part of history.
All right.
So let me start moving.
Yeah, that's right. You're making us a next level Italian sub.
That's right. That's right. I was never a fan of the Italian subs, you know, those big monstrous things that you find everywhere. But this, I think, really takes it to the next level. I'm making the vinaigrette right now. We're crushing the garlic, just some good virgin olive oil, red wine vinegar, a little oregano, salt and pepper, and we whisk it. And the reason we use whole garlic is because then we want it to infuse and then we take it out at the last minute. So you don't have garlic breath, Al. We don't want that. And then my Calabrian chili with some mayonnaise, just simple mayonnaise and Calabrian chili. You can swap it out with chili powder if you like, but I don't want to do that. I love Calabrian chili. It's really good. And another thing that I'm doing is here. Now I'm taking this vinaigrette and I'm soaking the bottom of the club. And this is something you want to eat fresh. And the big thing about Italian subs is the provolone, which I'm not a fan of. So I exchange it with fresh mozzarella. And now we start beautiful. Go to the deli and get thin, paper thin slices of your favorite salumi. I have capicola, I have mortadella, I have prosciutto di Parma.
It doesn't look like you have enough meat there, Donatella.
What are you talking about? I don't have enough meat. How can you say that, Al?
Just kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke. I'm kidding.
Okay.
Joking.
I'm Italian. Now I'm interlaying it with fresh mozzarella. And remember, Al, mozzarella should be the color of milk. It shouldn't be white. That usually means they're putting additives, which we don't want. Okay, a little bit more.
Good to
know. Do you like it now? Listen, Al, do you like things spicy or mild?
I do. Spicy.
Okay, I have red onion that's soaking in cold water. It takes the bite away. And now I'm going to put on the Calabrian chili paste on top. Oh, yeah. I'm going to put it on. I'm going to do this. A little romaine. I do romaine hearts. And then a little drizzle. Don't forget the pepperoncini. A little. Okay. I'm cutting it. Al, can you come over and have a bite or what? Are we going to have a bite together?
I am there in a little while. As soon as we're done with this.
Nice and spicy for you. Okay,
Donatella, that's how I like it.
I didn't know you spoke Italiano.
Thank you so much. A little mozzarella, a little prosciutto. Thank you, Donatella. Good to see you again. Bye-bye. We are on our way. I think, is this chef number 52, I believe?
Yes.
Okay. Christian Petroni, a recurring judge on Food Network's Chopped and Beat Bobby Flay, executive chef and part owner of Fortina, an Italian restaurant with 3 locations. You, my friend, are making an Italian sandwich. What goes into that, my friend?
Yeah, we're calling this the first generation Italian, cousin Al. You know what I'm saying? So we got mom's chicken.
Yo, I hear you.
Cousin Al, I love this. We got mom's paper thin chicken cutlets going in olive oil, couple of garlic cloves, and then we got broccoli rabe with some beautiful Calabrian chili paste, and we just let that braise out. And at this point, we're really ready to build this sandwich. You know what I mean? So what I'll do is
I hear you.
I like to take the residual heat from that beautiful chicken cutlet. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Right? And the residual heat is gonna do some work. It's gonna do some work. We're gonna put that heat, that hot chicken cutlet to work on that cold, fresh mozzarella. And fresh mozzarella is great. Yeah, I like it, but I need some of the salt from provolone. So I do a double cheese situation here, cousin Al. Double cheese.
Why not? Why wouldn't you?
2020, anything goes nowadays, I guess. So now what I do is I take some of that, you know what's even better? Some more salt. We put some prosciutto right on there. This is a 24-month age Vecchia Folzani black label prosciutto. It reminds me of Jamon Serrano, which is why I love it so much. And then we take some of that beautiful braised broccoli rabe over the top. I'll tell you what, if I had Parmesan at hand's length right now, I'd throw Parm on here, right? We take some of Cousin Frank's olive oil, right? We put the bread on it, Cousin Al.
Oh, man. Oh, yes. Go in there, baby. Yes.
I love him.
All right. Look. All right, Christian, thank you so much. My cousin Christian, we love it. All right, we are trying to raise money for Feeding America, and of course the World Central Kitchen, two great organizations trying to help food insecurity here. And now we go to Mr. Thomas Keller, the chef of Per Se, the founder of Per Se and the French Laundry, and of course the fabulous restaurant down at Hudson Yards. We love your restaurant, Chef. Good to see you.
Hey, Al, thank you very much. Great to be here. World Central Kitchen, of course, Feeding America. It's all good.
Chef, you got to touch the food real quick. Touch the food real quick.
So
touch the
we're
food.
We're doing a BLT. We got our bread here. We've got our lettuce. We got our tomato. We've got an egg.
All right, he touched the food.
Here, so we got to do that. We got to do that. So we got our toasted bread here. So we're going to do two things with that. First, we're going to make a grilled cheese sandwich. This is a very famous sandwich from the movie Spanglish, where I worked with James Brooks, as well as Adam Sandler, and of course our sous chef Phil Rosenthal. So we have some beautiful mayonnaise here. It's a simple BLT with grilled cheese and fried egg. So this sandwich was developed here in this kitchen, and we talked to a lot of chefs who were working with us that night. And we said, what kind of sandwich would you make if you went home for dinner, or if you went home after work and you had a snack? One person said a fried egg. One person said a grilled cheese. Another said BLT. So that's what we put all three together. And we did a BLT.
Boom, put it together.
Grilled cheese sandwich with fried egg. So here we're going to start our fried egg. Okay, we've got our egg. We've got a little bit of oil in our pan here. Put our egg in there. Okay, we'll get that started. We got a little bit of pepper here on top. Some salt.
And while the chef is making this, a little known fact, Chef Keller's never had a beard before.
Never had a beard before.
But you've got a pandemic beard.
We're going to go ahead and layer our bacon nice and evenly on there. So it's all one layer. Okay. Beautiful bacon here. Okay. Got that bacon. We got our grilled cheese working up top here. Okay. We're going to get that ready here. Okay. Perfect. Grilled cheese is ready. Boom. We got that. Okay. We're going to go ahead and slice our beautiful tomato from our garden right across the street. Oh, look at this tomato, huh? Come on now. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Look at that. Boom.
That is gorgeous.
Okay. So it's very important to remember that we're putting these things on in order. Okay. So we don't want to put the tomato right on the bread because we don't want the tomato water to make the bread soggy. So right nice and neat. So our egg is really cooking here. You can see that. Beautiful egg. Go ahead and put that over. Go ahead and put our tomato now. Look at that. Look at that. Right there on our sandwich. Beautiful butter lettuce. Okay. So we have basically now we have our BLT, right? Done and ready to go. Okay. We're going to add our fried egg on top of this. Okay. Okay. We got our fried egg coming up here. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh.
Fried egg there. And then, of course, our grilled cheese portion.
And he sticks the landing.
Grilled cheese right on top. Boom. Okay. We're going to slice that. We're going to really enjoy that. Boom. Okay. Here we go, Al. There's our sandwich. BLT, fried egg, grilled cheese sandwich. Jim Brooks, Adam Sandler, the movie Spanglish.
That is the sandwich everybody wants. Chef Thomas Keller and his restaurant in Hudson Yards, Tack Room, spectacular. Chef, thank you so much. We appreciate you taking part. Thank you. Don't forget, today.com/allday to help donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. Let's head now to Phil the Grill Johnson. His restaurant's Trop House took 5th in the KC Royal World Series of Barbecue, a Food Network Firemaster champion. And now we've got the Cluck Moo Sandwich. Chef, hit it.
Yes. So Cluck Moo Sandwich has all my favorite.
Yeah, he's in it.
Yep. It has all my favorite food groups. What we do here at the restaurant, we do a pulled chicken, but what we do with the skin, we'll crisp that up and serve it as an appetizer, which is also part of this sandwich. So we got some chicken skin that we took off of our chicken thighs. And what I'm going to do here is just throw that right in the oil, get that going, get that nice and crisped up. At the same time, what I'm going to do is take a hot link, a Louisiana hot link, just got a little bit of heat, something we make in-house here. And I butterfly that up, throw that right on the grill, get some nice grill marks. And last but not least is my brisket, my hickory smoked brisket. So what we want to do is get some nice slices on that nice smoked brisket here. Woo, look at that. Got some nice smoke rings right there going.
You're killing me, chef.
You know what? What is a pitmaster to do if he's going to make a sandwich? You know, it's got to be on point. So, you know, the cluck moo is the chicken. The O is for the pig, for the hot wing. And then the moo is for the hickory smoked brisket. Got some toasted brioche buns here. I'm going to take that nice hickory smoked brisket. I'm going to get a little barbecue sauce, top that off real quick. My hot link should be nice and grilled up right now. Put that hot link on it. Got these nice crispy chicken skins right now. Woo! What more do you want in a sandwich, right?
I can't imagine.
So now what we got here is a little honey hot sauce. And that goes right over top of the skin right there. And we got a nice, great, big sandwich right here. If you do want to cool it down a little bit from the heat, you can add a little bit of coleslaw onto that sandwich. But just keep making them, right? Right, Al?
Wow. Okay. Phil the Grill Johnson. Cluck. Oh, moo. Very nice. We really appreciate it, Chef. That's it. All right. I think we're going to one of the spots. This is going to be one of the oddest ones. Adam Glick, you know, he's a private chef on Bravo. He's a Bravo celebrity, if you will. He's got a broken arm, and he's at a campsite. This is crazy. So you're Chef, I appreciate you hanging in there for us. We love it. So what are you making?
Well, I decided to make a Rogue River roll.
Oh, and you got to touch the food. Touch the food.
And the Rogue River roll, you see, it's going to start off with basically everything that you would normally put into a fish salad or like let's say a tuna salad. See, this all started when I was sailing across the Pacific. We happened to catch a ton of marlin, and I had no choice but to smoke about 300 pounds of marlin. And needless to say, our crew was eating smoked fish sandwiches for about 3 months. So the way I like to start that off, I'll take some mayonnaise and I'm going to add to that bowl some diced celery heart and, of course, the actual celery stalk itself. Now, the key here is you want to have extra fine cuts. You don't want really thick chunks in your salads, right? It's just going to be real crunchy. No one's really going to enjoy it. So this is really a great time to showcase your knife skills.
How'd you break your arm?
Oh man, I was riding a dirt bike in the Grand Canyon, having a little too much fun.
Of course you were. Of course you were.
Going a little too fast.
As one does.
So,
wow.
As I also like to go fast in my knife skills, we'll whip through these celery stalks and a little bit of finely diced red onion as well. Take the tops off. I'll tell you what, this is not easy with one arm, you guys.
I've got to tell you, I am impressed. You almost look like you're half a T-Rex. You know, you got those little T-Rex arms. Yeah.
I'm actually just really cheap. I can't quite reach all the way into my deep pockets. Bad joke. I'll be here all week. Okay. So, again, with the knife skills, we're coming in real fine. This is a little red onion. Okay. You want to come down the middle. Come down the middle. And again, it's all about those real nice, fine cuts, right? That's all you want. We're going to take some of this. These are our chopped vegetables. And we're going to add them to a bowl of mayonnaise. This could be egg yolks. It could be just oil, olive oil, a little bit of lemon juice. You could use veganaise if you're not into the whole mayo thing. So here we have a little bit of mayo, some onion, some red onion and some celery, sorry. To this, we're going to add some lemon zest, okay? This is just the rind of the lemon. It has tons of essential oils. Adds a nice bright pop to your mixture. Okay. The reason we want to mix up the mayo first is we want to give it all that nice flavor. That's what's going to be the base of our fish salad. To that, we're going to add some salt, a little bit of pepper, right? And of course, all that's left is the fish itself. So we have these nice, beautiful chunks of smoked salmon. This is what's going to make it the Rogue River roll, okay? Love us some salmon around here in these parts. Just remove the skin. And the key here is you want to have a nice big chunk, okay? Nice big chunks. And that's also why we mix the mayonnaise first. So add these nice big chunks in here, right? You don't want it to be mashed up into a paste, okay? That would be more of a dip. This is a sandwich. We want meaty, po' boy style sandwich. Let's give it a couple good mixes here. I got about, half a pound of smoked salmon here. I might add a little bit more. Look at this, beautiful. You don't have to use smoked salmon. You could use tuna. You could use marlin. You could use any of your favorite smoked fish. Again, after about 2.5 months of eating this stuff, though, it never gets old. So here we have this beautiful mixture. To this, I'm going to add a little bit of lemon juice, okay? So I've got that lemon that we peeled the rind off of. There's still good juice in there, right? This acidity is going to help cut through the fat of the salmon. Let's give it a nice bright tang. Really make it pop in your sandwich. Here we go.
What's your dog's
final
name?
mix. All you have left now, Al, is to add some dill. Okay.
Wow.
Couple good chops of fresh dill. Again, with that bright herbaceous flavor, toss it in the bowl. One-handed toss. There it is. Give it one last mix. And we have this beautiful smoked salmon salad. To this, all we have to do is put together our sandwich. Okay? I like to use some kind of a French roll or something soft, a baguette, something that would be indicative of a po' boy. I'll open up my sandwiches here. Okay. I might add a piece of lettuce. This is red leaf lettuce, a little bit of curly. It's got a nice look to it. It's very tender. So I'll just put a little bit of lettuce down on the bottom. Of course, wouldn't be a sandwich without some sliced tomato. So let's chuck a little sliced tomato on there. How's the marathon going so far here, Al?
It's going well. But I think you win for pluckiest chef and chef with best background. You got an open fire going. You got a dog roaming around. You got a Jeep and a pickup truck. It doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, I like to do things a little bit different, Al. And, to me, a stainless steel kitchen's getting a little boring these days. Right there. Check this out.
Very cool.
Why don't you come in for a close-up on that one? This is beautiful, you guys. So, again, we have this nice baguette or French roll, some red leaf lettuce, that beautiful smoked salmon, fresh dill, celery, red onion, little lemon to cut the fat. And right there, that's a Rogue River roll, my friend.
You're a
Should
chef.
I keep making them?
You're a dirt biker, and you're a director. Very impressive.
Should I continue making?
Thank you, my friend. You keep going. We're going to move on,
All
but
right.
we love you. Thank you so much. Don't forget, go to today.com/allday, and you'll find out how to donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen, two great organizations. Let's go to a member of our family, Siri Daly. Truly the better half
Uncle
of Carson
Al.
Daly. Hey,
You know
sweetie,
it.
you've got your book, Seriously Delicious, and you're always on our show. And you are making a turkey meatloaf panini. We miss you.
Absolutely. I miss you guys so much. And that was so impressive. I feel like I should do this blindfolded or something to show up Adam. He uses a knife way better than I do with only one hand. So anyway, yes, this is a leftover meatloaf panini because I make my meatloaf a lot at home. And rather than just warm it up, it's so much better in a sandwich. So first of all, I'll show you how to make my meatloaf, which, as you mentioned, is in my cookbook. So here we have ground turkey. You can use ground beef. You can use ground chicken, whatever you like. We have 1 egg, some breadcrumbs, and parsley. And to that, I'm going to add some salt and pepper and some fresh thyme. You can use dried thyme if that's all you have too. And then about a 1/2 cup of tomato sauce and some milk. And I will stir that all together and then form my meatloaf. And we made this last night because I needed leftovers. So here we go. We'll just stir that up. And then you're going to bake it at
There's nothing better than a good meatloaf.
I know, right? Meatloaf, I feel like, gets a bad rep because people just consider it as like a, I don't know, like retro old food that maybe was dense and tough back in the day, but it is such a comforting meal. And you really can't mess it up. It's just such an easy thing to make. So here's our mixture.
Do you put ketchup on the top of your meatloaf?
So I do. I put a ketchup mixture, which I'm going to show you right now. You got to use ketchup, right? I mean, it's just it's so good. So this is ketchup with some brown sugar and Worcestershire and apple cider vinegar, and I think that's it. Oh, some honey mustard. I mean, Dijon mustard. So I'm going to pour that on top, bake for an hour, and voila, there's your meatloaf. And I made it, as I mentioned last night. So here we go. Here's my leftovers, which I will form. Now, it's really easy to slice when it's cold. So that's a tip. Keep it in the fridge, obviously, overnight. And then you can get these perfect little slices for your sandwich. Sourdough bread is my go-to. But again, you can use whatever you'd like, whatever you have on hand. And because I am not in my home kitchen right now, I can show you how, and I don't have my panini press, I can show you how to make a panini without a panini press. Very simple. So here we go. We're just going to layer this. I'm going to use some mozzarella cheese, but you can use provolone, you know, whatever you guys like. And I'm going to top it with some pickles and some buttered bread, by the way. Obviously, always butter your bread. Okay, here we go. I like to put a little bit more marinara on top, just to kind of give it.
Oh wow!
Since it's left over, you know, just kind of get it a little saucy. There's just some store-bought marinara. You can use whatever whatever brand you like. And then the cheese. You know what I love to put on this, but I don't have pickled red onions. That's really good.
Oh,
pickled red onions on pretty much anything.
Hey,
is delicious.
How's the graphics department, Carson's graphics department doing now that he doesn't have to get up early?
Well, he's going to have to start getting up early next week again. They're asking about the graphics department, Jackson. He's doing great. He's enjoying his summer vacation. Yeah, he'll be back next week. You'll see his famous pen.
Oh, good.
All right. Here we go. So we'll do some cheese, lots of cheese, and some red onions. And it's going to look giant, but when we press it down in the panini press, get kind of nice and crisp and smushed. All right. They're making fun of me for saying smushed. My peanut gallery back there.
That's a good word. Did you pack one of these? Did you pack one of these for Carson while he's taping The Voice?
I will. I will definitely do that. Send him with his brown bag lunch, right? All right, here we go. Now, I'm going to go over here with my giant sandwiches. And I have one to show you, but I'm going to just show you what to do. So here's a big skillet. And I'm going to put these in here carefully. And if you do not have a panini press, take a lid, spray it with some cooking spray so that it doesn't stick. And apply pressure. And the way I apply pressure is I take some heavy cans of like anything you have. These are baked beans, and just put them both down and just push down like that. And you get a panini that is perfectly, I'm going to show you. There we go. Look at that little panini. The sandwich went all the way from
amazing.
That tower. I know. So I'll slice that up.
Could you cut that in half for me, Siri, so we can see what it looks like inside?
Yes, I will do that. Oops, kind of falling apart, but there we go. Leftover meatloaf panini.
All right, Siri Daly, thank you so much. The book, Seriously Delicious. Please take a hunk, take a chunk. Boom.
Miss you, Al.
There you go. I miss you too. Can't wait for you guys to get back. And don't forget, please go to today.com/allday so you can find out how to donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen, two great organizations trying to help the food indecision right now, the food insecurity for folks in our country. Now we're going to head to Harold Villarosa, who's the head chef at the Restaurant Comedy Club, The Stand in New York City, current culinary ambassador for the U.S. Embassy for Denmark. Hey, Harold, how you doing?
Hey, Al, how are you? How are you? Welcome uptown. We're in the South Bronx right now, representing all day.
All right.
How are you?
There you go. You're making us you're making a chopped cheese sandwich. We're doing great.
Yeah. So you already know, man. You know, if you're from the South Bronx or you're from East Harlem, the chopped cheese is one of your staple meals that you eat during the day. So first, you get one of your bodega rolls, and you want to smear some a little bit of mayonnaise on that. And while I'm doing that, I have some ground beef already started cooking, and I just seasoned it with a little bit of salt and pepper. And the idea is you want to, get a great product just like Pat La Frida ground meat or somewhere that it's local so you know where your product comes from. And then you want to add a little bit of sofrito because we from uptown, so we add a little sofrito there. That's from my man in Panology. He taught me how to do that. And then while it's cooking like this, you add a little bit of sharp cheddar cheese we're using now. And then you put it right on top and you let that melt. So now the origin story of this sandwich is from 112th Street. And it was made by a bodega man that was rushing to create something for a kid. And so we've been eating this sandwich for almost 15 years uptown. And so, we're trying to represent kind of the immigrant community that's been, part of the city. And also we want to kind of represent the work that we do with the immigrant community with, people like, Eat Off Beat out in Brooklyn, where they have refugee chefs cooking in their restaurant. So when the cheese melts, just like this, right, you want to add our special little Uncle Harold spice, our vegan spice that we're creating. It has coconut in it, a little bit of spice, a little bit of chilies in it, and it creates a little more punch for the sandwich, and we can start building. So when you get the sandwich, when you get the meat up to like this, that's when you start building. So over here, we have already some pre-toasted bodega rolls. What you want to do first is you want to put a little bit of ketchup on one side. And then I like to add a little bit more mayo just for a little bit of love, because you need that. You need a little love when you make sandwiches.
We all need a little love right now.
That's right. That's right. So you take your chopped cheese sandwich right here, chopped meat, chopped cheese sandwich, and you lay it down right here on top of this bread. You add a couple slices of very nice bodega tomatoes, some red onions, a little bit of, I got some red leaf lettuce from the Union Square Farmers Market. And then you put it right on top. And then you slice. And then you get a sandwich just like this. It should ooze.
That is beautiful.
The meat hanging should ooze.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That ooze.
So anyway, thank you so much,
The big
Al.
ooze factor.
I'm going to make some more sandwiches. Yeah.
All right, Harold Villarosa, thank you so much. Head chef at the Restaurant Comedy Club, The Stand in New York City. Now, somebody I've never met before. She's an up-and-comer. I don't know if she's got a future in this business or not. Let's see how she does. Ladies and gentlemen,
Hi,
my God, Natalie Morales.
Hello.
All right,
I am
nice
no
to see you,
chef.
Nat
I
Mo.
have no claim to fame. Thank you.
But I make a
You have a cookbook. You have a fantastic.
I do.
You have a
At Home with Natalie.
You have a fantastic cookbook. There you go. And so, what do you make?
And I make a killer LA cheesesteak sandwich. This is actually Josh's favorite sandwich during this whole coronavirus quarantine. Every day, pretty much, he's like, "Mom, can you make me a cheesesteak sandwich?" So first, here in my little pot here, I have some diced peppers and some onions that I've sauteed for about 2 minutes or so. Now I'm adding some steak. Now you can use flank steak, sirloin steak, whatever you have, filet mignon, whatever your choice of steak. And this really cooks in pretty much 3 minutes out, which is the time we have allotted here. So I'm going to let it go. A little salt.
Natalie knows how to take a time cue. Yeah, baby.
I sure do, baby. I do. That's one thing you got going with me here. All right, so we're going to let this go, and I'm adding some mustard. This is really the secret sauce. Mustard, ketchup. And it's cooking on down. It's starting to smell amazing out. So what do you think the difference is between an LA cheesesteak and a Philly cheesesteak?
You use vegan cheese?
No. And there's no kale on this. Come on, that would not be a cheesesteak. By the way, you could substitute chicken, though, although it wouldn't really be a steak. It would be a cheese chicken sandwich.
A cheese chicken. A cheese chicken,
which doesn't quite have the same ring. Okay, now I'm going to add my cheese. You want to let it get all gooey in there. Cooks right in there. I actually
what kind of cheese is that now?
This is just a mixed Mexican cheese. So, but again, it comes down to the cheese of your choice. It is cooking away. Meanwhile, I've already made some. As that keeps cooking, I've taken the liberty of getting ahead of the game here. And I'm going to show you the difference between an LA cheesesteak and a Philly cheesesteak. Al would be what?
Avocado.
Salsa. Cilantro. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So now we're assembling our sandwiches. So all it is I've taken, this is my mixture. I don't know if you can see it right here. Let's wait. Tilt it towards you a little bit better. Basically, that beef mixture cooked down, and I'm assembling away. You notice I have a sous chef right next to me. You probably can't see her off camera, but that's Zara, who is eyeing the steak and saying, me. She's right here. My hands are clean, so I'm just going to put my avocado on top. A little salsa. Goes a long way. A little cilantro. And mush it all together, and it's one delicious sandwich, as I've made here for you to see. It is really a good sandwich. Beautiful. So make it any way you like. You can't mess up with cheese and steak. What could be better?
Nope,
right?
Nope. Those are the building blocks of life. Natalie,
how many more do we have to go
so much. It's always good to see you.
Now?
I think, I'm not sure how many we've got. How many more?
Right. I'm still cooking away
10 more to go. 10 more to go. All right, kiddo. Thanks so much. All right. Let's go to somebody who really, really needs to come out of her shell. She's so shy. Ladies and gentlemen, the author of What Can I Bring? Elizabeth Heiskell. Hey, Liz, how are you?
Al Roker, you are the best.
Oh, you got to touch the food. Touch the food.
Oh, I'm so excited. Okay, so we're starting with pimento cheese. I'm doing a pimento cheese, fried green tomato, grilled cheese with a little bit of pepper jelly. Honey, I'm about to win this. I don't know. Jeez. We're gonna win the Guinness Book of World Records.
There are no prizes.
No, I'm winning. It's just the satisfaction of knowing that mine was better than 60 others. All right, so we have cheddar cheese. We also have pecans. I have green onions. And I'm going to finish this pimento cheese up with a little bit of Tony Chachere's, which is a Cajun seasoning. We also have a little bit of hot sauce. Mm-hmm. I've got some Worcester. And then we roast our peppers. And I think that makes all the difference in the world. So I already had white cheddar. I had sharp cheddar, pecans, and green onions in here. Look at that. Honey, Woo! It's so fun.
Oh, it's beautiful.
All right, so now we're going to get over here to our fried green tomatoes. Right now, we have got tomatoes are everywhere. They're coming in, and there is hardly anything better than frying one up. So I soak it in buttermilk. This is the most important step. This is going to make sure that our cornmeal that we've already seasoned is going to stick really, really beautifully. You do need to make sure that you keep it in the refrigerator until right before you get ready to fry it. I don't know why. I just know that it's the way we do it, and it makes all the difference. So you see how I'm going back and forth. I really want to get a nice coating on this. I'm even going to go ahead and take my hands, and I'm going to press it in there. So I was trying to be super,
Get in there.
chefy.
Go in there.
But sometimes you just got to use
on.
your hands. So now we're here. We're going to move this right to this platter. And then I've got some hot oil behind me. And so you want to just test that oil a little bit. I'm going to take just a little bit of my cornmeal here. We're going to go in. Oh, yeah, we're ready, Al. So now we'll just drop these in very carefully. The key to frying, I'm about to change your life. Can you see me? As soon as it's done,
I can see you.
You will know when it floats, okay? So if it doesn't float,
so when it's done, it floats.
Yeah, and that's the same thing for fried chicken, fried fish. It doesn't matter. You wait for it to float, and then we know we're good. All right, we're getting there, Al. We're getting close. Can you feel it? We're about to start assembling.
It's all right. I can see it.
So here we are. We've got our green tomatoes. We've got our bread. So I've just got some good old white bread. We're going to put our butter on one side of this. And then I'm going to put that joker there. Now, I'm topping with my pimento cheese. Woo! Look at that. And now we're doing pepper jelly. And that is something, we made this pepper jelly, but you can find it. You can find it on store shelves. You can definitely get it on the internet.
Sure, I've seen it.
And then pepper jelly. And now here we go. Woo! Little fried green tomato. And now I'm going to top it with this. We're going right on the griddle. And you just want to make sure, I like to smush it down a little bit, again, with my hands. They put all these nice fancy things out here for me to use. Of course, I'm just messing that all up. So we're going to make another one. I know. I'm going to make one more because I got some hungry people that have been here helping me all morning, and I want to make sure they get fed. So pimento cheese,
Elizabeth,
and then green tomatoes. And then here we go. And I've got one made, and I'm going to taste this one. Can you see it? Now look.
I see it. I've been waiting for you to put that in your mouth.
Honey, yes, we won.
Yes.
This is it. Good luck, honey.
Elizabeth Heiskell, the self-proclaimed winner of the Great Sandwich Relay. Thank you, Elizabeth. Love you. Oh, gosh. Don't forget, go to today.com/all-day and please donate to Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. Let's check in with Sean Davis, the chef, Big Shake. Big Shake, Nashville Hot Chicken Restaurants, 3 locations. How are you, sir? Okay, first of all, touch the food.
Here we go.
All right, touch the food. All right, here we go.
Now, this is a soul food sandwich, Al. Listen, some people call it comfort food.
Okay.
You know what it is. It's called soul food. So, we got a soul food sandwich going down. I got 5 partners in this sandwich. I got fried chicken, fresh cornbread, stuffing, greens, and don't forget the mac and cheese. So, we're going to start building a sandwich. Wow. First, I'm going to put one of my cutlets in this fryer. Maybe we'll have time to check this fresh one out in a little bit. Right, my hot grease. So let's start building this bad boy. So I got a nice brioche bun. If it wasn't for TV, it'd be on white bread, but I got a brioche for you, brother. So I like a little spicy. I got a ghost pepper mayo that we made. Here we go. We'll slather it on both sides. Now you can use regular mayo as well. It's all about if you like it hot or not.
But why would you?
Come on, let's go. So we're going to put a base on this sandwich. Some good stuffing. We'll start it off. That's going to hold everything together. Then we're going to hit it with a little bit of collard greens. Beautiful greens. Now, let's hit it with one of these beautiful pieces of fried chicken. Perfectly cooked.
Right.
I'm addicted to fried chicken now. I don't know if you know that. That's why I have fried chicken restaurants. But here we go. We're going to top with some mac and cheese. Beautiful cheddar. I use 3 kinds of cheese. American, dark cheddar. I also use Gouda. Look at this piece of cornbread, Al. Cornbread's going right on top of here, brother.
Wow.
Right on top. I'm going to hit a couple more scoops of greens. Then I'll close this bad boy up and keep it moving. Al, look at this sandwich. That's a sandwich of champions, my brother.
Wow.
We're going to keep it
That's
moving.
crazy.
I want to go slow this time. I'm going to go slow
Sean
this time.
Davis.
Bravo.
Thank you, sir. Big shake. Chef Big Shake. Chef Big Shake. Yeah, baby. All right. Thank you, sir. Check you out next time I'm in Nashville. All right. Let's head over to Kristen Little. That's right. Kristen Little, one of our Today Show food stylists. She is a great baker and a chef. Kristen, good to see you.
Good to see you, Al. You enjoying all the sandwiches?
We're having a great time. The only problem is I can't taste any, including yours, a brie, fig, and scrambled egg panini.
Yes. So, like we just said, we're doing this sandwich is inspired by my friends and family. We love to make great food at home, so I figured why not? So we're going to crack 2 eggs into a jar. And there's always the debate about when you should salt your eggs. And this is the kicker. You need about 15 minutes before, because that's going to help the eggs hold their moisture and make them really soft and fluffy. So mix them up. You can tell the difference already. It's been sitting for 15 minutes. We're going to add it to our pan. And these eggs cook really, just want to give them a little scramble. Once they're set, it's about 30 seconds. You can tell they're really, really starting to come together. Just give them a little swirl. And while those are cooking down, I'm going to start building my sandwich. You're going to grab some white bread, and you're going to butter both slices. I know you like to use mayo, so you can also use mayo. Then we're going to flip them over and build our sandwich with our fig spread, which is delicious, and it kind of makes it savory and sweet. You're going to spread out on both sides. And then you're going to add your brie cheese. I like to use about 4 or 5 slices. And don't worry about the rind. Definitely eat that. Just stack it up there nicely.
Oh.
And then while they're cooking down, check our eggs are almost complete. And then these hot eggs are going to go straight onto the sandwich. You're going to start melting down the cheese.
Curtis has a loud fan behind him.
Plop those on top. And last, we're going to flip over our bread with the butter side up. Give it a little smush.
Right.
What's the batting order?
And then add it to our panini press. If you don't have a panini press, you can use a grate and then a heavy cast iron. So give that a little smush.
Right.
I'm going to pop this one that I have already kind of warming and grab it off the.
That looks so good.
Nice and melty and delicious, and that sweet and savory that is just my favorite. So you can tell that yummy, yummy deliciousness.
Oh, that looks fantastic. Kristen Little, one of our Today Show food stylists, thank you so much for helping out. We hope, again, you'll go to today.com/allday and check out how you can help support Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. Now, one of our faves also, he's a chef owner of the Michelin-starred Maud in Beverly Hills. He opened that up in 2014. Here he is with and he also partnered with his brother for his second LA restaurant, Gwen. We have Curtis Stone. Curtis, good morning. How are you?
What's going on, Mr. Roker? How you doing, buddy?
All is good. We've been churning away. We've been grinding away, and you're making Gwen's grinder.
Oh, I sure am. This is one of those sandwiches that when we first opened the restaurant, everybody just fell in love with. So we've tried to take it off the menu twice, and we get angry customers. So we just keep it on now.
Give the people what they want.
That's exactly right, mate.
So what's that you're spreading on there?
So this is like a little Calabrian chili paste. We actually pickle the chili, and then we turn that into a little puree, which I have right there. And then we go ahead and hit mayonnaise on both sides of the sandwich and spread that liberally. And, a sandwich to me is all about the right moisture content. So we make sure that we put plenty of moisture in the way of mayonnaise and the pepper spread. And then it's all about, a good grinder is all about good quality charcuterie, and we make all ours in-house. So we have the prosciutto cotto, a salami, and a coppa. So I'm going to go ahead and layer this baby up. And truly, you can use whatever kind of cured meats you like. You know, it's sort of, it's whatever you want or whatever you can access good quality ones. This is a Genoa style salami. And then the coppa we make here, of course, which is beautiful. So that's sort of the foundation. Then a little bit of provolone cheese goes over the top of that. And what we do next is take some lettuce. Just iceberg, the most underrated lettuce on the planet, if you ask me. And we put a little iceberg over the top there. And then, you know, we're very lucky here in California. We've still got access to incredible farmers and beautiful farmers markets. So we've got this gorgeous tomato that I picked up from the farmers market that we slice nice and thin. And we put like 3 slices of that. And then we make a dressing. It's an Italian dressing, but we use a little oregano. Let me do 4. So it's a simple sandwich, but wow, do people like it? It's one of those, you know, just staples. I think everybody has a nice memory of this new style sandwich. And we just love it. So we finish it with that dressing that I was telling you about. Where have I put it? Here it is. So we put a little bit of that, which is that oregano dressing over the top. Again, for that beautiful costume. And that is it, mate. You go ahead. The hard part is fitting it all into the sandwich. You use the knife, you push that down, you fold the lid over the top.
Oh, that's a tip. I like it. Beautiful. Chef Curtis Stone never disappoints. And you're out in LA, don't forget to visit Maud and, of course, Gwen's as well. Thank you so much. My daughter Courtney is a chef, and one of her heroes is Dominique Crenn. She founded the 3-star restaurant Atelier Crenn in San Francisco. She's a Baird Foundation Best Chef in West. It's good to see you. And you've got a friend along with you.
This is Jean-Christophe. We have to be, France is representing right now. He's my chef.
All right. So what are you making for us, Dominique?
Okay, so less is more. We're going to do a grilled cheese sandwich with 300.
Just touch the bread. Yeah, there you go. Okay.
That is the bread. The bread that is being cooked at and baked at Atelier Crenn by Chef Juan Contreras, sourdough bread. And then we have the cheese, which is a Comté cheese, which is comes from the eastern part of France. Which is a nutty, semi-hard, it's delicious. So we're going to start, we just have to slice the bread beautifully right now. We're going to do about 2 nice slices of bread, okay? I think this is very important. And then, the key of a sandwich for us, it's about less is more. And it's about using the best ingredients. So you don't have to load your sandwich with 10 different ingredients. I think few ingredients is okay. So there you go. This is the beautiful bread that it smells so good. Right now I'm going to slice the Comté cheese. So Comté cheese is a raw milk, unpasteurized, that is from the Jura region. And this is one of my favorite cheese. It's nutty. There's a lot of fat in it, so it melts very good. So what do you want to do? You want to slice it, take the edge out. So we have this, and make sure you always keep your area always clean, because we don't like messy stuff. What we're going to do right now, we're going to use some butter, and obviously this is French butter. Salted, made coming from Brittany. So we're going to put this on the bread nicely. There you go. God, we love fat on fat, cheese on bread. Little bit of pepper. All right. And of course, we have beautiful salt from France, sel de mer. Little bit on it. we getting this in the oven for a second. There you go. The cheese, we are putting this inside. So now we're going to put that in the oven. Allez, 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 allez. Now
It's
we're
like
going to cut the
synchronized
tomato.
cooking. I
So
love
here
this.
you go. We have tomato from the farm, fresh. Make sure you use organic tomato. They need to be clean and washed before you are using them. So about, I will say, 4 or 5 slices of it. Okay. What you want to do is, which I love, you put them on the plate. And I love, you know, it's all about seasoning, right? A little bit of salt, of course, to get the water out. A little bit of pepper. And the tomato is made from the farm. And then we have a beautiful olive oil that we pressed from the farm also to just kind of like season this. There you go. Let that marinate for a second. We're going to go back to the oven to see the cheese. There you go. Oh, my God. Beautiful. Look at that baby. Nice. And then very simple. We just place the tomato beautifully like this on the other slice of bread. Here we have beautiful greens, and this is the lettuce from the farm also. So remember, when you make a sandwich, use the best ingredient, but use also seasonal ingredient. A little bit like this. Nicely. This is like very sexy, you know. And then why not? More salt, okay? More pepper. Woo! Look at this. How you doing, Jean-Christophe? Do you have any question for me? You're not asking me any question.
No, this is fantastic. There's nothing to. We're just watching the synchronization.
You just watching it. Make sure you don't burn yourself because this is really hot. Boom. Allez. And now, what are we doing? So once again, make sure that your area is always clean. You don't want to work in a messy area, okay? And then now we are going to cut the sandwich. I mean, I don't know if we need to cut it, but this is pretty nice, right?
It is beautiful. Chef Dominique Crenn, thank you. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome.
We appreciate it.
You're
It is
welcome.
good to
Au
see you.
revoir.
And thank your chef for us as well.
Yeah.
Au revoir. Don't forget, donate at today.com/allday to World Central Kitchen or Feeding America, or both. It'd be fantastic. All right, let's go now to Janae Claiborne, the chef, YouTuber, cookbook, Sweet Potato Soul. She's making a vegan tuna sandwich. Hello, Janae.
Hi, Al. How are you? We're going to get
doing
started
great.
with our...
So how do we get started?
We're going to get started with the vegan chickpea tuna sandwich, okay? So we're doing chickpeas in here, some mustard, Dijon mustard. We have some celery. Let me tell you, this sandwich I make all the time. I love it so much. It's super easy to make. It's absolutely delicious, and it's very nutritious and filling. So now we're going to do vegan mayo in there. And the chickpeas, really, believe it or not, you put them in the food processor, you pulse them up, and they really do have a very similar texture to tuna. Okay, so right now I'm just doing celery seeds. Okay, dulse. Dulse is the next thing. Are you familiar with dulse?
I am not.
So dulse is a seaweed, and it's very briny in flavor. So it's going to give our chickpea tuna a lot of that briny, there's just the taste of the sea, basically. And the other thing that I put in before, that was ume plum vinegar. And ume plum vinegar also has a very briny flavor. It's super tasty. I'm not even going to add any salt because that ume plum vinegar with the dulse, together, they're both very salty and give this so much flavor. So it's in the food processor. I'm going to turn this on. It's going to be loud. I'm just going to pulse it so I have the right texture.
No worries.
And you got to be careful.
Hit it.
Do not overblend this. A little bit more. Okay, it looks so good. I'm going to try to show you. And in the meantime, let me move this out of my way. Okay, now we can make our sandwich. So let me move that right now. I got a couple slices of bread, but for my bread, I'm just using Ezekiel, which is a whole wheat bread. It's very, very tasty, very simple. You can buy it anywhere. So I'm going to do some romaine lettuce down. I'm also going to, of course, do my chickpea tuna on top of that. Now you can add, some avocado. You can put some more mayo on your bread. It's totally up to you, but because I have so much mayo in the chickpea tuna, I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to put some fresh, beautiful farmer's market tomatoes right on top. Looks so good. I'm going to eat this right now. I'm so ready. And then cut it in half. We have a plate here. It's gorgeous. Yum, yum. And I wish you could taste it because it's so good.
It looks fantastic. It looks wonderful.
Thank
Janae
you.
Claiborne, thank you so much. The cookbook is Sweet Potato Soul. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to my buddy, Mr. Matt Abdoo, chef and owner of Pig Beach in Brooklyn. Good to see you, my friend.
Mr. Roker,
yeah, there
always
you
a
go.
Pleasure.
All
Always
right.
a pleasure.
You
We're making
too.
a barbecue
So you're making a
today.
Oh, I like it.
So to get started, we're going to be making our barbecue bano, and the reason why we're calling it a barbecue bano is because we're using a little bit of smoked pork tenderloin and our Carolina-style mustard barbecue sauce in place of a traditional yellow mustard that you'd be using. If you can't find Cuban bread, you can substitute baguette just fine, but we're going to use the Cuban bread. So the first thing we're going to do, our ingredients, we got some dill pickles, our smoked pork tenderloin, some deli ham, a little Swiss cheese, and of course a little bit of butter because it makes everything better. We're going to take our Cuban baguette bread, just split it right on down the middle. We're going to open it up. We're going to take that championship mustard barbecue sauce. This is a two-time world champion mustard barbecue sauce, two-time world champion Memphis in May. We're going to smear it all over the bottom and the top of this Cuban bread. Then we're going to take our pickles, and we're just going to generously coat our bottom piece of bread with those pickles, get the entire bottom coated. I love that crunch and that acidity that's in those pickles for the sandwich. It really makes the Cubans be that incredible. Then we're going to take our smoked pork tenderloin. If you don't have a smoker, no problem. You can do it in the oven. You can do it on the grill. Make a little all-purpose barbecue seasoning or buy your favorite one. Season it up really well. Cook it to 145 degrees. That's the money number that we're looking for whenever we're cooking pork. And we're going to slice right into this. We're going to get 4 nice strips of smoked pork tenderloin, just like that. We're going to layer that up on top of our pickles. Oh, yeah. This smells so good, Al. This is your jam right here. I'm telling you, this is a delicious sandwich. Then we're going to take about 4 slices worth of our deli ham, put it right on top of that. And I love lots of Swiss cheese on my Cubans. It's got to melt and sort of ooze out all over the place when you're doing it. So 4 big old slices of that. We're then going to take the lid, put it right on top. We're going to take some butter. We're going to butter the top part of that bun, just like that. And we're going to throw it into our panini press. If you don't have a panini press, you can use a griddle or a grill. But I have my mother-in-law's panini press that she was more than generous to let me borrow for this segment. Uh-oh. Don't do that. You don't want it to fall apart on you. But we're going to put it in our panini press.
Whoa, sandwich down. Sandwich down.
We're going to let it press for about 4 to 5 minutes. It's okay. But we have one done. So we're then going to take it.
It's okay. Oh, thank goodness.
Oh, we got the swap, Mr. Roker. We're always good to go. And then we have that beautiful smoked barbecue bano sandwich, that smoked pork tenderloin, ham, Swiss cheese, championship mustard sauce, and pickles.
Fantastic. You never disappoint, my friend. Never dispoint. No
Love
sandwiches
you,
were harmed in making of this segment. Thank you, Matt.
No, sir. You bet,
all righty.
buddy.
Don't forget, donate at today.com/allday to help support Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. All right, let's check out Leanne Wong. She's the executive chef and a restaurant owner. She opened up Coco Head Cafe in Hawaii. And it is good to see you, Leanne. Thank you for being with us.
Aloha, Al. How are you doing?
Aloha. Great. You gotta touch the food so we make sure we stay good. You're making a lemongrass pork sandwich.
So I'm starting with my marinade. In my blender, I have lemongrass, garlic, ginger, shallots, some brown sugar, a little chili pepper, and I added fish sauce, pineapple juice, a little dark shoyu, and some oil. And we're gonna just blend up our ingredients. Gonna make this marinade real quick, and then we just pour it right over our pork shoulder, which has been sliced into thin strips. And so I take this and I just marinate this, and you let this sit for maybe 12 hours, 24 hours. And I've got some on the griddle already. Right. So I have my baguette, and it's been grilled with a little bit of butter and mayonnaise. And then I have this beautiful pork, and you can see how nice and caramelized it gets. The brown sugar, the fish sauce, the pineapple juice, all of that beautiful flavor caramelizes. And, you know, this is a real taste of Hawaii. All of these ingredients are from the state of Hawaii. And to top it off, I've made a little bit of pineapple sambal. It is 3-day fermented pineapple. I've got turmeric, ginger, garlic, little fish sauce, and coriander in here. Okay, so I just top it with the pineapple sambal. And then I also like to make a quick pickle. So what I have here are some sliced cucumbers, and I just throw some sugar on top of them, a little bit of granulated sugar, and I'm tossing them. And then I'm going to pour the vinegar right on top. All right.
Nice.
So once those pickles are done, nice and fresh, nice and tart, we're going to lay some on top. And I've made this beautiful coconut macnut aioli spread. It's basically made from fresh grated coconut, red onion, fresh toasted macadamia nuts, some garlic, a little nutritional yeast, fresh lime juice. And then we're going to top it with some fresh herbs. We've got cilantro, and I've got some Thai basil here. All right. So top that right there. Okay. All right. Woo. This sandwich.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
Hot and fresh. It's a beautiful taste of Hawaii. Wow. I've got the lemongrass pork, the pineapple sambal, the coconut macnut aioli, fresh herbs. I wish you could be here, Al. It's beautiful and sunny in Lahaina, Maui.
I would love to be there. Chef Leon Wong, restaurant is the Coco Head Cafe. Thank you so much for helping us out. We really appreciate it. Don't forget, todayshow.com, mahalo, todayshow.com/all-day to help our friends at Feeding America and World Central Kitchen. Let's go to one of our own food stylist, culinary producer,
Hello.
Katie Stilo. Katie, we love you. How are you, dear?
Oh my God, Al, I miss
Good,
you
good.
so
You're
much.
making
I'm
a
so
chicken
happy to be
cutlet
here.
for us.
Yes.
Oh, I miss you, Katie.
So today I'm going to be making one of my hometown favorites. I grew up every Sunday going to an Italian deli by me called A&G, and they have a sandwich on their menu it's just called a chicken cutlet sandwich. Seems a little unassuming, but it is delicious. So on that sandwich, they have a secret balsamic spread, and that's what I'm making right now. So in that, we have a little bit of mayonnaise. I'm putting some parsley. In my recipe, I call for 1 clove of garlic, but I'm Italian, so when I say 1, I really mean like 3 to 4. So use your judgment on that. I'm gonna add those in here. And then after you add in the garlic, my favorite part is the balsamic. It adds a little bit of zip. It cuts through like the fattiness of the mayo. It's about 3 tablespoons or so. Kind of use your judgment, see what it tastes like. So this spread is the key to the entire sandwich. I think without this, it's boring, it's tasteless. This really does add, it's the life of the sandwich. So I'm going to put a little salt. We'll do a little bit of pepper. And honestly, I've been waiting all morning to eat this sandwich, so it's going to be just as delicious. So now we're going to take our Portuguese rolls, give it a little slice in half. And then I like a generous portion of the balsamic spread. So I go pretty heavy on this.
Mm-hmm.
You have to. I do it on both sides. And then what I'm going to add next is chicken cutlets, which for me were like, you know, the most essential food group growing up as an Italian. Very thin, crispy, fried in olive oil, but you bread them in a standard breading procedure, which is eggs, flour, and then Italian seasoned breadcrumbs. And then you're going to add a couple slices of fresh mozzarella, which is also a key.
Ooh.
Top it with this. Maybe I'll add a 4th because I'm feeling a little hungry.
Sure,
And
why
then
not?
why not, right? And then on top of that, we'll do some roasted red peppers. And I get mine from the Italian deli, and they marinate them in olive oil and garlic. So you get these nice little cloves in there. And they taste amazing.
Oh, that's great.
And then after that, I like to add, so this is my twist. Usually my Italian deli does broccoli rabe. I like to do arugula. I kind of like the bite that you get and the pepperiness it gives to the sandwich.
Yeah.
Press it all together, and there you go. Looks like a perfect meal to me.
That fantastic, Katie. I will not hold you. You can get to it, and just know I miss you. I miss you seeing you in the kitchen every morning there at the Today Show.
Yeah, we'll be back soon.
All right, kiddo. Take care.
Take care.
And as we continue, let's go. We're gonna bring one of your pals in, Anthony Contrino, another food stylist of the Today Show and star of Today's Foods Saucy. And you're keeping the Italian sandwich love going, aren't you, Anthony?
Of course I am. How are you, Al? Miss you.
I'm doing good. I miss you too, my friend.
So I am making a pressed panino with mortadella, provolone, and some artichoke tapenade, which I'm working on right now. Super easy. Buy yourself a can of artichoke hearts, squeeze out the excess moisture, rip the heart from the leaves, and add it to a mortar and pestle. I'm using a molcajete. You can also use a mini food processor for this. The leaves, you're gonna chop up finely like this. And you just want to use the heart to become a paste, basically, which is gonna hold this all together. So this is just a few tablespoons of olive oil, some pecorino romano, which I put in pretty much everything. It's gonna add some saltiness, some flavor, and it'll also melt a little bit when we get it in this bad boy. And all I'm doing is just stirring this until it comes together in like a paste. And then we shall add our chopped leaves and just mix to combine. So next we're going to make basically a garlic butter. For me, a panino, it was an opportunity to make garlic bread. So I have some softened butter here, and I'm just going to break that up. And to that, we're going to add some freshly zested garlic, just a little bit. Little bit goes a long way here. And I'm also going to add some garlic powder, just a pinch. And I like to use the two different garlics. The fresh will hit you right up front and be kind of in your face, and then will kind of dissipate pretty quickly. And then the powder will just kind of linger, keeping that garlic paste there. So, time to assemble. As easy as that. Have some good sliced Italian bread. Gonna just smear on some of this garlic butter. Be nice and generous. Smells so good. I love anything with garlic in it.
I bet.
Okay, flip it over. To that, we're gonna add some of our tapenade. Have some already made in a bowl just to make my life all that easier. And since I had all morning to do it. Al, you must be exhausted. Did you even get to go to the bathroom?
No. I have not taken a bathroom break yet, but it's okay.
Oh my God.
It's all good.
All right, we're almost done. So now I have some
That's
mortadella.
all right, I'm good.
Traditional mortadella, nice thin slice from Bologna. And then some sharp provolone cheese. And I like to break it up a little bit, making sure I get all those nooks and crannies. Then I'm going to top it with one more piece of bread, give it a little push. And of course, we need some more of that garlic butter on the outside of our bread. And we're going to throw this into a panini press, which, as everyone else has said so far, you can use a griddle with just a heavy weighted pot on top. And let's see, I have one that is perfect. Just like that. We'll throw this one on there.
Oh, that looks beautiful.
Get that going. And
gorgeous.
Let's just give her a little slice. And I've been dying to taste this all day.
Give it a bite. Let's see.
So good.
Oh, no surprise there, Anthony. Thank you so much. Anthony Contrino, star of Today's Foods Saucy.
Thanks,
Thank
Al.
you so much. And, you know, we want you to go to today.com/all day to donate to World Central Kitchen and also Feeding America. We talked with Chef Jose Andres, who runs a World Central Kitchen. Now we're going to bring in Kenny Neal from Feeding America Association. Kenny, thank you so much for being with us. Make sure you touch your food. Touch your food so the clock starts ticking. You got to touch the food. Okay, excellent, excellent. All right, so you're making, that's great. You're a 2014 graduate of Second Harvest Food Bank from Central Florida, their culinary training program.
Yes.
And today you own Colias Catering.
That's very good, Alice Calais, but you almost had it.
I was close. I was Calais. Okay,
close.
I was very close.
Yes.
So you're making a cedar apricot chicken salad.
Yes, this is going to be a play on your traditional chicken salad. Just try to spice it up a little bit. We're going to add a little horseradish in it just to give it a little kick. And just do a little apricot and give it a little sweetness in it. And a play on, and the kicker of this is going to actually be pistachios. Give it a crunch. So the first thing we're actually going to do is we're going to get this bread just to toast it, just lightly. And we'll build the rest of this sandwich. And the main ingredient of this is actually you can use any type of chicken that you prefer. On this one, I'm actually just using a rotisserie chicken. I'm just going to kind of just slice it.
Okay.
And while we're doing this, we're also going to pull it apart a little bit just to kind of shred it, just so we can get this in these nicks and crannies.
Gotcha.
And as we're going to the next step here, we're going to, and another thing, Al, is that it's optional. I took the skin off just to kind of make it a little bit more healthier for us. We're watching our weight a little bit. We're going to take this.
But if you wanted to put the skin in, you could do that too.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you can actually use some good fried chicken if you like. You can use any type of chicken that you prefer, but it's summertime, so we got to make sure we try to keep that summer figure. And as of now, I'm going to add in some of the condiments just to make the the wet dressing for this here. And this is just mayo. We're going to use some sour cream. And just to give this a little bit of binding, also, we're going to use a little bit of brown stone mustard. And here's the kick here, Al. This is what's going to give us that punch. A little bit of horseradish, already prepared horseradish. And with this dish here, we're going to just season it. A little salt, a little pepper, just season the taste. We're going to take our chicken here, add this in this also. Take a few of these pistachios. And this will just give you a good crunch and also kind of just give you, help with some of the flavor profile as well. So we're going to dice this up. And as you see,
pistachios.
Oh, they're the best. Can't go wrong with them. We're going to throw these in. This is a good dish to make with your kids, family. It allows us, it's one of those dishes that you can use your leftovers with. Works well with anything. Almost, I mean, you can use any kind of bread that you like. And the final thing that we're going to do, just to balance off some of that spiciness from that horseradish, we're going to just drizzle a little bit of this good honey.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to add that in. We're going to take our apricots here also. And with these already, I'm just going to kind of pre-slice them, just slice them in half a little bit. Just so they'll sit flat on the bread on the sandwich. And I only use 3 of them. So which that 3 turns into 6. We'll check our bread. See how we're getting it. Stacks is coming along pretty nicely. We'll let that keep going. And then what we're going to do next. Oh, yeah. And next thing we're going to do is actually going to add cheese to this. This is just a nice aged cheddar cheese. We're going to put that on both sides of the bread. Let that melt a little bit. I also have some nice sweet onions. We're going to place those down as well on one half of the bread. And then those apricot slices that we sliced, we're going to take these and lay these on the other side. Now, while the bread is actually continuing to cook, we're going to go ahead and get this chicken salad mixed. All right, and this is something, I mean, it's real quick, real easy. You can add what you like to it. Do different variations of it. So now we have that mix. I think we're probably ready to start building this sandwich out.
Okay.
So we're gonna pull off 2 halves here. And we're gonna just top this with our bib lettuce. And we're gonna lay this on the apricot side.
Okay.
We're gonna put in healthy little serving of our chicken salad we just made. All right.
Nice.
So when we get that done, we're gonna top it, of course. Some nice tomatoes here. We're gonna put it on the next side. Flip this over. We have that almost ready to go, Al. Almost. So we have to work a little bit of TV magic here. And here we have a finished result.
Very nice. Chef Kenny Neal from Feeding America Association and Kalaya Catering, thank you so much for joining us. We've got one more. How many chefs has this been now? 70 chefs. All right. We have, I think, gone well beyond the record, but we have one more. I happen to know this young chef. He's the star of a YouTube cooking show called What We're Cooking. Ladies and gentlemen, my son, Nick Roker. Nick, what are you making?
I'm making a BLT, and I'm throwing in some candy bacon. So basically how you do it is, so I'm doing it is by, putting the little mayo, and some bacon, yes, and some candy bacon, and I get some tomatoes and some lettuce, and then I get the bread, and I sure. I learned this from Taylor, a chef out of Nashville, who's a chef at the Chef and I, and yeah.
Can we take it? You want to take a taste?
Yeah, I'll take a taste.
All right. Nicely done, bud.
Thank you.
All right. I'm Al.
I'm Nick. That's a wrap.
All right. So, there you have it. I think that's it. Is this the Rokerthon?
We have to check with our friends at Guinness.
Okay, we have to. Oh, we got to go check with Michael, right?
Yeah.
Michael, so what's the deal?
So I have been here all morning watching all the chefs making the sandwiches. Before I announce the results, I just want to say how exciting it's been to help support Feeding America and World Central Kitchen, two amazing organizations. So I'm so glad we could be part of that.
Well, thank you, Michael. I guess it's now time for your determination.
It is. So I've been watching all morning. There were some technical glitches, but you were able to iron them out. As this is a new record, the mark to beat was 50 participants. Today, you have achieved 69. It's a new Guinness World Records title. I would like to congratulate you.
Yeah!
Once again, welcome back to the Guinness World Records family, Al, everyone at the Today Show, and all of our chefs.
Well, Michael Emprick, thank you so much. I want to thank, first of all, thank to all of our chefs. Whoa, there's more! All of our chefs. Nobody saw those. But anyway, thank you to all of our chefs. I want to thank you. I want to thank our control room in New York. who is our director? I forgot who was it. Yeah, was that Brett Holy, my man, Brett Holy. Of course, Molly Dunlop, Missy Dunlop, Molly. Oh, Sky McCarthy, also in New York. Here we go. And there they are, wearing their masks. There's Missy. And I want to thank Debbie Kosofsky, who is here. Debbie, come on in. And here we go. Ready? Okay, one more time. Whoa! And the gentle giant, Sean Reese himself. There he is. That's it. Rokerthon. You're not quite it. Yeah, it is. There I am. There you go. Rokerthon 4 has come to an end. We're a new Guinness World Record holder. Thank you so much. Please, again, go to today.com/allday. Donate to Feeding America and, of course, our friends at World Central Kitchen. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to Nick Roker for doing his thing and making a great sandwich. And all of our chefs, all of you, thank you so much for being part of across the country and international. Yeah. This is our first international. We had London, and we had one other. We had Spain. Yeah. We had Spain. This was amazing. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day. Who knows what the next Rokerthon will be? I have no idea. So long, everybody.
So long, everyone.